Hey, how's everyone doing? Happy New Year. Let me get to the banner real quick. Um, I know we haven't had a show since I think a little bit before the Christmas period. Um, but again, I want to say like Happy New Year. Hope you all had a great Christmas or great holidays. Hope you all had a good New Year's Eve. Let me get to the banners. Oh, we got OB. Good. Happy New Year. Good to see you. Um, I want to respond to this statement. I did see, I think Angie, she responded, I think maybe on Zed's channel, and said something like the answer to the topic of this show is a resounding yes. Um, I agree. And we're going to get into that content. Hopefully, we're going to be able to show that. Thanks. Happy New Year as well. So I think what this guy said, this Nichia Williams, he says the manosphere is teaching men to value themselves and not get used up by women for free stuff. I mean, I don't know. I think this is some great PR. This is a really media trained answer, but like, I'll split the difference with this is like they might be trying to do this, but they're doing so much more harm than just this. And as I've said on some of these previous lives, maybe the whole damn last year, is like you have to take some risks in dating. Everything's not going to be an even exchange. Everything's not going to be, um, hey, let me reassure myself that I'm not going to ever take a loss, or I'm not going to take that I'm not going to get something uncompensated. Like that's not real life. So, your response, Nichia, is it's like textbook for people who have poor discernment. Um, you don't just fall into someone's life and become a stepdaddy. Let's be clear about that. You got to vet these people. So I hate to say it sounds harsh. I don't feel sorry for people who, oh my God, woe is me, my tiny violin. I got forced to be a stepdaddy. No, you didn't. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. We're gonna address that. We got content for that, Fearless. First and foremost, and you make me skip over my content. Joy Taylor is not the headline story of the Fox Sports One thing. It's really, I think his name is Charlie Dixon or something like that. Skip Bayless is even higher, is maybe below him. I know the Manosphere, they had a field day talking about Joy Taylor. They were licking their chops. This is what they wanted. This is the content that they wanted to see and that they only focused on. I did not read the 42-page lawsuit, and I'm not saying that she's, absolved of blame, but there are bigger people at fault in that situation. We'll get to it though. But Happy New Year to everyone. Hold on one second. Let me get to the banner. So we did that little Happy New Year. Let me go back to the old boy's comment. It's Nichia. I think the last thing I'll say about that is like it's hurting men more than it's they're protecting men out of like happiness. They're protecting. We kind of talked about it on the last show. Is like one of the things that I would love to see broken is this. Men, you can take all the time. You have all the time in the world to start a family or find your person. I don't want to step on all the content that I had to show or the little comments I wanted to say, but it's like, while you might have time, you're taking risk too. And you might, I just got off talking to my therapist where she was like, don't take too much time off of dating. Like, you don't want to miss your boat specifically in terms of like, if you want to be a father, blah, blah, blah. Because, historically it's said, oh, younger women want older men. That ain't happening for everybody, buddy. So, I've tried to say that on some of these podcasts. Some of these guys who are waiting to 40, 50 or whatever, they're gonna miss their boat. And some of them are gonna try to play it off like, I didn't really want to have kids. Some of them did, and I think they're going out silently sad. Let's see, with some regrets. Let's see. The problem is if a man wants to get married. 22. I don't know what you mean. 22. The woman was held him. What? He doesn't make enough money to. Oh, come on. No, fearless. Like, I hear what you're saying. Like, I'll split the difference. There are some women that you might not have enough money to be financially secure in your 20s. But again, I want to break this. I want to break this. This is almost like a chupacabra that's being. Not even a chupacabra. That's terrible. I'm saying this is an urban legend, urban myth, or whatever the fuck, trying to discourage men. Don't even bother trying to get married in your 20s. You're not financially secure enough. That's bullshit. Because as I've said on some of these a lot of these podcasts, like these dudes who are delaying marriage from 20 to 30 or 40, whatever, it's not like they're going to be good stewards of their money. They're going to be blowing through that money. They're not going to be saving shit. They're not preparing for shit. They're just going to have their fun. So when they say, hey, go out and sow your wild oats, that's not, hey, make sure you're secure in your 20s, 30s, 40s, so you can be ready at 30 or 40. That's not what it says. It's just play around. There's not the problem with your message, Fearless, is we're not preparing these men to say, hey, if you want to say what you're saying, then the narrative needs to be, hey, prepare yourself through your 20s and 30s to be financially secure. That's not what's being spread. I think I've heard a single man say that shit to young men. We say that on this podcast, but I'm saying I'll even go further. I would say, like, don't, if you have the opportunity, we said that we talked about it on the last live that, and this is a good little segue, Fearless. I said that, the difference between getting married in your 20s versus your 30s and 40s, it's probably thousands times easier to do it in your 20s. And I think, I didn't make a banner for it, but I'm like, I think one of the problems with the manosphere is kind of the men in the manosphere, the red pill, are having is they're upset at how the standards for getting married are so high and you can be scrutinized from different points of view. That part of that problem was they waited so long to get married. They're making me step on the content, but let's see. Let's see. You revise this. If a problem with a man wants to get married at 22, a woman would tell me that's not true, Fearless. And let's be clear about this. There are certain women. I agree with you. There are some women that are going to probably say that. Let's be clear about that, Fearless. The average woman in college, if the average man said, hey, who's dating in college, said, hey, you know what, senior year, as soon as we graduate within a year or two, I want to get married, I want to get engaged. They're not turning that shit down. Let's be clear about that. So that's not true. There are some women, sure, that might, but the average woman is not going to be saying that. And like I said on the last live, it's like, the barrier to really get married at 20, 22, because I got married at 24, 25, like the next week. So 22 might be a little young, but let's be clear about that. 25 isn't 32. 25 isn't 42. 25 isn't 52. I'm saying you don't have to get married at 22. Sure, maybe we can agree on that, but that doesn't mean you have to wait 10 years to do it. And if you want to, it's going to be a whole lot harder. It's going to be a whole lot easier to get married at 22. You just might not have found the right woman. What you're describing, Fearless, is that man at 22 that you're describing didn't find the right woman for him. That's the problem. That's the elephant in the room. Let's see. If a man wants to get married young, the women will say he's not financially. That's not true, Fearless. Stop this bullshit. Happy New Year, but stop the bullshit. I agree with you on this last statement. Enough to take care of her. It's a new day, Fearless. You don't have to do that shit. You can if you want to die on that hill, Fearless, and men like you want to die on that hill, then yeah, maybe 22 isn't for some women isn't enough. But like this, we're in a new day. You do not have to have a wife that doesn't work. Sure, at 22, most men are not going to make enough money to, especially in this economy. We've been saying that on these podcasts. Most men are not going to, at 22, have enough money to marry a woman, have her never work. And the men like you, Fearless, that want to cry about alimony, they want to cry about child support, but they want it traditional like you do, or like you're preaching in your little post. I want to be the traditional man. I want to have a stay-at-home wife. Okay, buddy, if she doesn't have a career, you're splitting that shit. So as we said on the previous podcast, if you don't go that dumbass route, you won't be splitting 50-50. But if you, like I said, that if you want to die on that hill, then you're going to die on that hill. What? I don't know what you're talking about with this. Let's see. Okay. No, Fearless. No. The problem is this, Fearless. Black women can't get married in college on average. I was an anomaly. Most men weren't booed up in college the whole fucking ride through. Wanting to engage before they graduated. Most black, how many are you gonna find? I wish I would put you on a shopping spree and see if you can round up 5 of them on a campus, or a homecoming. You're not gonna find 5 if I gave you 2 hours to do it. But the bottom line is this. Let me move off. Hold on. That's post divorce. That's post, and you're right. I didn't have to do that. That was me being impulsive. I didn't have to do that, Fearless. That was just me being impulsive. I didn't do that when I was in college. Let's be clear about that. I didn't do that when I was married. Let's be clear about that. I'm not going to be doing that in 2025 and beyond. Let's just be clear about that. But hey, I believe in being transparent. So I'm just being honest with people. And it probably wasn't. It was fluctuating. It was not always that. But I just know sometimes I was wilding out, and I could just imagine it be around that area or more. But like I said, we're going to tune that up. But let's see. This is not the Fearless Show. Let's switch. So we talked about the Happy New Year. Give me 1 second. So I wanted to get into something. Hold up. I want to share some content. Let's see. Let me put my shades on so I don't get caught back in this time. Let's see. So, newsflash: if y'all haven't seen it, if you're into horror movies, you need to see this movie, Nosferatu. If you're into horror movies, if you're not, if you're squeamish, if you don't like violence, don't do it. But it's a must see. Give me 1 second. Let me share something real quick. Let's go to some photos real quick. So it's this movie. I don't want to put out any spoilers, but I mean, it was incredible. Definitely had some major players. One of them was William Dafoe, who plays like the Green Goblin in the Spider-Man movies, amongst a lot of other films. I'm not sure if it's going to get Best Picture. I think it might be worth a conversation at least. But I went to go see that. It was incredible. I'll just leave it at that. If y'all haven't seen it, I think I was saying to the person who I went out with to go see it, I was like, I think it was criminal on a couple fronts that this movie should have came out around Halloween. That's one. And the media coverage for this was atrocious. I don't think I really can remember seeing any trailers, TV spots, internet stuff for this, really. I thought it was atrocious. Let's see. I'm just growling like DMX at Fearless's post. So, in some other news, my new pool team, we won a league championship. Let me see. I'm gonna move something up. So let me go back to sharing some stuff. And this is for nobody if nobody's in the building, because nobody said he wanted to see a picture of me. Okay. We'll get to that. I promised New Year's Eve. There was a little bit of a snafu on that. Let's go to this. So anybody who knows sports, this is a classic little moment. People have kind of recreated it. This was Kobe Bryant. I think he's when he beat the 76ers or whatever. I could be wrong. So there's a Caitlin Clark. I forget what she won. Maybe this is like some type of I don't think she's an NCAA champion, but maybe she won a division or something like that. Another one. So So I guess the next picture, I think the next picture is me. So this is me. So I promised y'all I was going to give y'all a new picture. I won a league championship. First and foremost, do not do as I did. You cannot have food or drinks on the pool table. You could probably get your back snapped like Bane did Batman. It's a cardinal sin, but I think I was in a celebratory mood. But bottom line is like, I got this little trophy. It was the when I first started playing pool league. This was something I've always wanted to achieve. I always wanted to get like a league championship. I wanted to always be, when I ever retired, be able to come back to the pool hall and say, hey, to people, I was able to win a league championship. Little did I know, like, I was going to go so much higher than that. So like this trophy is like the smallest of my trophies, the lowest level of any trophy I've ever gotten. And I played like dog shit in it too last Sunday. But let's get through the pictures. But again, I've lost a lot of weight. So like, I think I'm like down 17 since like October, November, or whatever the heck. But let's get to the pictures. I start imitating that Kobe pose. That's why I showed the Kobe pose. We're gonna get to that. This is me being an asshole, put my pinky up, drinking some champagne. This is me starting to like copy the Kobe pose. Copying the Kobe pose and shit. What else? Me being an asshole again with my pinky up. Let's see what else we got. The team. So again, it's my new team. We won the league championship. Get another picture of me. Right behind this guy in orange, I remember I blew a league championship. This is my third league championship game that I got to play in. My last team, we blew 2 of them, and then eventually they took the league championships away. So, and I didn't really give. I eventually didn't care anything about it because I started winning bigger trophies, whatever the heck. But I remember over behind that guy in orange, where that little white piece of paper is, I was over there, needed to be consoled by my coach who's hugging me in the striped shirt. I blew a league championship in the league. The team captain before me, my mic is not next to me. Sorry about that, y'all. The team captain before me blew the league championship the year before I did. So this one, I almost blew this one. Like I was playing someone a lower skill level than me, and I just happened to like hit the shot of a lifetime. I wasn't able to diagram it for y'all, but it was a make it or break it. If I missed the shot, we lose the match, and we probably lose this championship, even though it was like the second game out of 4 games. We could have possibly won 5 games, but we ended it because they couldn't come back. But we owned the tiebreaker. But again, I won a league championship. I think I was going to go into some of my best moments from 2024. I was going to skip into some of this stuff. I talked about how I got to Vegas. It's a career achievement. So we got to Vegas. I decided to take some of these pictures down from my IG because I wanted to show y'all. This was me. I was a lot bigger then. I kind of like put everything to the back burner, but this is my old team. This was like the funny photo and shit like that. We broke up like a week or 2 after I got back home from Vegas. But this was one hell of a team. This was funny as hell because there was a lot of fanfare in Vegas. This team, they play like they're on like vacation. This is their team uniform. I just thought this was funny as hell. Let me see if I can show. This is another one. So I wanted to like document some of the fanfare. This team's name was like Party Animals. That was a nice little team jersey. This is another one. Some people make T-shirts for their team jersey. My team's jersey was a T-shirt. I designed this through someone else. This was one of our T-shirts. This was another one. People who are familiar with movies, they're familiar with the magazine Playbill. If you've ever been to a play, you've seen a Playbill. So I kind of like did a play on that. Let's see. So this gives you a little bit of what Vegas looked like, a little bit of that scene. There were like 400 tables. Some of them used for matches. Most of them used for matches. Some of them used for practice and whatnot. It was insane. There was like 3 different rooms in this hotel. It was insane. So there's like different little videos. Let's just play that. Let's skip past this. I think you get the point. I think there are other videos. I think you get the point. Some of the funny shit. The ex team captain and I, the ex team captain, he actually, him and another teammate, they got fake married. I mean, one of the things about Vegas is like you can get married within some of the hotels. You can get married like there's chapels on the street and shit. So they got fake married. That was funny as fuck. Let's see what else. So this was like a little chapel you could get married at. This is Caesar's Palace. This is the sports, I forget what they call it, where you can gamble at Caesar's Palace. I forget what they call it. I was up when I went to Caesar's Palace. I think I flipped like 50 into like 370, 380 or whatever that was. That was when I was on a high, and then went really low. I went to Girl Collection. If y'all remember, I took a picture. This was just before I crashed out. This was inside the room. This is how they kind of got your boy hemmed up. I came in with a charger and a Stella. I came out with a whole lot of regrets. But let's see, what else did I have? Anything else in this shit? We went to Hell's Kitchen. We did like a little prefix lunch. For those that don't know, that's like a 3-course or more or whatever meal. So I just got a little bit of food porn. Gordon Ramsay, he's famous for beef Wellington, so that's a beef Wellington and a little dessert. Let me see what else. If you go to Vegas and Caesar's Palace, you got to go to this Bacchanal buffet. It's like the buffet of all buffets. Some of these buffets are just regular. They're just kind of like Shoney's. They're trash. But this one, it's incredible. It's like an upscale buffet. I think that's everything I got from the Vegas. Oh no, we got more. So I remember when after winning my, and we're gonna get back to content. I just want to show some of my favorite stuff from 2024. I remember when I won that league championship. I was just texting different people, and this recent woman that I linked up with, kind of like a friends with benefits. It might be evolving, but she was like, "Hey, are you going to be going to Vegas because you won that?" I'm like, "No, this is just a league championship. It's like the lowest of the low." So to get to Vegas, we ended up winning #1 in our league for one of the seasons. We won a Tri-Cup, which you get to go to after that. Then let's see what else. Then I won a solo tournament. Let's see. Then we won the tournament to get to Vegas. That was like that was probably the biggest achievement of last year. This kind of showing we were one of 5 teams that won our brackets. You could win on the left side or the right side. The left side has to come back to the right side and win on a different bracket. We went straight right side. We were straight winners bracket. I think you had to win like 4 or 5 games between 2 days. And like, just, a little bit of backstory. It's like these 2 days were like 8 to like 7 in the morning, 8 a.m. in the morning to 7 p.m. Then like 10 a.m. to like 11 p.m. the next day. And that's not guaranteed you're going to be winning anything. You could get eliminated any given time. So like odds were like really small for us to win this, but like we were able to win that. Let's see, a little bit of celebratory shit with the team. I'm not going to necessarily play the video. Actually, matter of fact, I will. All right, let's move on. Let's skip past this video. So I think like I said, winning that tournament, it was like a defining point of last year. No one's gonna ever be able to take that away from me. And hey, I was able to win that. And this was just a hobby. This was just a little thing that we would do after work. We would just go to like little pub and grab some food. And being competitive people, we would just go jump on a table and play. And then eventually a couple of us, like, we stumbled upon a pool hall, the one that I play at, and we ended up signing getting recruited to play there, and it's not all fun and games because you join as a regular casual person, you're gonna be getting your ass whooped. But I stuck in it. My friend, he quit after like a year, but look at what I was able to achieve. So this was like a triumphant like moment. Let's see. Also, I was kind of, I was getting my little fuckery on. So I think that's it. Oh, the little Las Vegas sign. That was one thing I definitely wanted to see in Las Vegas. I was able to find it on like the last day before my flight. Let's get back to, there was other stuff. Christmas break. We, family, we went to Orlando, really for my two nieces. They were going to like theme parks every day. I went to one of them. I went to Universal Studios. This was funny as fuck. I didn't remember this guy from Simpsons, but Simpsons was kind of carrying Universal Studios. This guy named Lard Lad, they were selling donuts. This was funny as fuck. The Krusty Land, let's see. I won one of these little purple donuts, partially on this game, and then a smaller little basketball one. Let's see what else. Universal Studios. What else? This was some of the Christmas shit for the girls. This was like the first Christmas where I felt like, I might have aged out of Christmas, because I was like, it wasn't really. Usually my parents kind of like put on for us too, but it was really about the girls. So I was like, man, I'm kind of too old for Christmas, possibly. A little bit of food porn. I know Richard loves that shit. I kind of cooked. It's not pictured here, but I cooked like cornbread from scratch, Brussels sprouts, and black eyed peas, and I feel like I did something else, but it might have just been like black eyed peas and what you see here. Let me see what the fuck else I got. Christmas, I spent my day activating Robux for the nieces. What I have to look forward to if I become a dad. Let's see. Didn't get to use these, but I got like, I was feeling in the spirit the week before Christmas. I didn't use these, but I have some like ugly Christmas sweaters on deck. Didn't get to use them though. Let's get out of here. Let's stop the screen. So that was part of, like, I was going into the favorite moments of 2024. Let's go into some of these comments. Thanks, OB. Appreciate it. Hold up, we got DKT here. The Manosphere is not making black men more lonely. Wow. Okay. Casino, it was Caesar's Palace. We'll get into this a little bit later. I don't know what you mean by we in the building. Okay, black men is 2025. Value yourself to anybody. I agree with you on this. I mean, let's see. This last statement is kind of a little problematic. Let me look at this. You don't owe any women nothing. I mean, I sort of agree, but dude, like, don't carry that on your shoulders, because you're gonna be giving off this resting bitch face type of energy, and nobody's gonna want to fuck with you. I don't carry that type of energy. Like, protect yourself. Like, listen, we talked about in the last live, like I said, like, hey, I broke up with a married woman. I'm not gonna, take that on everyone, on any other women I date. I'm not doing that shit, but I'm just gonna focus on the fundamentals. Okay, FLA trucker. I mean, damn. I can't look back. I can't look back in a good year. I mean, shit. Let's see what else. Oh, so some favorite moments. Let me go. Let's get the list. I had a list of shit. I think I talked about some of them. And we're gonna get into the topic, FLA trucker, but damn, have a little bit of fun. Let's see. So I think mine was like Men in Tights. That was kind of exploited by Fearless and Ronin. Married Woman, that was got some good content. I loved it. Was a good little experience. Glad we didn't bring it into 2025 though. Maya and I, we got to act out a hypothetical combo between a woman and a disgruntled passport bro. That was funny. Travis Hunter winning the Heisman. I think breaking a pattern of serial dating, quote unquote. Those are my immediate thoughts. Let's go back to these comments. What? Let's see. So we talked about. So let's get into some of this content. So, actually, matter of fact, yeah. So let's get into some of this. So Fox Sports, this was a bombshell, and I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to hold this live today. I was like, could I push it back? I mean, everybody's kind of like scraping this topic clean, and I mean, as a sports fan, I hate this. You don't ESPN. Let's be clear about this. Quiet as it's kept, ESPN went through this shit already, and they went through this before the Me Too era. I think, and maybe in like the late '90s, whatever, the Stuart Scott days. Not saying he was involved in that. I'm saying like they went through some scandals. Chris Berman specifically was kind of. I think he was on the rocks with his job. Might have even lost his job because of that shit. But that was before like the Me Too era and stuff like that. But like now and the social media era. But bring it back to Fox Sports 1, it's like Skip, man, if what he's saying, if what's alleged, if he did what's being alleged, it's sad. Like, he's married, he had a successful show. Sure, the sports industry has passed him by, and it's now about the new media. It's now about the podcasters. It's now about the athletes. I love that. The I am athletes. I love how the athletes are standing up their own little platforms and shit. But like, I didn't want to see Skip go out like this. I hope it's not true. But it's also serious what they're alleging about him and some of the others. Let me go. Let's see some of the comments. Wait. Hold on. Oh man, this guy, she is stuck on this manosphere shit. Let's see. We're gonna get back to the content. No, it's that men are tired of being taken for granted and being used for free dinners. Women need to tell other women that if they're not. I agree on that last statement. I agree. But like, when we talked about this on the last show, Nichia, it's kind of a fine line. Like, there's no crying and courting. So like, I know I see you making these statements. I hope there's no tissues on the other on your end. I hope you're not like blotting your eyes. Like, there's no crying and courting, dude. If you lose out to another dude, yes, you got to charge that to the game. But to what you're saying, the free being used for free dinner straight up, I agree with you on that. Like, if a woman is not interested in a guy, sure, she should not use him for any dinner. She should be honest about that and cut things off, or at least say, hey, I'm not, have a conversation. I don't see this opportunity for us. Let's just be friends. I'll get it. That's where I'll split the difference with you. But the issue with it is kind of, I think dudes are kind of going ODs on this free dinner shit, and they're thinking, oh my gosh, I wasn't chosen, so I was used for free dinners. No, you just might have lost. Just like a job interview, you might have got to the first round, second round, might even got to the last round, and you didn't get the offer letter. There's no crying in that. I mean, you did your best. Just like take it on to the next person, and you will, if as long as you continue to show up and be the person, the great person who you could possibly, the best you can be, someone's gonna appreciate it. So like I said, like, I went through what I went through with the married woman. I don't think she's a bad person. We're gonna get into content with that, but I was like, if I show up the way I showed up for the married woman, for the right person who's on the right type of time, I'm gonna be, it's gonna be a grand slam. Let's see, hate the backtrack, but now you want me to go see Den of Thieves with okay, yeah, listen, I love some movie talk. I actually went out to a movie, the Nosferatu, with a film producer. It was kind of gonna be we got BA over here. It was gonna be kind of like a friends with benefits thing, but now I think I just want it to be a movie buddy thing. Like, let's see, Skip is just a prejudice. Man, like I said, my heart hurts to see Skip go out like this. He's gonna lose his marriage possibly too. That's the sad piece. We're gonna get into this, FLA Trucker. I think this is your second time saying this shit. Oh wow, Fearless. How dare you? the men are the ones who had the power. I'm not saying, like I said before, and maybe the mic was, I apologize everybody, my mic was across the desk. It's my first, live stream of the year, and I'm kind of flabby and sick on it. But no, it's not. I'm not saying that the women are there's no blame to go around for Joy Taylor. Sure, there is, but she didn't have 1.5 mil, and she didn't have what I don't know, was his name Greg Dixon or Charlie Dixon. She didn't have the kind of cachet and the power that he had. So no, I'm saying Joy Taylor there's some blame to go around for Joy Taylor. Not the same blame that goes to Charlie Dixon and Skip. But the internet's not keeping the right energy. I don't know what you're talking about. Why into the women ain't getting you nowhere? I don't know what you're talking about with this one. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, BA, about the no secure piece. I understand a little bit what you're trying to say, but I think that dating, it depends on what you're in it for. I know what you're in it for. You're in it for tail, no judgment. So it might be more secure for you, but like I said earlier, like if you're a guy who's chivalrous, if you're a guy who believes in chivalry, if you're a gentleman, you're gonna have to charge it to the game. Like you're not always gonna win in dating because things are fluid. I think that was some of my pushback to Fearless's little third date rule. The dating is fluid. You could pass the little, what do they call that when you start a job, like the little probationary period? You could pass the probationary period and things can change, especially if you have like understandings like, hey, you're dating other people. So you could still, not get chosen. It's just life. You trick because you can, what? I don't know if you're talking to me, FLA Trucker. I don't trick. Yeah, I get it. This is a classic statement. One of these days I'm gonna post that up and say, guys don't want to date, they just want to smash. Quote from BA. I don't know what you're saying with this. I don't know what Gim is. Okay, he's getting called out. No, BA. Like, I know that you're not a chivalrous guy. No judgment. You're in a different lane. I'm a chivalrous guy. I'm not changing that. I want to show up a certain type of way. I'm not changing that. You want to smash on the first date. Don't ever change, BA. Don't ever change. Be who you truly are. Wait. Okay, nobody's in the building. I hope you saw the pictures. We gave you your content. Yeah. See, Joy was dead wrong for that. Thanks for that reminder, Fearless. Joy was married. She was dead wrong for this. Even if she even said she got demoted, if she would have screamed. Yeah, I mean, she was wrong. No, well, you're partially right, Fearless. Maybe if we take what the lawsuit says verbatim, Joy allegedly said that at some point Charlie Dixon had no worth to her or no power, no cachet anymore, and maybe eventually he got let go from the company. But she wasn't talking like that when he had power. But again, there's a lot of wrongdoing. I hate. Let's fixate on this, Fearless and others. Like, I hate what's being done. I hate the whole story because like it's going to tarnish the sports industry to a degree. I actually kind of like Joy Taylor as a talent. I want to get to like a little banner about that, but let's see. Talking to the whatever. Okay, typo. People just think Joy looks good. I mean, she looks damn good, respectfully. But I think she has a decent opinion. I mean, let's see, hold up. Yeah. But I'm gonna go back to Fearless's thing. What if, like I said, if this stuff is true, man, I don't know why she would do that. Like, she had a marriage, she wrecked a marriage allegedly, and she wrecked an engagement. I don't know why she would do that. Okay, hold on. You're not correct. He's not correct. BA's wow. FLA truckers trolling up. Okay, so nobody cares about celebs. I don't understand what the context you're talking about. But let's see. Hold on. My little hot take was, I want them to give Joy Taylor and everyone else a leave of absence. Don't put her out. Don't trot her out there telling her to go to work, and she got a whole scathing lawsuit going on. And this I would say the same thing for Skip if he was still there, but he got kind of like let go. Um, um, but it's just sad to see, and it's not just, again, I know Fearless is kind of probably chatting, typing it up. It's not just Joy Taylor; it's Emmanuel Acho too. Like, to see all those people, who are involved, have to show up and get trotted out there on the set and put together content. I can't believe I could not do that. Let's see what's nobody saying. Listen, nobody. I'm gonna say this to Fearless too. Like, have a heart. Like, y'all are so heartless. Like, even if people made mistakes, you can still have empathy for like them as a human being. Like, this is humiliating. If what they're saying is true. I'm not saying, it's okay what Joy did allegedly. I'm not saying it's okay what Skip did allegedly, or any of the other guys, Charlie Dixon. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, it's humiliating. Like I said, I feel when I saw Skip and Shannon, and Skip would, like, have his feature his wife and promote her book and have his little he would dote on his wife and stuff like that. It's now, looking back on it, I'm like, man, like, his wife doesn't deserve that. So, like, part of this, I feeling sorry for these people is like, I feel sorry for Skip's wife. I feel sorry for some of the other people involved. So let's hold on. Whoa. We got to listen to the content. Short answer, no. You got to listen to the content from the last show, BA. There was an opportunity, and I said, you know what, nah. And we're gonna get into that. So we'll talk about it a little later. Okay, you can have it. You can say what you want to say, FLA. I love you. Bringing your little typical content. Let's see. Join the boss for the two savages in the war. Apparently, Skip was too. And these might not be the only ones. I'm just mad that Colin Cowherd wasn't. I'm surprised he kept his hands clean. But let's see what's again. Yeah, me too. I'm 100% with you on this. And I don't think even if he was still on the sinking ship, he wasn't going to be in this lawsuit, because, like, I think that quiet as it's kept, I think some of this is about desirability. Like, Shannon doesn't have to pull these kind of shenanigans. But because he's a desirable guy. Just like, I'm going to do some self-serving information. Like I said, I'm not worried about myself, because I'm like, I'm not a guy I'm not an unattractive guy, so I'm not struggling. Whoa. Wow. Nobody, come on. I love you trolling it up. You gotta stay up here. I gave you what you were asking for. You said you wanted a picture of me recently. I gave you the picture. I'm just saying, okay, if you want smoke for the women, let's be clear about that. So you're gonna take me to task. If what Joy did is true, it's gonna damage possibly women's maybe involvement / I don't know, but it's going to change, not necessarily women, but it's going to change maybe it's going to definitely change the workplace at some of these companies. I think it's also going to be kind of like a blemish for, like, women's journalism and stuff like that. So that was part of, like, one of the things I was upset about. Is like, this person was kind of like a fraud if she did what she did allegedly, who was trying to be like an ally for women in journalism, who was trying to be an advocate for this, to kind of like be featured on these shows. I loved when she was on, Skip and Shannon Undisputed. Same with Janie Taft. I'm glad Janie Taft, hopefully she wasn't doing stuff like that. But I just like I said, it's sad to see if what she did is true. Like it's sad. Because like people might say they don't like her too personal podcast. I forget who she's with. Taylor Rooks that's who she's with. I just hope that Taylor Rooks. I'm sure Taylor Rooks didn't do shit like this, but like I said, like, if a story came out like this about Taylor Rooks, I'll be disappointed. Like I said, like I'm disappointed to see Joy Taylor looped into this shit. It's sad. Yes, like I said, I agree with you on this, FLA trucker. It's chatty patty for now, but it's like it's a detailed chatty patty. No, nobody like. I think the problem with this, it's not, you're not fair. I'm just not saying things the way you wanted to say it. You want me to say it. Like, I'm so sorry that Charlie Dixon, who is the head of talent at Fox, that I have a little bit more smoke or a different perspective on him than I do for Joy Taylor, who is literally just talent. Or Skip Bayless, who had he was at least in charge of talent to some degree for his shows. Joy Taylor has never had her own show. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, I agree with you on this, Fearless. The fakes claims, that was disgusting. It was disgusting. I will agree with you on that. So what? That's why. No, like I said, like this. It's not just a white media issue. Like, so I hate to say it, but somehow if Joy Taylor did what she really claimed to do, this might make someone's job a little bit harder to break into the industry. Possibly, it's just my speculation, and I hate that for whoever's who's going to be impacted. You should not shop like Joy. Oh, okay, I hear you. Oh wow! Don't do that. Don't put that on her, Ricky Bobby. Don't do that. Let's see. Yeah, she is. Stop it, Fearless. That's why I said, like, this is the moment that Manosphere is looking for. This is why you don't believe all women. No, I wouldn't go that far. You're going a little too far. You're putting a little too much sauce on it. But I think the problem is, like, people like you in the Manosphere, they want to say something's always up with all women. No, it's not. You can't do that, Fearless. Okay, let's see. Wait, how BA was talking highly, like he's God's good. Okay, you're still on the BA shit. Let me see what other stuff I want to talk about. So, like I said, my little hot take was like, yo, it pays to be a gentleman. In response to like this Fox Sports 1 shit. Skip, you should have been a gentleman. You should have, as Street Fighter would say, you should have just gone home and been a family man. I don't know why you're trying to compete with Shannon, or trying to, at 70 years old, 60 years old, trying to get fresh with subordinates. I don't understand this at all. But people like Nobody, people like the FLA truckers, excuse me if I'm speaking out of context, but I think one of the two of y'all said this. Or it was Nichia Williams. Don't be a simp. You know what? You call a gentleman a simp if you want to. He's not going to get Me Too. He's not going to have any woman saying that he was doing things inappropriate with her. So like I said, I'm proud that I'm never going to have anyone say that about me. Let me see what else. So skipping into it. It's a little small highlight. I'm not changing. I'm not going to be changing completely. I'm going to make, like I said in the last live, I'm going to be making some adjustments, some necessary adjustments, but I'm not going to pull a Manosphere and be like, you know what, I can't believe all women, aka like Fearless says. I'm not gonna be doing shit like that. I'm gonna go out there, continue to be a gentleman. And I remember I was telling the woman who I was supposed to go on New Year's Eve with, and I was texting her during when I was at Universal Studios, and I was like, man, being a gentleman can get you canceled out here in dating. It can kind of make things awkward in terms of intimacy or affection, da da da. And she was like, you know what? Don't change. Don't feel ashamed about being a gentleman. Just be selective with the women that you share your greatness with. And I was like, man, I just need to hear that. So like I said, I'm not changing in terms of being chivalrous, in terms of how I show up for these dates. Maybe I'm going to tone the dates down. They're going to be less impulsive, but the way I'm going to be kind of like not playing around and dating and courting, I'm not going to change that. I'm not going to, stop being a nice guy. I'm not going to continue. I'm going to make sure that everybody's having fun in dating. Let's go back to these comments. Hold up. You're right about that definition changing. I don't care what you. Okay, that's your opinion. That's a little hot take. That's pile it on. Let's see. I like this take. Whoa. No. I don't like this take. OB, I'm team LeBron over MJ. Y'all can scream at me for that. The Curry, Bron, Durant era is going out bad. They're just old, OB. Let's see. I'll just leave it at that. Wait, he might as well cross the rainbow if he hates. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice little clap back. I'll give you that, FLA Trucker. That's a classic. Let's see. Did you see that LeBron dunk? Yeah, that dunk was the dunk was crazy. Let's see. So, we're gonna get into some content. Let's see. New Year's Eve plans were a little it was sabotaged. I was kind of like helping out this new woman I met, kind of like friends with benefits, and I was kind of like helping her, kind of like being a nice guy. I was kind of like helping her move some stuff in the storage unit. That didn't get wrapped up until like close to like 10. Still had to cut my hair, still had to kind of get things together. Couldn't do the New Year's Eve plans, the jazz club. That fell through. But I'm still gonna just kind of like maybe hang out with that woman, even though there's nothing really to go with, because we have different, family planning goals. We're still gonna probably hang out and just chill, just maybe be friends and stuff like that. So that was like a missed opportunity. Final thoughts from last show. OB, I want to tell you, I sent that email to who. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not gonna go too deep. That email was sent. We talked too. Let's see what else. Let's go. Hold up. You lames throw simp so loosely, but P for P, it makes sense. Okay, Ozzy. Okay, wow. I love to see how we got someone against Fearless. I love to see that. Let's be clear about this. This is gonna go a little Passport After Dark. Before we go into the Passport Bro After Dark, there was a little comment by that America Talk Lives mentioned on one previous show, and he was saying, "Don't dip your pen in company ink." I give credit where credit is due. This is about the Fox Sports One thing. And then listen, it brings up. I'll say this just to bring some levity to this. I am pro dating at the same company. Like one of my friends actually got married, found his wife. He got remarried at the same company. He found his next wife at his same company. So I just think that it depends on what you're doing. Like if we look at that Fox Sports One thing, it's like, as people were calling it, freak offs. But like if you're actually going out there and you're being chivalrous, I don't see anything wrong with you. Sure, there are some fine lines not to cross, but like I don't think that people should avoid dating people at work. But sure, there are some fine lines not to cross. Let's see this. Oh, hey, how's it going, Femi? Happy New Year. I'd love for you to jump on the panel. I love your recent video about I guess the black men dating out. Hold up. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I love this. I love this. You met your husband at your old job. Like I said, that's kind of what I also hate too. Is like some of these people. I think Anton Daniels made a video saying, I'm not gonna show it. I kind of like saved it, but he was like, "Is it risky to date at the workplace?" No, it's not. If you're trying to be kind of like the young fearless, yeah, it's risky. But sorry, he had to catch a stray. But if you're actually coming out there trying to date and be chivalrous, it's not risky. But if you're out there trying to knock people down, yeah, it's risky. But let me get into the some of this content. I'm like, so some of the thoughts from last show. I think one of the things that Maya talked about, it was her opinion. She was like, people shouldn't date until they get done with their baggage. Yeah, that's her opinion. I don't agree with that. I think that people will decide for themselves when they're ready to date, and people have different reasons for why they want to get out there and start dating. Like I said, I dated before my divorce was settled. It wasn't decreed yet, but some people were like, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't be out here dating. Maybe you should take some time off." No, I think that experience is still a good experience. So, like I said, like even the married woman, I'll keep going back to that. That was still a good experience, regardless of what other people might think. Let's see. Hold up. Wow, Fearless is catching more strays. Oh wow. I can't receipt for receipt. I don't know what you're talking about. Who you talking about? Hold up. Okay, let me get back to my stuff. But yeah, I was talking about the stuff from the last show. So like, I think people who are married, I think people who are going through a divorce, I don't think they should be kind of like banned from dating or avoid dating if they just need to be kind of transparent. And I think what I learned was like, you kind of have to handle it with kid gloves. You have to like, kind of like temper your expectations. I kind of had a little epiphany like this week when I was thinking about like how the married woman was kind of like suggesting, "Hey, let's still have a romantic New Year's Eve even though we're not our person." And I kind of laughed at it because I was like, the woman who I dated in St. Louis, the baddie who I dated in St. Louis, she was, when her and I broke up and I ruined it, I was still like, after I knew it was over and we were no longer be dating, I was like, we were, mind you, without having to tell the whole story, like I dated her in St. Louis for a whole month, and I went back to Atlanta, messed things up, and I had like a month and a half to kill before this wedding. I just really wanted to go as a +1. And I think the funny thing about it was, and I was talking to my therapist today, I was like, I didn't realize how important that was and what that really represented at the time. For me, like I said, it was nothing more than than just a +1. And when the relationship was over, I was like, hey, I'd still love to come to that wedding. And I was laughing about that today. I was like, what the fuck was I thinking? I know exactly what I was thinking, but I was like, I was in a whole different headspace, just like the married woman's in a different headspace. Like to her, like, listen, it's perfectly fun to, have on New Year's Eve when it doesn't really mean anything. And I guess I don't think she's a bad person. Just like when I was like, hey, I'd still love to go on this wedding. And the woman from St. Louis was like, no, this shit is definitely canceled. And I had that same moment, but just with a married woman. I was like, no, I'm canceling this shit, even if I got to eat some of the costs. I want to go to another thing, but let me look at the comments. Oh wow, man, this dude, he's really got it out for Fearless. Oh my God. Wow. I don't know what this. I think we need to leave wives out of the conversation. That's one thing I'm never gonna cross with, no matter how I feel about someone, I'm never gonna talk about their wives. I'm never gonna talk about their children either or something like that. Some things are gonna be off limits. We're not gonna be doing the Drake and Pusha T or Kendrick and Drake shit. Let's see what else. So yeah, it was like we're officially, I've been rambling on, so I'm not gonna show the video, but Mark Zuckerberg's copping pleas. He's gonna he's going to be leaning in on free speech like Elon Musk is. So I'm going to need y'all to keep the same energy with Mark Zuckerberg once it happens. It's not just an Elon Musk thing or an X/Twitter thing. Mark Zuckerberg is throwing his hands up and he's just like, I'm not going to be fact check anymore. I'm going to be team free speech. I hate that. I really do. So I think we're going to see a rise in, hate, misinformation. I think my brother was like, oh, we're going to see a rise in hate speech. Maybe we might, but I think we're going to definitely see a rise in misinformation going unchecked, just like we do on X/Twitter. But I hate to see Zuckerberg cop and please for the Republicans, aka Trump. Let's see. Okay, these dudes are just fighting in the chats. I'm done with that. So I wanted to address something. Richard, aka America Talks Live, said it's over for Chris in terms of dating. Chris played his hand. He met with a married woman, and I'm like, listen, every woman is different. Some women, you show up and you'll be perfect. Some women you show up and you're gonna be great. Some women you're gonna show up and they're just not their cup of tea. So it's like some women you show up and you might not be the perfect match or the right match or the best match. So no, like there's nothing wrong with it. I think one of the things, like I was saying on the last live, is like I'm kind of like dating in the public eye, so people get to kind of scrutinize my shit and say, oh look, he dated someone that didn't work out. The problem is we don't get that lens turned back on you, and we don't get to see how many one dates. I've never had a one date in my life. Actually, I'll take that back. I did, and it was the worst date ever. But this was not a person I was intending to date. But other than that one person, I've never had a one date thing. It's always kind of like going distances. It's always done numbers. Elon Musk is against free speech. Okay. I mean, I like the take. I mean, let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let me go. So I talked about the play the hand thing. I mean, that's fine. I'm like, but there's no shame. Okay. Let's see one more comment. I care less about presidential words this go around. I'm more concerned about action. Like, okay. Nobody. I don't know a lot about this. Like I said, I keep my head out of like the social media. I don't really get deep in the weeds like that. Okay, yeah. Let me put the link out. I had some content to show, but listen, I will throw that away a little bit for a little Femi collaboration. So let's see. I said I'm a little rusty in this new year. I should have already. I had content to show. Let's see what else. Okay, I think we kind of talked through the chatty patty topics we were gonna. I think the only thing I had left was like the content topics. What? Okay, I'll have to do my research on that. Okay, nobody's got some receipts. Let's see. But let me go look at my content while Femi might join. One thing I did want to show. This was breaking news. Let's put that up. Let's see. Where is it? Oh no! Yeah, here we go. So let me share my screen. Give me a second. One thing I'm gonna start showing some content. So if y'all didn't know, cruise season, I kind of talked about them a little bit. I think they've had a podcast for like at least the last 5+ years, led by Trill AC. He was like the founder of it. I kind of talked about that a couple shows ago, how I went to tonight's conversation. He's become one of the panelists for that. And they ended their podcast. Man, I really would have loved to see them like do a podcast episode doing that, or maybe just like an explanation of that. I wasn't really a huge fan of theirs, but I think they were definitely like a huge podcast at a moment. And I saw a post from Trill AC maybe like today or yesterday or whatever, and he was like, I think it was today, and he was like, the goal for 2025 is fuck you money. I think that of anybody on the podcast, I think he's probably got the least fucks to give. Because like he's everybody, I think that you see a lot of these falling outs on some of these podcasts it's by the money. Joe Budden, Rory and Mal, Spotify money. I Am Athlete, merch and ownership. Cruise season, like I said, I'm not speculating, but I'm just saying like eventually it seems like as these podcasts get bigger, people are monetizing, they're selling merch, they're selling they're selling other products and stuff like that, making deals. And the people who don't have those ownership splits, like Rory and Mal, they got sunned in a way that was brutal. Like Joe apparently owned the whole fucking podcast, and they were just like 1099 workers. And he kind of like threw him a bone and like let them like allegedly like create their own little podcast on his network, but like they're not featured anymore on his show. Let's see, hold on. Oh. Uh-oh. I hate Jordan Peterson. I'm not saying that you have anything positive, maybe correct to say. Hey, Femi, what's going on? Happy New Year. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, Chris. Happy New Year. Hey. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Like, how about you?
I'm doing okay.
I mean,
I'm not gonna stay long because I have to cook, but I didn't want to pass up your invitation.
I appreciate it. Like, I wanted to mention to you when I was watching your recent video. I was like, I wanted to talk about that stuff that you were talking about. / have another collaboration on the panel. It's been a minute.
I ain't been on nobody's panel in months. I don't think. I don't even be on YouTube like that no more. I'm too much for everybody.
Man, I love that though. I love that you always brought that to YouTube. It was never too much for me. I loved it.
Thank you. So what did you want me to talk about? The topic, the title of the video.
Let's go in. Yeah. Let's. If you want to talk about Black Manosphere, if you want to talk about Manosphere, whatever you want to talk about, let's do it.
I seen DKT 3377, 3677. I can't remember the numbers right now. Say no. I hope he's still in here too, because that's another reason why I jumped up here after you answered. I seen his comment. He gonna say the Black Manosphere is not making men single. Prove it.
Right.
Prove it. How many men?
He said lonely. He said lonely for the record.
Lonely. Yeah. Come on now. There is definitely making men lonely. That's why they sit there online and talk about weave all day, because they ain't got nobody sitting next to them. So we not gonna sit there and make this stuff up. But let me tell you something.
Go for it.
I be on the other platform because YouTube so sensitive now. You can't say what you want to say on YouTube, because either YouTube sensitive or the people on YouTube sensitive.
Right.
So I gotta go, on that other platform to say what I want to say, right? So I got a video over there, and it's about a man that's in this space, and you probably even seen him before, that was trying to date or talk to, whatever you want to call it, a female in this space. And and this female was feeling him, surprisingly.
Okay.
can't like well, from what I know from but you know it's different when you talking to somebody. And so she was feeling him. Let me tell you what he told her one day. He told her, and he sent this in the email, so it ain't no denying that he said this. Mm-hmm. He called her an adjustable 7. That's what he called her. And then she never talked to him again. She never talked to him again after that. Never talked to him again. And this is what she said to me. She said he tried to use that manosphere shit on me and tried to bring down my self-esteem. Yeah. Did you? And I asked him in this video, I said, did you think that was going to get the girl? Did you think you trying to lower a woman's self-esteem if she thinks that she's a 10? Yeah. You thought that was going to make her want you? So then now he on YouTube and chats mad and angry and stuff, right? No, that's what the manosphere is doing to men, because they're not understanding. They still haven't understood. You know what women understand, like grown women? We know some of the shit that she will say is entertaining. Mm-hmm. You have to lack common sense for you not to know that everything that Shira says is not, she's an entertainer. We wouldn't be watching her so long if she was an entertainer. We kind of know when we come on these platforms, including myself, that I have to be entertaining. That's why I try to make my videos entertaining. They ain't entertaining now because people keep getting my channel deleted, and I'm not going to put all that work. It sucks for my audience, but I do understand that when you're on a platform like this, you have to be entertaining, right? So they not understanding some of this manosphere stuff that they were saying was for entertainment purposes only, right? Because they didn't leave a disclaimer. And people was not having common sense, right? If you call a woman that you are into an adjustable 7, if she has any self-esteem about herself, she's going to block you. Now, this person got blocked and he couldn't understand it. And I let him know in the video, this manosphere stuff not getting you nowhere. And this girl, you know what she said? She said, all he had to do was be nice. That's all she said. She said all he had to do was be nice. Why would he talk to me like that? This shows that he doesn't have any respect for her. It shows that he's playing on her intelligence. It's showing that he must think that she has a low self-esteem since she was going to, I'm assuming that he thought that she was going to go for that, right? Yeah. So if this has happened to one person that I know of, that I personally seen these messages myself. This ain't no he said, she said stuff. I didn't read these emails myself. Imagine how many, dude. I'm gonna try not to cuss on your platform.
No, you can cuss. Do that.
I gotta censor myself. See, I ain't the real Femi no more. I gotta censor myself.
No, not on this platform. I give no fucks. I got no fucks. I got no fucks to give.
Okay, and I had to tell him. Think about how many of these niggas is in comments crying because they putting it on a woman. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you what he did too. Let me tell you, besides calling her an adjustable 7, right? Let me tell you what else he did. He would go talk about her bad on other platforms. He would never say her name. No, there are times where he did say her name, but there was other times where he didn't say her name. Regardless, the girl know that you talk about her. And he went on, I would never talk to her. That's why we put the emails out. I would never talk to the girls I mess with is bad and da-da-da-da-da. And I would never talk to her. We put out the email messages, him inviting her here and asking her to dinner here. But see, the manosphere stuff got in the way of that. If you could have just been a regular dude and this girl was feeling you and you was feeling her, why even bring that stuff into a conversation? I'm just going to tell y'all in real life, the only way that stuff is going to work is on a person with low self-esteem. And if you want a girl with low self-esteem, then this is a lot about you, right? And I know a man that has a woman with low self-esteem, and I watched him through his relationships. I watched him through a black girl that had high self-esteem, and he tried to put his hands on her. Guess what? She left. She left and she went to go live on a farm somewhere. Then I see him go a little lower, right? Then I see him get to a white girl, right? And he was with this white girl, and he put his hands on this white girl, and I think he thought this white girl was going to stay. Oh, she stayed for a little bit, but then she was out. So let me tell you what type of woman he got now. He got somebody. You in the A, so you know how in the A we be like they throwed off. He got somebody that's throwed off, and you can tell she throwed off. You can tell if you talk to her, you know the words that she used, the conversation that she has, that she's throwed off.
Let's say it a little louder for the people in the back. Edutainment moment. What does throwed off mean?
like you slow, like Nate.
Okay, gotcha.
Like Nate throwed off, like Jalen throwed off. So
Okay.
he got a woman that's throwed off, right? And you could tell. You could just tell. But guess what? You know what he could do now? He could put his hands on her and she's not going to go nowhere. Because she's goofy. You know what I'm saying? She don't know no better. People probably been treating her like that her whole life, so she probably think it's normal.
Wow.
And he had to keep lowering and lowering because ain't no girl that got self-esteem about herself going to sit there and be with no man that's hitting her. And this dude wasn't nothing but 100 pounds. Some of these girls hit him right back. I don't know why he decided to do this when he was so little, but he found somebody with a very, very low self-esteem that he can control. So this is before any of this came out. So this ain't got nothing to do with the manosphere. This was years and years ago. I knew this person. But for now, when I know somebody that was sitting there listening to that Kevin Samuels and the Fresh and Fit and the MTR, and you come to a woman and say something like that, and now he's very upset at her because she stopped talking to him. Now she never told him why, and you don't have to. You should be able to be an adult and be like, well, what did I do before she stopped talking to me? But he's very angry. He's lashing out, and now I'm looking at him like, use all them niggas in the comments is mad, yeah. But you not realizing what you did. Why did you think that was okay? So this is one instance. Think about all the things that the manosphere had said over all the years and all of the men that's listening to him. These men that's talking ain't got no woman. Marin claimed he got a woman.
Right.
I didn't see the girl like once. I didn't see her like once. I don't even know if Marin got no woman. The other one ain't got no woman. Do MTR got a woman?
MTR is a dweeb first and foremost, and it's kind of sad to see that they're gonna. I could go a lot deeper on him, but I'm not going to. But I'm just saying, I think Femi, he kind of distanced himself from the manosphere because a lot of these dudes are starting to realize they are paying the price of having these harsh opinions. And let's just be clear about that. Pause. MTR is not even an attractive dude. He don't got pull like that to be talking like that. And he doesn't have women. I don't care if he's got YouTube fame.
So he ain't got no women.
I doubt it. He's struggling. And I think that's one of the reasons why he even said it, I think, when on his leaving the manosphere, I think he was kind of alluding to it, how it was affecting his personal life. That's why I said on these podcasts, I ain't got shit to worry about because I don't have a problematic opinion like a Fearless, like a MTR, like a possibly like a Ronin. I can walk in the streets and I can show this content and be like, hey, y'all want to listen to my content? I don't got to scrub shit out. I don't got to say, no, don't listen to this episode, whatever the fuck. But MTR does. I want to show something real quick, matter of fact. Okay. Someone that I dated, this is context. This is someone I dated. Let me just make sure my stuff's looking okay. I don't want to show the wrong stuff. But yeah, I'm just saying my camera roll sometimes is filthy. But this is a dating profile. This is the last one I dated. This is on, I think this is Hinge. And what I want you all to get from this is, so this is a real person. Let's be clear about that. This is what he said. So I'm just saying, people say, oh, the manosphere ain't having any effect on men. It ain't having an effect on dating. Look at this. He's using modern women in his fucking dating profile. Look at this shit.
Yeah. A woman, and if that was his real picture, I'm not going to talk about the picture. I ain't going to talk about it. Fearless said, what's wrong with a 7? There's nothing wrong with a 7. It's nothing wrong with nobody that likes you and you like them, but the manosphere has taught them, you deserve a 9 or 10 or 8, 9, or 10. Oh, I was listening to this dude go to Poland this passport, bro, and he was just talking about those Polish women. Oh, they fours and they fives over here, and they act like they was bad. He was only talking about them because the girls ain't like them. But just the way, like, no woman wants to be with no man that's classifying them as a 4 or a 5 or as a car, right?
Right.
The BGS got a woman? I don't think he got a woman. He classified women as cars, and he's sitting in his, nursing home room lonely, probably hitting the call button every 5 minutes so a nurse can come in and keep him company, right? Because he ain't got no woman either.
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels ain't had no woman either. And none of these niggas got no woman. So for DKT to think that the manosphere rhetoric has not kept men away, keeping them lonely when all them niggas is lonely, Kevin Samuels died with a pro. That means he was lonely. Like, if you have to go get a pro, then you lonely.
Yeah, and even if these men like Kevin Samuels, I'm sure Kevin Samuels in Atlanta he could have had women orbiting. He could have dated in Atlanta. But the problem is these MTRs, these some of these fresh and fits and some of these guys, they can get a woman to date, but they're going to really be struggling to find a woman who really wants them for them. That's what they can't buy. That's what that little 6-pack shit.
Yeah. No woman had wanted Kevin Samuels for him. We all know that he's on the sassy side. If any woman in it, he could have got him a girl in Atlanta, because a girl in Atlanta would run a nigga's pockets up like that. Yeah. If she think that he got money at the time, I think that he was in a who's that dude Future video, and I think he was somewhere. Oh, he interviewed with Nicki Minaj. Of course, a woman would have attached herself to him, but would she have really liked him? No.
Right.
She wouldn't have liked them. Don't nobody like that. I feel like Myron might have paid that girl to say that was his girlfriend. I don't think that girl likes Myron at all. Now, the other one, that Chinese girl liked it. Fresh. She did like him. You could tell the way she acted. But I don't think that girl liked Myron. Not at all. I don't think she likes him at all.
Fearless, welcome to the panel. I wanted to address your little statement. What's wrong with a 7? It's the thing that's wrong is addressing a woman and telling her that she is a certain rating. It regardless of what you feel about a woman's attractiveness or a person's attractiveness. The question is, where is your home training? You don't talk to people like that.
Well, one, we don't know if he asked him, what to rate her, and so that leads me to believe that women want men to lie to them.
No, I just told you.
Hold up, I'm talking because what happens
you're
is
here making up a scenario.
No,
I read
but I'm saying what happens is
he didn't
if a
ask
girl,
that.
but if a girl says, "Hey, do you think I'm fat?" You want us to say, "No, you're not." You think I'm the most beautiful person
well,
in
that
the
didn't
world?
happen in the email.
No, you're not. So a lot of times it seems misleading. Also, we talked about Kevin Samuels couldn't get anyone. He was already married 2 times.
And he was divorced 2 times.
Okay, but you just stated
he was
that
divorced. He couldn't keep a girl. He couldn't pick them either.
Right.
And y'all sat there and listened to a nigga that couldn't keep a girl and couldn't pick them and walked around with a purse.
So
that's what
what happened? But you never say that when the women like Kim Kardashian, J-Lo, none of them can keep a man.
Who's Kim Kardashian and J-Lo ain't on a platform telling women that these men are 2s and this. What are you talking about? Those women. Who did you say? Kim Kardashian and who?
I'm saying you keep saying who can't keep a man. I'm saying there's women out there such as them who can't keep a man.
Okay, but we're not looking to Kim Kardashian to keep no man. We already know she can't. Y'all were looking to a dude that's sassy, carrying purses, ain't never had no woman around him. The woman that he had around him left his ass. They left him. After he died, not nobody came up and said, yo, that was my homeboy, or I used to love him, or he made a difference, and nobody did nothing. And that's who y'all chose to follow, and that's why y'all suffering now. And I'm going to tell you again, that was not in the email, so don't make up, she could have said this. I'm telling you what happened. I read the email. I read all of the emails.
So what did the email? So what did the email say?
Yourself.
So what did the email say that he was?
I did a video about it. That video was a couple months ago. He was trying to invite her up to New York, and it was a totally unnecessary comment because this is the way he decided to close his email. And he said something about, imagine you being with me even though you're an adjustable 7. I mean, the shit's on my Rumble. You can go look at it. So the email's on her, and that's what he thought to say to her. That's what he thought that was okay. So do you think that's okay?
I don't think if you're trying, I don't know if his goal was to be with the woman. I don't think you say that, because usually if your goal
I
is
mean,
to
if he's
get rid of,
talking to her, what is his goal? To waste her time? So that's what y'all doing?
his goal could have been just to sleep with her. I don't know what his
No,
goal
no,
was.
no,
So
but
that's what y'all. So y'all are what we say y'all are. Y'all waste people.
No.
Y'all wait. So y'all not
What do you
sincere.
mean?
So the
When you
minister
say
has told
y'all, you
y'all
can't. Why
not
you
to
keep
really
saying
want no
y'all?
women.
Because
Are
there's
you
a lot of
agreeing with
women.
me?
There's a lot of women that waste men's time to just take them out
So
on
are you
dates and
saying
just
that the
spend money.
minister taught y'all this is what they taught you to just want to sleep
No.
with a woman? That's what y'all learned after all these years. That's what y'all still doing. Y'all didn't need the
How,
minister for that.
how
Y'all
you
was
putting
already
words in
doing
my
it.
mouth? I never said that. You said,
Oh
well,
well, you put
you
words in
said,
the email, didn't
you
you?
said
You just
what
said, well,
was,
what if this happened? You just did that. Come on
yeah, I
now.
I
mean,
didn't read it. I
yeah,
did not read an email. I don't know nothing about an email.
I know you didn't, but you said, well, what if she asked him to write him? We don't know. I just told you the emails on Rumble. You can go watch the video. Ain't none
Well,
of that in there.
what that means I had to get off of here and go read the email,
You
which
can't.
would
Okay,
be
well
a
then
waste
don't
of time.
assume. Do not assume what is in an email that I've already told you that
But
I've
you
read
just
is
assumed what
posted.
I said, and I'm
I
here.
did it because you did it. You the leader. So you mad because I did
I
it?
did
Because
not
you the leader?
assume it.
You the leader and I did what you did? Don't be mad.
all right, fearless. I
And
don't think.
hold up, I'm going to address you, Chris, with this. She's
Go ahead.
saying, don't, that, oh, you should be shooting for a 9 or a 10. But you're the same person that says men should date within their league.
Hold
So,
on. Hold on. Let's to do that statement honest. Let's roll it back because I don't understand the full context. You said Femi said something about men should strive for a 9 or a 10.
yeah.
Okay.
And then you said, what
Did I say that or did I say Kevin Samuel said that?
no, you said, why would you call a woman a 7? Shouldn't you be dating a woman who's a 9 or a 10?
No, that's not what I said. See, I
So,
think I told you last time that
so
you
what
be
did you
having
say?
trouble.
Well, I'll tell you what, since you're
You
online, I'll
sold off
ask
too.
you.
Where's your woman
Fearless.
at?
Let her
Where
finish.
your woman at? You got a woman?
Upstairs, I'm married. What are you talking about?
Where's she at? Why you ain't with her and you talking to me?
My woman's right here with my little baby. What are you
So
talking
you
about?
having this type of conversation in front of
Where's
your
your
little
man?
baby?
Hold up, where's your man at?
He
Fearless.
right there.
Are you
Fearless.
married?
No, I'm not
Fearless.
married.
So why ain't he put a ring on your finger?
Because
Fearless.
we only
Knock
been
it off.
together a year. And we're planning.
And so usually a man knows after 6 months if he wants to get
After
married.
6 months, did I just say we
So why
planning?
didn't he put why didn't he put a ring on your
Fearless.
finger?
Fearless. Don't let me drop you.
So
Hold
now
up.
you're
See,
being
Chris,
thrown
hold up. Why you
off.
want to hold up? Chris,
So
why
now
you
you're
want to
being
drop
thrown
me?
off.
She's the one who asked where my woman is.
No.
Hold up, Chris. I only reacted. She asked where my woman was. So I asked where her man was.
And
Why
I
you
said
want
he right here.
and
What's the
hold up.
problem?
Why do you want to drop me, Chris? Because I asked her the same
No,
question
he
that she
wanna
asked me.
got
That's
better.
why
He
people
wanna
say
better
to
what's
you,
in me,
that's
Chris.
why people say to you, Chris,
Don't
that
drop
you are
him. He
biased.
came up here like I told you. I drive these niggas crazy. He had to come up here and say something.
Fearless. You're
Don't
ruining.
That's
don't drop him.
why the men say that you are biased.
Hey, take
All I did was ask her the
The men
same
said I was
question
biased.
that she asked me,
The men
Chris.
said I was
That's it.
biased.
Hold up. Let's take a step.
I said,
Hold on,
Chris.
let me
Hold
plug
up.
my phone in.
I said the men say Chris are biased because Chris always goes with a woman's way. When all I did was ask her the exact same question she asked me.
Let's take a step
Okay,
back.
so the men always go with the men's way, and they be biased. So
Let's take a step.
sometimes that happens in life.
Okay,
You got to get over it.
fearless drop, but like I wanted to
Why
take a
you
step. Right. I want to take a step back. I
I
want
was
to take a
just
step
getting
back.
back into it.
I want to take a step back because
I didn't hear no baby in the goddamn background.
he did have a baby, but like there's a lot of stuff about fearless. I don't want to get into this. Is not the fearless show, but he's married recently. I don't know if it's remarried, but he's married as a 50-something-year-old to.
Oh, wait a minute. So he couldn't keep a woman either. He got divorced.
No, he's still married. I don't know if he's remarried or married for the first time at 50. But
at 50,
yeah, he's 50, like 53, and he
how
married
old is his wife?
36 or something like that, foreign as well. But that's no judgment. All I'm gonna say is this: I want to get.
So she gonna do it like the little Filipina girl did the white man. Like
Ding,
after
ding, ding,
a
ding,
little
ding, ding,
while,
ding,
she ain't
ding,
gonna like him no more.
Yes, he did. He went that route. He no judgment. Like I said,
we know how that turns out.
We as I said,
this is what a manosphere did. You ain't got to this white man, and it's a white man, yo. He got better credit artists, right?
All I said
and this Filipina girl said, I don't like you no more. What did she say to him? She said, he asked her why she married me. And she said, because I didn't want to work no more. And y'all niggas is not learning. The shit right there. Listen, it ain't like it's 1998 and there ain't no internet. Shit tells y'all every day. You know what Cynthia G said? Cynthia G was like, this was years ago. She said, don't be mad at these passport photos. She said, just sit, wait, and watch. These women are going to start telling their stories. And we have TikTok, right? and TikTok is very big. And these women sit up there and tell their stories every day about passport pros. Don't matter if they're black or white. It does not matter. They tell their stories every day. And so he, Fearless, sees all this stuff on the internet every day. He decided to go that route. So we're not on the same level. My man is actually with me because he loved me. He not with me because they don't want to work or they trying to get a ticket to America. Now you got that baby American.
His wife works too. I think his wife is like a psychologist. And listen, like I've said in these panels, we want black men. We want men to be happy. So I hope that, we want Fearless to have a successful marriage. All I'm saying is that I wanted to shift it back and talk about hey, strive for a 9 or a 10.
Fearless wanted to battle with me. He knew what he was
absolutely.
doing.
I was going to say this to keep things
Fearless, you will never win against me.
Yeah, to keep it a buck, Fearless comes on here and he kind of makes it a little prickly on these conversations.
So that's why he can have the type of wife he got. You sitting up there talking like that in front of me, and I'm a woman. It's back to what I was telling you about the home dude that I knew. When he had one type of girl, he couldn't get away with none of that stuff. But then he got this type of girl, and he could punch her and talk to her any type of way because there's different type of women out there. There's different types.
Well, let's bring it back to the content. Like Fearless
to MTR.
Well, Fearless did say something about striving for a 9 or a 10. I'll speak on that first. Yeah, I never said people shouldn't strive for a 9 or a 10, but I said the problem is these manosphere dudes, and I had like a little banner. I'm going to show it in a second. The problem is these manosphere dudes don't know who they attract, so they're getting butthurt saying, "Oh my God, I this woman won't. She's using me for foodie dates, or usually this woman, doesn't appreciate me, and let's stop using high value man. Let's retire that bullshit. I'm a guy who has a good job. I'm a guy who wants to be monogamous, but the woman won't choose me. Like they'll use the famous one. Oh, a black woman denied a rocket scientist. They'll look at Papa the Balloon and say, this guy, he wanted to just have a girlfriend, but they popped all his balloons. Chemistry is a factor, y'all. Just every black woman doesn't have to be attracted to me. And I don't feel any type of way about that. What's for you is for you. And I'm not struggling.
Do you think that the manosphere taught them that?
Hell no.
That was a very, very, very good point that you just made about chemistry. Okay, first of all, I heard that neuroscientist dude that was on that Pineapple show, I heard that was a complete lie, that he was not no neuroscientist. But like you said, chemistry is chemistry. Chemistry, if you're trying to, like the Pop the Balloon show, some people go in there and have instant chemistry, some of them don't. And then they be angry, oh, she didn't pick him and he do this. Dr. Eli's on there. He fits all the credentials, but nobody has good chemistry with him. He's an asshole. But I don't think the manosphere teaches anything about chemistry. They teach, oh, you better go get you a 9 or a 10 and a 10. It don't matter. Oh, and she better be submissive and she better be that. I've never heard them talk about chemistry or love or care or compatibility. I've never heard them talk about any of that. Am I wrong?
To your point, I think what the manosphere is really doing, and it's acing the test, it's trying to build men up to make a lot of money, to have successful careers. And what they're going to end up with is, like you said earlier, a woman with a lot of low self-esteem. If that's what y'all want, I love that for y'all, but I don't want none of that.
No, you don't really want a woman with a low self-esteem. It's a drag.
Right.
It's not a fun life unless you're thrown off and that type of life excites you. But if you're like a person that has a good self-esteem yourself, you're not going to want a girl with a low self-esteem. It'll drag the whole relationship. But the manosphere, they don't teach that. They teach about weave and lashes and nails and, body count. They don't teach you nothing about being compatible with somebody, or how, if you get in a conflict with somebody, not to run, to sit up there and give ways to solve it. I've never heard any of those conversations. So thus, that's another reason why it's leaving the manager lonely, because they haven't really learned any interpersonal skills to deal with women. They've just learned how to call them adjustable sevens and cars and talk about their weave and ask them their body count and, tattoos and stuff like that. Right. Even with the cooking with Kaya, nobody still wanted to get to know anything about the girl, ask any questions, but is she 20? Is she over 18? That's the only question they was asking. don't even know how to talk to women. They know how to lure women in with their money when they have to go overseas and get a woman. They can do that.
Well,
That is
here,
not a
let's
core
have this.
thing
Let's
to
have
do.
this. I want to have this conversation. As I had a little banner for it. I remember saying I was telling Maya, I'm like, there was a podcast a long time ago that I made, and I said, "Yo, there's women who are really looking for sex. I don't know where to find them. I know where to find them now. Why can't these passport bros? I'm calling them freak off apps, like the DTF apps. Why can't the passport bros just take advantage of that? There are people out here who are just really on that type of time. Why can't they take advantage of that?
They don't have the confidence. You talking about like a freaky girl that's already down.
Well, yeah, like there's people who are like, yo, I'm poly, yo, I'm just looking for friends with benefits,
They
yo.
don't have the confidence. Because there's men that take advantage of that every day in Atlanta. And if them dudes not taking advantage of that, their self-esteem is low. Like if that's all you want to do, there are girls like that. There are. But I feel like they might feel like they have an easier time. You talk about the passport bros with somebody that's not from America, that may not speak English well, that don't really comprehend the American mindset. You get what I'm saying? It might be easier.
My thing is like, I think that they're lacking socially. I think that I'm trying to get my takes together, but it's just like I said, like they don't have to fly overseas, and they're spending so much money to do so when they could stay here with people who are on the same type of time, who don't want a relationship, who just want something to be transactional. It's a match made in heaven. I don't understand why maybe they're living under a rock. Like they could just take advantage of that. But I think this is the thing, Femi. They're not good company, so they have to fly to countries and deal with women who just. Man, I hate this. I hate being around this dude, but at least he's taking me on a date.
Right, like Fearless. I hate even when he's on the panel with I'm not. So I have to imagine what type of good company would he be, and they don't realize that they're not good company. That, or maybe they do realize it, and it's something that they can't change, and this is why they couldn't get a girl here. I don't know if you realize that you're not good company. I don't know if you can mentally change that. I'm good company. People like being around me, so I don't have that issue. But if you realize that you're not good company, I don't know, maybe there's a book or something you could read or some type of exercises. But if you're not good company, no girls want to be around you. And then men will start to blame the women. Like, oh, it's these women. Oh, I was watching this incel stuff, right? And it wasn't no black incels. It was all white incels. And I just did not know. And these men were like in this, what is that? One of them dark websites. And you're just talking about women. And like I didn't watch a lot of these episodes where these white men went to go off these women because they thought that those women should have wanted them. This is what I'm saying. This is the manosphere is an awful place. I
Right.
don't think that it's connected men. I think what the manosphere did has connected men with men.
Woo.
I think that's what it did. I think the men in the manosphere do things and say things to please each other, and they don't really care about women. They only care about a woman to the extent that what the next person is going to say about that woman. I
I'll
don't
say
think they care about women.
I'm gonna say this too, because like they like to lead with this. Men show their emotion through anger. Man, y'all about PSA. Men, y'all need to soften up. Pause. Y'all ain't gonna win with women with this anger shit. Don't do that. Don't do it. I'm just trying to give y'all some free game. Like, please be chivalrous. Please be a gentleman. Please be nice to people, specifically women in general. Don't come out here with this angry, hey, you aggressive. They're not gonna. It's not gonna work for you. It's not.
Okay, let's put it like this: if you went into a store, let's just say Best Buy, the Buy TV, and the sales person was, whether if it was a guy or female race or whatever, was aggressive with you, is that going to make you even want to buy the TV from there or even shop at that store again? So why do you think that? I just don't understand why you think it would be okay to come at a woman that way and think that it's the same thing. It's about how you make a person feel. You know, he just used the word chivalrous. I don't think the manospheres ever talked about chivalry, have they?
No, because they think you're being taken advantage of. You got to be like fearless and fuck on the third date, or you're getting taken advantage of.
I think also something that the manosphere didn't talk about was spirituality, right? And no
Yes.
matter whatever you believed in, it doesn't matter. A person that has love for themselves and love for whoever they worship would never treat a person like that. So to think being chivalrous is being taken advantage of, you don't live in no type of spirituality too. That's very crazy to me that you think that it's just okay to treat a person bad. If there's going to be some women out here that are crappy women, they didn't have fathers, they weren't raised, they might have grew up in a bad part of town, whatever. There's bad people everywhere. But if you treat everybody bad that one time, like I just told you about the dude that told the girl she was a 7,
Right.
when that girl come around that's a good person and you act like that, she's going to be gone. Now you done missed out on a good thing. And now you going to be mad. You done missed out on something good because you listening to.
I just want to state something real quick. I didn't, and everybody listening, I didn't drop Fearless on the panel. He dropped himself. Just want to make that very clear.
Fearless wanted to battle with Femi. It's okay.
Absolutely. I think it's
Soon as I came up here, he popped it. It took me a minute to get up here because I had to reset up the stream yard. He could have been came up here. He wanted to come up here for me. It's okay, Fearless. I'll be back again.
But this is the sad thing for me. I think some of these men have never been in love. They haven't seen their parents show love to one another. They have never had a woman truly love them. That is priceless. And I hate that for y'all that are going throughout your life and never having that, never experiencing that, feeling too insecure to receive that, not knowing your love language ever at any point in your life. I hate that for y'all. I love it for me.
Okay, I want to say this too because I hate when people be like, "Well, why ain't y'all married?"
Right.
Do you think that people are like y'all want to just marry somebody after 3 months? So this is I think niggas like to say this to me to make me feel some type of way, but when you really know love and you secure with your partner, that shit don't bother you. This nigga don't even know if I'm pressed about getting married or not. Apparently I'm not, but here's the thing. Marriage rates, and I've already said to somebody because they think that they could throw this into somebody's face. What are the marriage rates in the back? I mean, the divorce rates. I'm sorry.
60-something% for Black people. They're leading it by the next closest is like, I don't know, like 30 or 20 or some shit. It's bad.
So it's really, really, really high, right?
Yeah.
So and this is just my personal feelings, I think people are not taking the time to get to know a person. Right. I don't know. It could be other reasons too, right? So I think that's really silly when I say I've been dating somebody a year and you say, why ain't you married yet? A nigga know if he want to marry you. We already know that. Just because we know that don't mean that we're not still taking time to get to know each other. Look. Let's just imagine that Fresh was a chick, right? And Fresh, well, we ain't gonna mention she. Let's just look how Myron changed throughout the years. And if Myron had married somebody, and throughout these years, the more popular that he got, he changed. It would have got divorced, right? Right. So it took a couple years. Now Myron and Fresh and Fit are going to be friends after this. You see how people change. So I don't know why people say silly stuff like that to people. How long did you date your ex before you married her? It wasn't like immediate, was it?
We met in 2001. We got married in 2008. We got divorced in 2021.
2001. Okay, so that's like 3 years, right? Of dating, right?
No, it's like we probably dated like I feel like 6, close to 7 years, and then we were engaged for like 1, and then married for 13.
So why do people act like that's not how life works? Why do people think that why ain't you married to somebody that you've been dating a year? I don't know where Fearless was going.
Oh, sorry, I might have messed those dates up.
I think you did. I got a little confused.
We met in 2001, got married in 2008, divorced in 2021.
So were there men asking her, why ain't he marry you after 1 year? Why ain't he marry you after 2 years?
Let me step in front of that. As someone who's been married, and I think people who buy a house or people who have a kid, they'll probably feel the same way. You do not put pressure. One thing that I've done, One thing I'm never going to do is pressure anybody when you get married. No, because that's a step that one takes a lot of sacrifice after that threshold. People will do that when it makes sense for them. There's financial things maybe involved. There's just different things, timing involved. Maybe people want to take their time. Like, you do not want to, hey, when are you going to have a baby? When are you going to have this? No, stop that. Stop it. Let them do it on their own time frame. So I'm never going to do it. I'm never going to pressure anyone. Why aren't you getting married? No. If they want to, they'll do it when it's right for them.
Can I read this comment?
Yeah, go for it. Which one?
Men that are chivalrous get used because other men didn't have to be chivalrous and they got everything.
They didn't get everything, first of all. They got... Yeah, go ahead.
What is he talking about? They got everything.
What he's trying to say is he's trying to use the Fearless playbook. You took her out for dinner, but he got dessert. He didn't have to pay for nothing. He still got some tail.
What are y'all talking about? What? So you think that a woman... See, this is the stupid ass manosphere talk. Oh, when I'm dating one person at a time, right? I'm not dating. I've never went out a date with somebody and made him pay and then went to go give somebody else something. That is stupid. Who tells y'all these things? Do y'all sisters get down like that? Do your mothers get down like that? Or is this stuff that y'all just make? Y'all don't even be hanging around. How do you even know if I went on a date with you that I call somebody else? How do you even know that? That is so dumb. So you're not going to be chivalrous because of that. So you're going to be an asshole to a woman and you think that's going to get you somewhere? Go ahead. Keep trying it. Keep trying it.
And what type of woman, Nichia, are you going to be getting when you bring that type of energy? Like I said, I don't want to even have that headspace at all. Like I said, if I lose, I lose. But
he talking about a hoe. You that he talking about a hoe. They see they don't be talking about no women. You notice that when these men talk, all they talk about is hoish activities. Why aren't you talking about no real women? That sounds like a young person's activity. So why are you worried about what she doing with the next person? That ain't none of your business. You that worried? You present yourself in the best way you can. The fuck you worried about the nigga after you for? That's weird.
They feel like if they take a woman out to dinner, that they're entitled to her exclusively, and that they don't have they're allergic to competition.
Well, that's why I said the manosphere leaving these niggas lonely. They don't know. They're not living in real life. You know what? I'm so glad that I got, past this stuff, like that the internet wasn't around when I was dating, because this has broken up plenty of relationships. It's causing women to not want nothing to do with men. Like, if this stuff was around when I couldn't even imagine. But these men are so dumb, and they got so stuck on this content they can't even think. They can't even think for themselves. Hey, you're going to have shitty bosses. You're going to have nice bosses. You're going to have shitty people in your family. You're going to have good people in your family. You're going to meet shitty women. You're going to meet good women. Y'all got to get this out your brain that all you're going to meet is these shitty women, because that's why y'all keep having the experiences that y'all having, because you're looking for women that you might have the self-esteem to talk to, which may be some type of lower class women, because all y'all talk about is hoes and hoish activity. I don't understand this. Right. Why aren't y'all going to conventions and meeting women? Most of y'all claim y'all make $100,000 and
talk that talk
and own businesses and all this and that. Man, I know librarians, I know authors, I know bioengineer, and all y'all niggas know is hoes. That's all y'all talk about is hoes. So I can't take her out to dinner. Why don't you try taking a woman out that respects herself out to dinner? Or y'all too afraid to talk to the women? But y'all got to talk to the hoe.
It's a fine line, Femi, because they don't want to date a woman who makes more than them, because that's intimidating, that's emasculating. So they got to go lower. They don't want a boss babe. They don't want a woman who's educated. They don't want a woman who is a little headstrong, maybe a little confident. They gotta, so that they're kind of like pigeonholing themselves to the like low pedigree woman, but they want to complain about her.
Well, they can't complain. They can't. Like, that she is gonna be who she is. And if you want a better quality of woman, if you feel like you need more money, you just have to get more money. There's no other answer to that. You're either going to deal with this girl that's at this level, and she might do this XYZ, or get your shit up, get your confidence up, and deal with a girl that's I know a woman that's been on Shark Tank before. She's not going to dinner with you and then think, like, she's not even thinking about no nigga that hard. She's thinking about you know, what she got going on. I don't know what the way these men talk, the way they talk about women. I be like, y'all must be in the hood talking about these women. I don't know women like that. I know women like that from the internet and from TikTok, but in my real life, I don't know women like that.
Right.
That say, oh well, she gave the other nigga everything. Yo, that's a hood mentality.
Yeah. And it's not to say that nobody is wrong. Sure, there's women out there like that. I want nothing to do with them. I'm steering clear of them. They're not coming into my orbit. I'm not even attracted to women like that. But I mean, nobody. You got it right. I'm romantic. You can. Let's move on.
What's wrong with being romantic?
He wants to knock me for being a hopeless romantic because I'm chivalrous, because I'm gonna lay it all on the line. I'm gonna really not play around in dating. He wants me to have an edge. He wants me to be an asshole. He wants me to be, giving these women a hard knock life.
He wants you to be what another man wants you to be. That's weird.
Facts.
So he don't want you to be what a woman would appreciate you. He wants you to be what another nigga want. That's weird. Why he wants you to be something? Is he with you on these dates?
He's not.
Oh, so that's funny how he's trying to dictate your actions as a man. Because is the manosphere telling him this is how men should act? So you can't, they don't understand individualism. I think that it's great that you're romantic. My guy's romantic too. That's how he got me I'm gonna have to get off here in a minute because I gotta cook for him. That's how he got me being a romantic. So they don't understand these things. They probably can't be romantic. Ask him, what's his name? Nobody.
Yeah.
Do you even have a romantic bone in your body? Like, what is the most romantic thing that you've ever done for somebody? I want to know. If he write it, put it on the screen because I can't see all the comments.
Yeah, let me scroll down. I was like, there's a lot of comments I'm missing. Let's see if he's talking. He's not saying anything, but
see, and that's another thing that I don't know what manosphere is. They left out romance.
Yeah.
I wonder, is that a part of why marriages are failing because there's no romance? People like to be romanced. People like to get talked to sexy. People like to you're supposed to big up your partner. I was listening to Taz City yesterday. He talked about tricking off your wife. And I just thought that, like, you can't trick off your wife. If you doing stuff for your wife, that means you appreciate her. And it's just so many things that men say that's going to keep other men down. But then you look at these people that have good relationships, you know what I'm saying? They think that's corny. I think the manosphere think it's corny to have a good relationship.
Right.
So I don't understand how they gonna say they not lonely. These niggas literally think it's corny to have a nice relationship. If you got a good relationship, they calling you corny.
They want you to get a baddie with low self-esteem.
Yeah, the only way it's not corny is if you got a baddie. They not asking you, do you connect with her spiritually? Do y'all have the same goals? They don't ask none of that. As long as she a baddie, then you good. But they don't understand why they get played for the money, or these women take them for their houses and everything after a couple of years. Yep. They really think that woman like them. Because that's not being taught in the manosphere. I feel like if some things needed to be taught in the manosphere, like teaching men about scandalous women, that's fine. Teaching men, that there's going to be women that try to trap you with a baby. Yeah, niggas need to know that shit. They need to know that. But
wear condoms. They took
it too far. And they didn't teach about, but this is how you obtain a woman. You have to be loving. You have to be caring. You have to be compassionate. They didn't teach none of that shit. They just went to the straight hate women. And you're trying to tell me these niggas not lonely? Jalen on the panel talk about he had sex with himself. That's what he said it on the panel. This is what the manosphere is. The men in the manosphere, they mad at him. They said, stop claiming manosphere. No, let him claim manosphere because he's telling the truth. He sat on Sharon's panel and said he only had sex with himself, and that's why he got a whole bunch of bottles of lotion. Because you think the manosphere is getting Jalen a woman the way he talk about women? He went on Kendra G, and she asked him what type of woman he wanted, and he said, I don't want no 304s. On Kendra G. And this is what the manosphere is doing to men. He didn't go up there and say, I want a woman, that's nice, that's polite, that'll care about my goals. He said, I don't want no 304s. It's similar to the thing that you just showed me when a man was in his profile talking about modern women. That's
Right.
not, this stuff is not helping men.
Right. Let's play that again for the let's put that track back on right quick because some people joined late. I'm gonna show that one more time real briefly. This is real. Again, this is the last woman I dated. She found this profile on Hinge. Don't need to show his face, but I'm just saying it's a real person. I want y'all to read this. And they all say, oh, the manosphere doesn't affect dating. There have been women who are literally hit with the same talking points. I'm a high value man, and what do you bring to the table? And you'd be lucky if you to be around someone like me. So, and I've heard these stories, and I ask when I start dating people, I ask them like, yo, what was your worst dating story? Because I want to hear this shit. I want to hear how these dudes are showing up, but I think people get it. Let me stop that. But I'm saying men are out here like that. So we can't act like the manosphere is not, deteriorating men and their dating approaches and making them more disrespectful, just out of fear.
I haven't seen no videos or new content popped up about a man saying that he's in the manosphere and him having an awesome time at dating, or them talking about, you know what, when Kai Cenat announced that he had a girlfriend and he was that happy, I literally was happy. I said, well, Dad, this dude is happy.
So wait, hold up, wait a minute. Kai Cenat, is he engaged or what is he dating?
He's just dating, and he announced that he had a girlfriend. You didn't see this?
Okay, yeah, I saw something like that maybe like a month ago. He brought her on the stream or something like that. I thought this was hot off the press. I thought you were saying he was engaged or something like that. But
no. He
yeah,
was dating her, and the joy that he had a woman. The manosphere doesn't teach you that you're supposed to be that happy. They feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's more of a possession thing. But he was so happy, and Myron hated on him. Myron, these dudes in the manosphere, let me tell you something. They never seem happy. They always seem like they got attitudes. They always seem like they're judging somebody. Even Fearless that came up, he doesn't sound happy or a pleasant person. Myron never sounds pleasant. He never sounds pleasant, like you said. That's not a guy that I would want to hang around. So he's seen how Kai Cenat was so happy, and he tried to like tear him down. That's what the manosphere is doing. I don't think Kai is going to listen to Myron because he's kind of young and they feel a certain way about the older guys saying that stuff. But just say if he was susceptible to this and he's just listening to Myron and he's getting into his head and he leaves this girl that he was so happy about, that wouldn't happen to him because I'm sure that Kai Cenat has his own mind. He's not going to be controlled by Myron because he's probably looking at Myron like, look at you, you so unhappy. This girl making me smile and jump around like this, and you sitting up there mad. I think the minister is just a very angry group of men. But I have to thank you for letting me up here. I do have to go.
it was great to have you as always on the panel. We got to do this again.
It was good talking to you. I haven't talked to you in a while.
I know, I miss it. I always love the chats.
I've been really busy, and like I said, I've been trying to like think about new things to post on YouTube because, you know, if I talk about Kevin Samuels, they'll get butthurt. Plus, the subject is old. I'll bring it up on panels, but I mean, making videos, I gotta switch it up. So I'm still thinking about stuff. So, all right.
I love your new content. I said I love your new content.
Thank you. I appreciate it, even though it's a little subpar. I can get better at editing my videos, but I hope you are having a happy New Year. I hope you had a happy Christmas. Are y'all getting snow on Friday?
Man, we're gonna be getting that black ice. We're gonna be getting that snow. It's gonna be hell on earth over here, potentially for the weekend.
Hopefully, you don't have to leave the house.
Right. My busybody really wants to get it. I got something to do Saturday, but
wow.
Yeah.
My plans are to stay in the house, and I'm gonna try to get him to stay in the house. They might try to get him to go to work, but I don't want him to go if it's gonna be black ice. That is horrible.
Right.
It's horrible. Stay in the house. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, well, I will talk to y'all later. Bye,
right.
Kat. Bye, Chris.
Take care. So Nichia, like I got questions. Like this is interesting. This is an interesting little post. Chivalry and dates is only reserved for girlfriends and wives. Women that you meet don't get dates. So how are you getting them to the girlfriend and you're not showing chivalry and they're not taking them on dates? Man, I feel sorry for those women. They want to score every time. Right. The whole, like we said on some of these podcasts, like, and I'm gonna get to some of this content. It's such an immature discussion. I know I said, I'm gonna say it again. Judge me fearless if you want to. I want the woman to have a higher body count than me. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I think it's immature. And we gotta stop using the word body count. Experience. Let's just say that. Because all this counting shit is immature. Let's see. Yeah, they definitely are. They're hurt. Let's see. See, here we go. He's resorting to the passport. We had this conversation about 30 minutes ago, Nichia. You don't even got to do that. They got friends with benefits apps. You don't got to get on a plane and spend $600 to go to Sasua or some shit. Then money for lodging. You don't got to do none of that. But if you want to do that, might be the only place you can go where there's no effort required of you. You can just pay your way. Sure. Because you have, if you want to date over here in these apps, or even the DTF ones, / friends with benefits ones, you got to put forth some effort. And I think some of these people are allergic to effort. I'm always going to get an A for effort, no matter whether I was chosen or not. People are going to be like, they're going to respect the effort. I might go OD on the effort. That's just my style, though. Let's see. Black men are desired. Oh my God. Here we go. I'm rolling my eyes. Jesus Christ. The black man's the prize. Can we address something? The black man is not the prize. Certain black men might be a quote unquote prize, or how do I want to say that? Someone who is a great person to be with, or someone who's highly sought after. I think that's what I wanted to say. But this all American black men are the prize? Absolutely not. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Yeah. Let's see. And it doesn't work like this, Maya. Like, that's the crazy thing about the manosphere. Let's see what's she saying about Nichia. Yeah. They were supposed to been gone. I want to go through these comments. I'm gonna get some into my content and pay for these dates so we don't make the rules. Men's already shutting down the dating game. You don't have to go to restaurants and clubs to go to dates. Let's see, don't even. Okay, nobody. I love you supporting the channel. I'll say that. Yeah, FLA trucker with some truth. That's true. The average person who's in that situation is not bragging. I agree with you on that. Let's see, where are we at with time? We're at 2 hours. Men shouldn't be happy about having a girlfriend anymore. What do you mean by this, Rai? Oh, I think I see what you're saying. You're trying to say like Manosphere is teaching them that they shouldn't be happy to have a girlfriend, or listen, y'all see how I was happy last year. It didn't work out. It's okay. But I was happy. You should want to be with someone that makes you happy. And I don't see how someone who's low self-esteem is going to do that. Let's see. No. Oh, I was looking at this. That's facts. Y'all know I hate being single. I think y'all figured that out last time. Let's see. I like we're doing numbers in the chat. I like that. It's full of tethers. My name's on the panel. What? Let's see. These sentences in 2025, we gotta tune these up. I want us to do better. No matter how many shame. The manosphere, like Femi said, is making men miserable and lonely. We got a video to show about that. Just stay tuned. Imagine being a feminist and don't even know the words. What? Okay. Let's go back to Fearless, because he did have a post that I saw and I wanted to address. Fearless, I was kind of like this in my first marriage. Like, it wasn't on some, oh, women are emotional, men are logical. I'm just saying, like, I'm more of like a kind of like an analytical thinker. And like I said, I've said on these podcasts, like, my emotional intelligence was not near where it needed to be. I think it hurt the marriage. I didn't know how to grow past that. I'm not taking that approach when I get remarried. If I get remarried, I'm not taking that approach in relationships. In today, this women are emotional, men are logical, and you need to figure out how to bridge that gap, buddy. Because from my experience, trying to discuss things, getting into disagreements, and you're coming at a logical and an emotional. I told you all about the pool teammate that was kind of I need to check up on him and see how his marriage is going. But like that, it's not a recipe for success, Fearless. Like you do have to open up and have be able to tap into emotional intelligence. That's all I wanted to say about that. Let me go back to these comments. What? I ain't asking any questions, FLA Trucker. I think that's for immature, for young men and immature boys. I'm not asking. Yeah. Uh-oh, Fearless is back. What's going on, Fearless? I gotta go through these chats, but welcome back. Let's see. It's women. FLA Trucker, you got a fan of FLA Trucker. Let's see. No, I don't like when we get an erratic Femi. I hate that. Let's see. These passport bros have no choice but to board that flight. I mean, that's sad because it's not that serious. Like you could like I said, they got apps. We got two Fearlesses here, like the Matrix. Like he's an agent. But let's see. No, let's see. Pure comedy now. I am not going to sit here and say I'm the prize. No, I grew up on tuna casserole. I have never cooked one, but Thanksgiving, you should have saw the episode. I cooked the whole damn spread. I am patting myself on the back for that. Let's see. Wow. Let's see. Non-passport bros. I'm just gonna get through these comments, but you can go ahead and talk. Let's see.
Yeah, now we can have a conversation, Chris. I don't know why it's showing two of those, brother. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Non-passport bros are winning amongst black men. Yeah, you're right. I'll agree with you that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm the prize. I'm a high value man. When people ask, "Are you a high value man?" I'm not saying yes to that shit. Nope. I know what I am. I know what I like I said on the previous podcast. I'm gonna always get an A for effort. I know the average man ain't giving close to that, and people typically appreciate that. I think people all people appreciate that. Whether I'm their cup of tea, whether I'm the right person for them, that's a whole different story. It's not personal, but let's see. Hold on. we talking about? You can go, Fearless. I'm just going through these chats.
So why would you want a woman that, well, maybe you don't have a high body count, so having a woman that doesn't have one doesn't mean too much to you.
Well, I'm saying, like, even if I was like you and, you know, had 200 or 100 or whatever, I wouldn't be like one of these average dudes who's like, a woman who has more than 6, that's ran through. That we need to leave ran through in 2024, please. Let's grow up in 2025. Can we do that? What I'm saying is like this, Fearless. This is a good conversation, because like all these dudes who are preaching this purity wife shit. Where do I want to go with this? I don't know if it's important to the story, but like my ex-wife, she was a virgin when I met her. It didn't matter. That didn't matter to me. Like, and like I said, I'm 42 now. I was 18 then, but I'm saying if I were now that I'm 42, I don't care if a woman's a virgin. And
no, that's not what you said. I'm not saying you're going to meet a virgin.
Yeah,
you just said you want a woman with a higher body count.
Yeah, I took it on a tangent. I'm pretty tangential. What I'm saying is, what I was trying to go with that on the virgin tip was, I was saying these dudes who are in the manosphere, the red pill, and they're talking about, they're shaming women, slut shaming them. Oh, you ran through if you have a body count more than 6, or aka you've had sex with more than 6 men. And I'm like, I want a woman who has got some experience. Do I want to know that number? No, because
So how much is it? So let's take that. How much experience is okay? 100, 200, 300?
I don't want to know.
It doesn't matter. Because you're saying when she meets you, that's all that matters. So her past doesn't matter.
Facts.
So 300, 500, what's a number you all right with?
To me, me and BA had a classic conversation about this like last year, because he wanted to take it OD and say, so Chris, would you marry a prostitute? And I said, had pushback. I said, no. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, before I answer your question.
So the difference is the prostitute did it for money, the other girl did it for free.
We're not going with that, but I'm saying,
I'm saying so if she slept with 500 men for free, that's okay.
What I'm saying, Fearless, is how often are we going to find someone with 500?
And these chicks got 30 before they leave high school. What you talking about?
Come on, Fearless. 500. I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist. We can.
Well, what's a number then? I mean, you tell me. I'm asking you.
Let's throw out a number. What's a number that makes you uncomfortable? Just the first number that makes you uncomfortable.
1.
No, come on, Fearless.
You said what makes me uncomfortable?
That doesn't make you uncomfortable. We know you are fearless. You said you were Mr. Kappa, Mr. this, Mr. that, and now you are the born again Christian, and you want to have you want to get.
No, I wasn't marrying any of those chicks, so I wouldn't try to marry them. But I do know this: that the higher the number, the harder it is. Those girls don't get married long term.
And that's a crime. I think that's a crime against humanity. That shouldn't be a criteria. Fearless. If you telling me,
I think I said this before, so I'll say it again.
Sorry, so we're getting off topic. You didn't answer.
No, I'll say it again so you have a better understanding.
What's the number that makes you uncomfortable?
Anything I can't count over one hand would make me uncomfortable.
Wow.
To settle down with.
You're one of those.
I don't know what one of those are.
It means those typical manosphere dudes say 6s ran through.
Hold up. I want a woman who values her body, uses it as a temple, and not needs to fulfill that with men.
Fearless. You said you don't want to go over how many hands you got. No judgment.
I said 1 hand.
No. Because that's the standard you're holding the women to. But how many hands you got on yours?
I got a whole lot.
Right. So you are asking for something that you don't even qualify for, that you didn't even live that life.
Women do that all the time.
No.
Hold up. A woman will ask that you make 6 figures when she doesn't.
Okay,
so what are you talking about? Women always have a double standard. Okay, so you're saying I can't have a double standard?
What I'm saying, Fearless, is
no. Ask that.
I'm answering.
Hold up. You see, you keep escaping when we ask you a question.
No, I'm not.
All right.
You're interrupting me. Where I will split the difference is there are some women. I'm not saying a small amount. I'm not quantifying that amount. There are women who are asking for things that they might not be a good match for that person, and they're delusional. There are a lot of dudes, and I've said on these podcasts, who are doing the same thing, and we could slice it just on the conversation we're having. Dudes who like you specifically, who say I had my fun in high school and college, and I was a bachelor, and I've been with over 50 women, and I can't be with a woman over 6. Why? What does it matter? Why is that low? Why does that low experience matter? And how are you going to arrive at that number? That's the funny thing. How are you going to do that? How are you going to go ask all the people, talk about all her relationships and all the people she's been with? Is that what you're doing? So
if I'm getting married, I'm gonna know everything about the person I'm getting married to.
Oh my God.
What are you talking about? Hold up. Did you ask your girl, was she a virgin? How you know she wasn't a virgin?
I don't. Oh, so sorry. You're talking about the one I married. You're talking about. Like I said, I was the one who took.
How do you know she was a virgin? You had to ask her. The conversation had to come up.
So are we gonna go to like the doctor and like when she goes and gets her pap smear and just check?
No, that's the same question you just asked me, so I'm reversing it on you.
I'm saying, Fearless, high school was. I think that the problem with it is, Fearless, we're dating different women. The type of women I date, Fearless, I ain't gotta ask and question shit like that.
Shit, you do, man. You just dated a married woman, and you for a year that you didn't know that she was tripping on you. What do you mean? You need to ask those questions. You dated a woman for a year that 1, you didn't have sex with. 2, you didn't know where you stood on the relationship. 3, you spent all that money on it, still didn't know if you was with her. You're not asking the right questions. What are you talking about?
Hold on, Fearless. I understand you didn't get enough meat from the last episode. You want to kind of rehash this shit. The bottom line, Fearless, is this: questions were asked. And throughout, at the beginning, at the mid, maybe I took the foot off the gas after the mid because it seemed like everything was good. But what I'm saying is this: if you want to bring it back to the married woman, I was trying to leave that content back in 2024 for real. But at this point, Fearless, I don't give a fuck about somebody's sexual experience as long as let's address this as adults. As long as that person has no STI, STDs. As long as that person is dating with intentions, as long as that person and I have good chemistry and vibes, that's all I care about, Fearless. Like I said, I dated the married woman, and we had an understanding of like, hey, we're not exclusively dating. We're dating other people. She's going through a divorce. She deserves to do that. I've addressed this on this panel. When I was going through my divorce, I was dating multiple people. Had that understanding from the woman to me sometimes when I was going through a divorce that, hey, we're dating multiple people. And a lot of times,
you still ain't told me a number, Chris. I'm waiting for the number.
What number you want me to tell you?
What's the number that you find with a girl having that you would marry?
That number doesn't matter to me, Fearless. That's what I'm
trying to. 500 is fine. I'm just asking.
We're not. 500 is fine. I'm not going to understand what 500 is because I'm not going to have this fucking conversation. That's childish.
Is that number fine?
If things are working, Fearless, yes. If things are working, we have a great relationship, we have the same goals in mind. Is that a very lightning in a bottle case? Sure, but all
right. So this is the scenario I give you, or the thing that I stated before. Why does it matter? This is why it matters. When you go to get a job, the first thing they ask you for is your resume. Why do they want your resume? Because usually past behavior dictates future behavior. So if you're going from job to job to job, that usually is an indicator of how you would do in the future. If you have jobs for long term and you're building through those, much different indicator. So the reason I want to know, just like a resume on the job, I wouldn't want to hire somebody that goes from job to job. Yeah, it seems like they would have experience, but it shows me that they can't do anything long term and they don't take anything serious. So the past indicates how the future will be. So I want to make sure that somebody is either has long relationships or not many relationships.
But the problem, Fearless, is, and that's fine. If you are a guy who has a high body count and then for whatever reason you want a purity wife or you want someone with a low body count, you can want what you want. I think it's hypocritical. But what I'm saying is on the inverse, I'm a guy with a low body count. But what I'm saying is regardless of whether I had a high body count, whatever the fuck, that's irrelevant. Like I tell you on these panels, Fearless, I have been married and I've been divorced. I can see the forest from the trees, Fearless. I want to be happy. I want to be successful. I want something that works out. I want to stand up a family too. All this other miscellaneous bullshit of body counts and who she really date. Did she date someone I know? I don't give two fucks. I want it to work out, Fearless. I'm not doing this stuff to impress everybody else. I'm not doing this other stuff as a humble brag. If that's what matters to you, no judgment. If you want someone who has to have no more than 6, Fearless, come on. Like, some people go to college for like 10 years. So you're telling me they couldn't have been intimate with.
I don't care what them people had. That's not what I know. My value. I know what I bring to the table, and I know what I do. So my expectations may not be your expectations.
Correct.
So I have higher expectations. I know what I bring. Yeah. I know what I bring. I know what I give. So what I expect from who I'm going to marry is much different. Maybe your standards are lower.
It's not about lower or higher. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Fearless. It's a bullshit narrative. It has nothing to do with value. Someone who has a virgin has no more value than.
How many times can she be divorced?
That's a good.
Doesn't matter.
No. Let's be very clear about that.
How many kids how many kids can she have? Doesn't matter. How many kids?
We're talking about different things, Fearless.
How many? No, because you always say everything doesn't matter. How many baby daddies can she have?
No. We didn't.
No. You say you should be a stepfather. So how many baby daddies can she have?
We didn't talk about that. What I said is,
how many? Well, I'm asking, how many baby daddies can she have?
1.
Why 1? You don't think she could have just made a mistake earlier? It could have had 2 guys. One when she was 18, and she gets married when she's 20 and has a kid. And she's still a good woman, Chris. Why would you put that limitation on her?
Because what you're trying to say, Fearless, what the difference is, Fearless?
Why would you put that limitation on her?
Hold on, Fearless. Fearless, hold on. It's because you want to be the ultimate contrarian. The difference, Fearless, and when I was married.
No, what I'm showing you, Chris, is listen, Chris. What I'm showing you is you also have standards. Your standard is you don't want a woman that has multiple baby daddies. No. You don't want her to be divorced multiple times. You have a problem when I say I don't want a woman who's been out there. See, we both have standards, but what you try to do is say my standards are wrong, but your standards are right.
No, let me finish, Fearless. First and foremost, when I was married, my late ex-brother-in-law, he married into a situation where a woman had and it was in his 20s. She had to have had 4 kids, and I think he had 1 with her. I knew that time I couldn't do that. And I think she had twins. I think she had twins, or it might have been triplets. I don't really remember. But I'm just saying, to answer your question, I'm not opposed to dating or marrying a woman with a kid. And I knew that coming out of my marriage. I said it on one of these podcasts. I have a family friend that has a kid. Always admired her kind of growing up. I wouldn't mind dating her. I don't know if we would be a match, but I'm saying, let's just say this, because you wanted to ask how many, baby daddies does she have? It's also really around the kids. Like if she had 1 baby daddy, but let's just say she had quadruplets. I'm not doing that. And it's no judgment. It's no knock on her. What I'm saying is, I don't want to take that on in terms of a financial responsibility. You're not talking about a financial responsibility or anything that's going to really.
So when I say I don't want to take on a woman's past, her emotional luggage, all the baggage that comes with it, you say that I'm wrong.
But you said, Fearless, men are logical. They're not emotional. You're being very emotional.
I didn't say how am I being emotional? I said I don't want to take on her baggage, emotion.
No, but what I'm trying to say is this, Fearless. That is just. So that's really a society slander.
No, it is the Western society, Chris, because in African societies, in Muslim societies, and Arabic societies, if a woman had that many body counts, she would be shamed.
Is that where you're from? Was that where you were raised?
No, but that doesn't mean anything. That just means I have a standard.
That's fine. But I'm saying that's your standards. I love that for you. I think it's ridiculous. I don't want it for me. What I'm trying to say is
we also have another standard. Your standard is you would date a married woman. My standard is I would not. Well, your standard is you would date for 12 months and not be sexually active with the girl and spend money. My standard is not.
Hold up. My standard is also being a gentleman. Yours is not. But let's just say this.
How can I be a gentleman, my friend? I still date my wife. I take her on dates. We went on dates today. I'm not. You think I just walked up to her and said, "Come here, bitch"? I'm gonna marry you.
You just did.
How do you think that I got there,
You
man?
just did. But what I just want to say is this, Fearless. The bottom line is I'm looking for the characteristics within the person. I'm not judging that person about their sexual history. Women and men deserve to go through periods where they get to explore. I might.
No, that's what you want. I don't.
I'm not telling you
the
what you
woman that I
want.
need does not have to go through a whole phase, my friend.
Wow.
That's our differences. I don't need a woman to go through a whole phase.
No. Let's address this though. But if she did though, you're saying she's off. You wouldn't date her. You wouldn't marry her.
If she went through a whole, hell no.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Why would I date a hoe?
That's not a hoe.
If she went through a whole phase,
Okay. So you went through a whole phase.
No, that was how I was all my life. And like I said previously on your panel,
I want to fixate on that. You said I want a yes or a no. You had a whole phase, right?
I was a homemaker.
Okay, so no, I want you to answer the direct question. Yes or no?
Meaning I made a whole lot of hoes.
No, I'm saying, were you a hoe?
By the numbers, yeah, I fucked a lot of women.
Okay, so your wife married a hoe, is what you're telling me.
That's what she did, and she knew coming into it about my past.
So she didn't.
So she had the option.
She didn't get a good end of the deal, is what you're telling me.
She had the option
on your standards. On your standards.
What standards? She got an experienced man that takes care of her, that does all of that. She got the best end of the deal.
Okay.
She only works because she has to. She had the better end of the deal. What are you talking about?
But then, if that's the better end of the deal, Fearless, then why do you care so much about a woman's body count? Because there's a better end of that.
Look, here's the thing: you can date whoever you want. All I'm saying is the people that I would talk to, the men that I would recommend. Hey, make sure that you're not dating a woman who has that one, because she's going to bring a lot of emotional baggage. Because that means she's been with men that have broken her. She's going to bring that to it. Don't do that. It's going to be much harder for her to pay her bond. Bullshit. All of those things. You can do it. The people I would recommend to say no. And to my daughter, I would tell my daughter, hell no, you better not have no whole phase. What the hell? What kind of father would I be if I recommended? Yeah, baby, go to college. Fuck everybody.
Fearless, no one said that parents should encourage whole phases.
If you don't encourage it, but you wouldn't encourage for your daughter what you accept from your wife. Stupid as hell, man. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. You would want for your daughter more than you would want for your daughter. So you wouldn't encourage your daughter to be a hoe, but you fine with your wife being a hoe? What kind of wife would you marry? What's she going to teach your daughter?
Hold on, Fearless. I'm coming from the school of thought of people are going to live the lives that they want to live. You're going to, as a father, and I'm not one yet, I'm going to, like we talked on the last podcast, I'm going to do the best I can to provide, give.
How you going to raise your daughter? What are you going to tell your daughter?
I'll let you speak.
Have a whole phase?
Hold on. Wait, Fearless, with all due respect, shut the fuck up. Let me finish. I'm saying, as a father that I want to be, I want to try to use my resources and try to use my knowledge to try to give them a leg up, help them be a good person, to be able to help them, put them in the best position to find happiness. But they're going to live their lives, Fearless, regardless of what you tell them. I want them. So what I'm saying is what I want my daughter, what I want my son to do, I want them to be knowledgeable about how to protect themselves.
This is to address FLA trucker.
No, address them after
yes, that is, sir.
I'll address them after I finish.
No,
what I'm trying to say is I want them to be knowledgeable about how to protect themselves sexually, how to be sexually, try to promote sexual responsibility in terms of, getting STD checks, wearing condoms. Like I said, my dad gave me one of the best ones. I think, I might have OD'd on it. And he said, yo, you have a kid early in life, it'll ruin your life. And I'm still here, 42 with no kids. My brother's 40 with no kids. What I'm trying to say is this, like I said, Fearless, people are going to live their lives. Like, everybody's wired differently. Like you.
I don't care how they live their life, brother. That is no problem. That life is not condoned to what I'm in. Because here's what I do know. That when I look at my wife, I know that the first person, there's going to be two people that my daughter is going to love and who's going to set the bar. My wife will teach her how to be a woman. how to respect herself.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I would be the first man she loves, and I will set the gold and make the gold standard for the men she needs to date. So if I say, oh, yeah, go date a hoe, go date this, go date a poor man, that's what she's going to do. I set the bar. Just like my wife would set the bar for the standard of the type of woman she would be and the type of lady she will be. She's teaching her how to be a wife, not to be a 304, my friend. There's a difference.
Fearless. She has, with all due respect, she has you as a dad. And if she,
brother, I'm gonna tell you this.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You keep that out your mouth. I don't play that game.
No. Because you want to talk about this stuff. So I'm trying to do this as respectfully as I can. I'm saying, and you didn't let me finish. What I'm saying is she has you as a dad, and what I'm saying is sometimes people, men, sons and daughters, will look to qualities that they see in their mothers and fathers and look for that in a mate. I looked and I found some of those qualities that I see in my mom and my grandma and grandmothers in my ex-wife. So if your daughter or looks at you and like I said, grows up with you and takes some of the qualities from you, how do you know she's not going to take the permission? She's not going to land up with the same dude you are.
Oh, that could be.
No. Let me be very clear about that. Not the dude who you are today, but the dude. There's a lot of dudes like you, Fearless, who never change and get married.
Because what you do as a dad, I'm gonna tell you what you do as a father is, and I had this on a show. You vet the men your daughter plans to date. You just don't let her in the world. Because as a man, I can look at another boy or a young man and tell what type of man he's going to be. So I won't let my daughter go out into the world unprepared. Before she gets with anybody, I'm going to vet them and make sure that at least they reach a minimal standard. There's certain things that I want that man to have. One, I want him to grow up with a mother and a father. Why? Because I think that is important, that he sees roles that his father would have played and roles that his mother would have played. So that when he gets married, especially if they were in a healthy relationship, he can say, this is the role my wife is supposed to play. And this is the role I'm supposed to play. So he won't be a type of feminine man, or he won't be a type of man who is not a provider. Mm-hmm. See, those are the things that if I was to tell a guy to date, just like you said that your wife grew up with a family, mm-hmm. mother, father, she had that in it. And those are attributes that you like because you've seen her as a family woman. Those are the same things that I would tell my daughter to do. Make sure you date, because if you date a man who grew up with being raised by a mother, he's going to be a little feminine. He's going to be a little emotional. He's going to be arguing like a female. That's not the type of woman or type of man I want my wife to marry or my daughter to marry.
So let's have the hard conversations, Fearless. What if she gets with a man who's like the old Fearless? How are you going to stop that?
Chris, there's no way I can stop that.
Actually, before I forget, Fearless, let me ask you this. How many times have you been married? Because I've been burning to ask you this.
Why is that important? I don't want to talk about it. It's not that.
It's no judgment. It's no judgment.
It's not that, Chris. I don't want to talk about anything that with the past where I can't either have to defend or talk about.
No one's asking you to defend anything. I'm just saying
it's not that. It's if I had to bring them on and up, just like the last time I had to do with my son. I don't want to put anybody in my situation.
I'm not asking you to post some pictures. I'm just saying, Fearless.
That's the line. I just don't. It's not like it's a secret or anything. I just don't want to bring that in. Fearless. Because before you talked and said, "Oh, he has a son that he's hiding," then I had to go through all of this to say, "Brother, facts." But how did I hide my son when I posted him on my? I'm not going to cross that line. It doesn't matter.
Fearless, you come on this panel, you talk.
I was married. She died of cancer. How about that?
Okay, we didn't ask for all those details.
I don't want to talk about it. I just said I didn't, but you keep trying to nail me.
I didn't know why I said one. I said numbers. Like, is this the first time you've been married? It's the second time. I didn't ask for all that. Sorry. Let's be clear, but let's clear the air. Hey, I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry that happened to her. Okay.
So now what?
So all I just said, I was burning it. I was curious to know. I was
so now you got that. What else are you curious to know about?
Let's see.
So what if she was raised?
Yes.
Nothing I can do. Here's the thing. Nothing. I know the question. I'm answering that question. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. All that I can do is set a great foundation. Example, if your father said, I'm sending you to private schools, I'm giving you education, I'm sending you to the best college there is, and you turned out to be a trash man. There's really nothing he can do. He gave you the best opportunity to be as successful as you can. You squandered the opportunity. So with my daughter, I will show her, teach her, and we will give her the best opportunity to make the choice that she can. If she squanders that, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I get that. That was a great response. That was very media trained too. But what I'm trying to say, Fearless,
Why? What's
you,
up with your little dig, man? Why is it media
I'm
trained when I tell the
because
truth?
you did not answer.
But you get on here and you didn't your
answer the
problem is,
question.
Chris. I'm gonna tell you your problem, man.
Let me finish.
You listen to women, and that's the saddest thing. I don't know if you were around men or not. You let women dictate how you act.
Let me finish.
And if you do that, you're gonna get mistreated, which it shows how you have been mistreated.
Fearless, let me finish this. What I tried to, you danced around my question. You didn't actually answer it. What I said is, Fearless, what happens if your daughter gets with and marries the woman who, the man who's kind of like the old you, who was, for all intents and purposes, not the guy you would want him to be with, her to be with?
No, but the old me did what? What is the old me? So I can say what, describe what you're trying to say.
You say yourself on these panels, you are hard to get along with. Would you want, I think what I'm trying to ask you is, would you want your daughter marrying someone like you?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm the representative of what she should be married. I'm the apex of what she should marry. I make well in the 100 figures. I provide solely for my family. I make sure that if my wife doesn't want to work, she doesn't have to. I make sure that she's never had to lift a bill. She's never had to worry about no lights being off or food on the table. Why wouldn't I want my wife? I strive. I not only exceed in what I do, I'm physically fit. I'm mentally strong. Even you want to say I'm old. I'm older than you. Mm-hmm. I'm more physically fit than you. I'm stronger than you. Got less body fat than you. Faster than you.
You look weird.
I mean, why wouldn't I want that?
You look like, I don't know. I'm not gonna go there, but I don't want to look like you. I love the way I look. I'm not jealous.
And I think OB says I live in an apartment. OB, I think you missed my video, brother. Maybe you need to go back and, well, I think I don't have it anymore. I already showed that, so I don't think I have to address that. But let me address OB. And I think I sent this to you and you never addressed it. OB is the type of person who goes after women. So because he couldn't go after me, he wanted to try to dox my wife. How did he dox my wife? He wanted to put where she worked at, her office she worked at. He even stated on your broadcast, let's get her fired. I want to ask you, what kind of man is that? Because where I came from, he said he's from the streets. I'm from the streets. There's three things you don't do. You don't mess with a man's money, his wife, or his kids. He tried to do all of that. I don't understand. That's not a man to me. None of that's a man.
Okay, well then let's keep it a buck, Fearless, because you doxed your boy on this panel.
No, brother, I didn't dox.
No. Let me finish.
I sent you that in an email. If you want to go back to that, we can do that too.
Let me finish. OB, I'm going to let you on in a second. But you said on your little Men in Tights podcast last year, you said, Chris, I know what your sister's name, and it begins with a letter this. I know your wife's name.
So let me say. Hold up, Chris.
Let me finish.
I'll let you finish, then I'll go there.
And I said, and you said, I know your ex-wife's name, and it begins with this letter. I know where you worked. So you doxed me. Whether I put that information out for you to just go and Google and shit, that speaks to a lot to you as a man.
All right. So now, can I answer?
Go for it.
When I said that was in response to after those people put my information on your line. And what I said was, Chris, you kept saying dox. I said, Chris, if I wanted to dox you, I could dox you. I don't put your information out there. I could put your name, your sister's name, your wife's name. I said, I could do that. But because I don't do that, I won't. And I said that in reference to say, that's what you allowed on your show. I said, you allowed that on your show. I said, I would never allow that on my show. And if somebody came onto my show and tried to pull that, I would automatically either delete them. That would be one. And number two, I wouldn't. Hold up. I'll even give you an example. Back way before somebody sent me photos of Zed. Here go photos of her from her TikTok, wherever it was. I could have published those photos. I did not. Because if Zed wanted to keep her face secret and her name, they sent me her name. Where she's at. If I wanted to publish that, I could have. And I said before, I would not. If Zed doesn't want to have her face out there, that's not my responsibility to put her face out there. If she doesn't want people to know her name is not Zed, it's not my responsibility to say that.
Okay, so that was cute. Now I want to go back to my statement. My Instagram does not have my ex-wife's name on there. My Instagram doesn't have my baby sister's name on there. You had to do some sleuth, some data, some Sherlock Holmesing to do that. Come on, Fearless. Stop.
No, brother, what you did, you don't even know when you first came on. You put your whole name on the representative.
Sure. I did.
That's what you did.
I did.
No, it wasn't. That's not even a search. You put when you first came on the Zed's channel way back when. You not only did that, you put your Instagram on there. So it wasn't like a big deal.
No. I didn't put my Instagram. I put my Tinder. I didn't put my Instagram.
You put your Instagram, brother.
No, I didn't.
It had your last name. How would I know your last name?
Because my Tinder was the same.
I don't even have a Tinder account. So why would I know how Tinder? I don't go on Tinder.
Let me finish. My Tinder had the same handle as my Instagram. So you took my Tinder handle. You went to Instagram.
Brother, I could care less about your Instagram. See how you just changed the goalpost? See what you did?
Apparently not.
See how you just tried to change the goalpost?
Fearless, your butthole gets really tight on these panels, and I don't understand.
I don't have no brother. I keep my butthole tight. I don't live in Atlanta, my brother. My butthole stays tight. I'm just saying, stays real tight. Maybe you let your butthole go.
No.
Fearless don't let his butthole go.
I'm the dude in this industry that's gonna, as Cat Williams said, I'm gonna have the tightest butthole in this industry. Because I'm not compromising myself. I'm being completely real on these panels. You're not gonna find another person like me, Fearless. I'm not like you. I don't use media trained answers to dance around things. I don't. Hey, you want to ask me a question? I'm too scared to say that.
So me talking eloquently and stating something is using media trained answers.
Saying Fearless,
brother. Don't you give presentations at your work? Don't you know how to talk? I don't think so, because I know that when you talk, you say 100 times on everything, man. So maybe your speech is not as eloquent. So maybe those are things you need to work on. And then when you find someone who talks eloquently, you think that they are rehearsed.
No, what I'm saying is it's not about how you're saying it. I'm saying that you're full of shit is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I know you are not the person that you really make yourself out to be. When you say, hey, I want my daughter to date someone like me, maybe the you right now.
So would you want your daughter to date someone like you?
I'm not the person like you. I'm not nothing.
Would you want your daughter to date someone like you?
Absolutely. But
so you would want your daughter. Hold up. So you would want your daughter to get married, get a divorce, and start dating a guy for a year.
Hold on. No. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm asking. That's like you.
Say that one more time.
You would have no problem with your daughter being a single woman, dating, having a kid.
Wait. We're throwing a lot of information out here. Let's roll it back. Let's go back to the first. You said a woman who gets married, she's in a 20-year relationship, she's married for 13 years, she gets out, she starts dating while she's married, just like me. She dates for 3 years, she has a podcast, she's very transparent. She dates a married man, a man going through a divorce for a year. She should be ashamed. You're saying she should be ashamed of that shit?
No, it's
that was my life. I just told 100% facts. You want her to have a low body count. You want her to date a guy for a year.
So you would want your daughter, you wouldn't care if your daughter had a high body count.
No, because she's still a person. She's still a human being at the end of the day.
So what kind of daughter would you raise that would do that?
What I'm saying, Fearless, is you can still.
You wouldn't raise your daughter to do that? That wouldn't be a shame. See, the thing is, I know you have a nice family name. I'm sure that you have.
What I'm saying, Fearless, is did your family raise you to have a high body count? Is that what they raised you to do?
I don't think either way. No.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That shit's gonna happen whether you want to or not, Fearless.
No. I was raised where it didn't matter. And like I said before, what you tried to say, I was pulling your leg. I said, if I had to do it all over again, I would get married as a virgin, man. No, that's what I tell dudes now. I'm like, bro, it's all the shit that I've gone through and done didn't make me a better man. All the hoes I had, all the tricks I did, and all the things I did didn't make me a better man. I say, I tell men now, I say, man, just like a woman can go through those things where you have baggage and things, you can get to a point as a man that, the sex is no longer pleasurable because you've done everything. That's why when Deion Sanders was like, man, he said, when you get money, you just get more of something. If you like to drink, you get more expensive drink. If you like women, you get more women. It doesn't make you better. That's what I tell them.
We talked about this a little earlier on the live when Femi was on. I think the problem that you're saying this, Fearless, is you might have been prioritizing the wrong things in your pursuits of women. For me, it was.
What was I prioritizing? So I know.
I wasn't a fly on the wrong.
No, so I'm wondering what was I prioritizing, so I know if I was prioritizing the wrong.
You said it a little earlier. You alluded a little bit to it earlier, and you said, "Hey, there were some of these women. I wasn't even trying to marry them. I was just trying to sleep with them."
Oh yeah, back in my college days, yeah, man, I played football. I did all of it. I wasn't trying to get with no woman seriously.
Right. So at what point did you start seriously dating?
In my mid-30s.
Okay. All right. But what I'm trying to say is this. There are a lot of men, Fearless, that they drag it way beyond 30s.
And hold up. If we go back to what I said before, because you always change up what I said. I said the optimal age, if I was to do it, get married at 18. Why 18? Because one, that's when you're physically able as a man and a woman to best produce your children. But what has happened is it's very difficult to get married at that age, especially now, because you used to be able to get married. A guy could go to like a factory work or do trade work and he could support a family. Now you can't. Then I said, well, if you can't do that, the second best time is probably like between 22 and 26. Why is that? You've gone to college. And it's for a woman, the best time you're going to find the most men that are around you that are high class and pursuing careers are probably going to be about that age. So find somebody in college or find somebody at college. I always say, find a guy who is trying to pass the bar instead of looking for a guy at the bar. So I say get married early, get married young, start your family at 25. You get married for 25 years. That means when you age 50, your kids, you done pay for them to go to college. You done funded your 401k. You done paid for your house. You were 50 years old. Now you can retire early. Downsize, travel the world.
Okay.
But a lot of times what happened is the only people that are looking for those MRS degrees and spring by rings are the majority white people.
Why is that?
I just put in the comments the guy Jeremy Reeves. Women get mad because this football player asked this white lady to marry him. And they say, oh, it's just because he was successful. They don't know that brother was cut from a few football teams. She dated him through college when he didn't have anything. And so she got to reap the rewards. Just like a Travis Hunter. I'm not saying that Travis, is best, but he's not the most attractive man there is. And if he wasn't out there, she stuck with him before he had the Heisman, before he had that. And I'm not saying she's the best pick, but she'll reap the benefits of his success. A lot of black women want to meet you at the finish line.
That's bullshit, Fearless. That's really bullshit. The problem with it, Fearless, and I hate that I'm not trying to disparage all black men. A lot of black men ain't ready. They're not willing to get married until they're at the finish line. That's one. But I don't want to ignore you. If you want to get up here and speak your case, come on and do it. I know I was going back and forth with Fearless. I don't want to act like I'm ignoring you. If you want to jump on the panel, go ahead and do it. But Fearless, that's not true. And we've got to, as men, stop trying to antagonize women about, are you married? When are you getting married? When are you having kids? All this other bullshit. We live completely different lives, Fearless. You'll be running naked and afraid. You know how to kill deer. You've probably killed a woolly mammoth. I don't think you could walk in a woman's shoes. You wouldn't want to do that.
Brother, you're right. I'm not walking in no woman's shoes. I'm a man.
No, but I'm saying
men don't walk in women's shoes.
No. What I'm trying to say is a figure of speech. I'm saying you would not want to be born again and have to.
I'm gonna do this. I don't want to do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna. Where am I at?
I don't think you.
I don't know, because I said in 2025 I'm not gonna prove anything.
Okay,
I'm not. I was gonna let me walk through my house. I'm not gonna do that.
I don't understand why you need Fearless. I don't know why you resort to this shit. Nobody's asking you for this.
Oh, that's just OD saying I'm living in a Frisco apartment. That's why I said I was gonna walk through my house. I'm not gonna do that. I already did a video on that, so I'm not gonna do that. I already did a video showing my income. I'm not gonna do that.
So,
And if you watch that, I'll let you go ahead and speak for me. If you've seen that video, where am I at, Chris? You tell them.
what video?
You seen how much I made? I know Zed did.
Sure, I've already said it on the panel.
So am I a $50,000 man?
We're not making. We're this is.
I'm asking. No, you ask the question. Am I a $50,000 man?
No.
Where am I at?
You're well above that.
I'm well above six figures,
Right.
100,000.
Yeah.
Am I living in an apartment?
We don't know.
I showed a video on that.
No, we can save that for your channel.
All right.
We don't need that.
We'll do it. So
this ain't
I just had to say it. And here's the thing. Here's what I would tell people in a minute. There's nothing wrong with people living in an apartment. If I was not married, I would live in a studio apartment, trying to pay as least amount as I could, stacking my money and retiring early. I would never purchase a house. I would only rent. The only houses I would purchase are the houses that I would rent out. That would be it. So I don't know. Y'all get this thing in your mind, which y'all think what money is. Your house is not an asset, man. The house you own is not an asset. The house you own is a liability. The house you rent out to somebody is an asset. I would never. If I didn't have no kid and wasn't married, I'd be in the smallest apartment there was. I wouldn't be cutting no grass. Wouldn't be shoveling no snow. I'd have a gym there and a pool there, and I'd be traveling half the time. I wouldn't have to worry about nothing. You guys are worried about the wrong thing. So what if somebody lived in an apartment? Shit, Anton Daniels make $175,000 a month. He living in an apartment.
As I said, man, I seen your paperwork. I seen your resume. I seen all that. So I seen where you worked. You worked at the exact car shop that I said you worked at. It's a pretty good job. You went to school.
Car shop,
you made a little money. You make more than 50. You make 80, but you don't make what you're saying.
80, brother.
Y'all running around with a little gay boy for clout. Austin look gay. We all see it, but you're claiming yourself hood. Y'all ran around with a little gay boy for clout. Own it.
Hold up. So
own it. Own it.
I'm gonna own it. So you saying this?
That's all I'm saying, Chris. Just pull the page up. We know what gay look like. We know that boy don't come from no family where he can live in Africa out of nowhere. Y'all fucking that little young boy in the ass for Africa money. Let's keep it real.
Get him, Bubba.
Let's keep it real. We seen Papi Rico coming on here. He's with James now, and he let James into the chat. Why y'all in chats with 20-year-olds at 50?
Oh, I'll tell you this. I'll answer that question. You want me to answer it?
I know the answer already. That's what I'm telling you.
How old is Mr. Beast? How old is Mr. Beast?
I don't look at all that shit. Okay. That's what I'm telling you.
So because your thing was, I can't learn anything from someone.
You whack, dude. You whack.
This is your naivete. You say I can't learn
like that? They ain't on here 11.
Are you going to just keep over talking me, brother? If you're going to keep over talking me, I'll just go and let you and Chris have a conversation.
Go, man. We ain't tripping. I don't need you. I rented Airbnbs when I was 20. It ain't hard to rent an Airbnb and say, look at my house.
How am I going to rent an Airbnb?
You 50, man. I'd be damned if I'm 50 years old trying to prove something to someone on the internet and show my house. That automatically let me know you childish.
I just said I wasn't.
You childish, bro.
You the one that keeps saying I live somewhere in an apartment. You was where
I seen your apartment, bro. I seen it. The same place you say, meet me by the Frisco Mall in Texas. Meet me by the. Oh, now we know why. Because you live in the apartments across the street from it.
Yes, you just
childish, bro. Meet me in Frisco at the Cowboys Stadium area. I'll show you what I got, bro. I don't need to see your little Lexus, man. That shit turned me on when I was like 17, when I didn't know no better. I'm grown. I'm not excited about cars. I'm not Austin. I'm not apartment. A 22-year-old lost kid.
This is my apartment.
Even if it's a house now.
Hold on, brother. You just said I live in an apartment.
Did you not live across from the Frisco Mall? People move. It ain't hard to get a house. You can rent a house for $2,500 in Frisco. The apartment wasn't the cheapest because it's in Frisco. What's your point?
You just said I live in an apartment.
Did you or did you not? As I said, a hit dog, a holler. Did you or did you not live there? Is that not what the government paperwork said?
Sir,
is your wife not a school teacher?
You gonna let me talk enough? You keep asking me questions.
I'm ready for it.
First of all, no, my wife is not a school teacher.
So she don't teach Spanish classes. So now you just gonna lie.
She don't teach Spanish classes.
All right. I know you're just gonna lie,
What,
man. Hey, what do I expect, man?
What
do
you
I
asking me
expect?
questions? See, that's what happens when somebody think they know something that they
I
don't.
don't have to think it. A hit dog, a
My
holler. As I
wife is
said,
not a
if someone
teacher.
came on
My
here,
wife is
hey
not a
Chris,
teacher.
if someone came on here talking about my wife do this, I do that, and none of it was true, I would laugh because it ain't true. But if I came on here saying this dude doxed me and I had to dox you to prove that what you did on your panel wasn't right, then it got to be some truth to it. So a hit dog,
You
a
right, brother.
holler.
You right, man. I'm a $50,000 dude to live in the
I
studio
don't give a
apartment.
damn if you make
Now what?
100,000. Like I
Now
told
what?
you, you lame just for the
Now
simple
what?
fact that you're on a 20-year-old gay boy page looking for clout at 50.
Look, I don't look for clout for that, bro.
Build some clout, and if you can't get it, just be okay with it. But I'm not gonna go mess with little gay boys just for some fame, for some YouTube fame.
Yeah, you right, man. You absolutely right, OB. You the man. You the man. You all that. You do.
I'm
You
just
got a
mature,
master's.
man. Just face it.
I
I'm more
wouldn't.
mature than you, and I'm half
There's
your
no way I
age.
would go to school to get a
Face it. I
master's
know the
degree
truth.
to make
Face it. I'm half
$50,000.
your age and more mature than you. That's what hurts.
You right, brother. You are the man. All that. You got a master's degree and scared to make over 100,000.
Yep, that's what I'm scared to do.
Just because we in different leagues, don't be upset at me.
Just because we're in different leagues, man. I know, man. I can't wait to get 50 so I can marry a 30-year-old that I couldn't afford when I was 30. As you said, black women try to meet you at the finish line. What did she do? She didn't
My
talk to
person,
you when you was 30. She talked to you when you was 45.
my wife didn't meet me at the
Met you
finish
at the
line,
finish
brother.
line.
She didn't meet me at the finish line.
How old is she? Didn't you say she only 30-something the other day? You 50? So
Yeah.
she met you at the finish line.
No, my brother. I quit. See what? I ain't even gonna go into that. But I've already said that. When my wife met me, I had nothing. I had nothing.
With all due respect, Fearless, let's please retire the black women are waiting for black men at the finish line stuff in 2024. That's racist as hell.
So you tell me when they get married, then, Chris. If a woman says you got to have A, B, C,
My wife
and D,
married to me now, boss. And she black, and I ain't 50 and she 30. So that's already ended. Chris has already been married in his 20s.
you got the
And
best
she was
wife in the
black.
world, OB, man.
So
What's
that
the problem?
argument already ended.
What's the
Will, who
problem?
comes on here, and Will like to show stuff like y'all. Will show me his pictures. We still talk occasionally when I see him on YouTube. He showed his traveling, his vacation pictures. His wife is black. He got 2 kids. He's done numerous traveling. He showed the photos. So that's what I'm saying. Plenty of black women
But then
marrying black men
didn't you
who
accuse
taking
Will of
care of
being broke too?
business.
You
You
accused
just
Will of
hate
being
your
broke.
own.
You accused Will of being broke.
I just named 3 people.
You just accused Will of being broke before. So
I did tell him he ain't no millionaire. I told him quit playing. You're not a millionaire. Quit
how do you know
playing.
how much money that
I
man
said you
got?
took some vacations and it's cool.
How
And
do you know how much
and my
money he
wife
got?
told him that too. We said it looked good. You ain't got to lie to kick it.
You ain't got to lie to kick it.
That's what you say. Oh, here he goes, saying he makes 70,000 again, scared to make 100.
You
Y'all want me
said
to
he
be like,
makes
y'all? I
70,000.
make 150,000 and I'm on YouTube at 1 a.m. arguing with 20-year-olds
That
and
means I
hanging
got a
out with
life to
gay
do whatever
boys
I want.
who don't have a home life, who parents kick them out the house and they homeless.
How
But
you know
since
so
he got
much
a
about
following,
him?
I'm
How
hanging
you
out
know
with
so
him.
much
But I make
about him? How
250,000.
do
Let
you
me
know
teach you how to
how do
get
you know
rich.
so much about him? You talk
Want me to
about him
talk
more
like
than
you?
anybody else. How do you know so
Do you
much
want me to
about him?
talk like you?
How do you
Does
know
that
so
make
much
you
about
feel
him?
good?
Brother, you couldn't make me. We ain't in the same league, brother. We've already proven that.
I know we're in the same league.
No,
That's my
we
whole
not in the
point. So
same
that's
league.
why I'm saying quit
You
lying
and
to
I are
kick
not
it.
in the
And my
same
main
league,
thing
brother.
why I don't rock with you because you got self-hate.
You are not in the same league
A
as me.
cute car don't make you better than people, man. Cool, you work out.
A cool car, brother. What you? How do you
A
know what kind
cool
of car?
car
I don't.
don't make you better than
I
people,
never said.
man.
This is how crazy you
Quit,
are. I never
quit
said what
with the
kind of car I
self-hate.
drive. Ob, let me
First,
tell you
black
what kind
women
of person you
smell.
are.
Now black
I
women only
never
wait for
said
you at
what
the
kind of
finish
car I
line.
drive.
With the
So you got
self-hate.
to try to overtalk me. I never said what kind of car I drive.
I
That's you
seen your
trying to mention
car.
the kind
I
of car
already
I drive.
seen the Lexus you had. We seen that. The same Lexus
Then
that
how
you were
did you
riding
see
with to
it?
Austin with the top down. We already seen
So that
that.
means you watching me. I ain't watching
Yep, I
you.
watched everything. That's what I'm telling you. I called you out, a hit
Thank you
dog
for
holler,
watching
and
me,
you
brother.
complained
Thank you
about
for
it. And what you
watching me.
talking about? We
Thank
seen
you
the
for watching.
Lexus.
You just proved my point. You watching me.
We
You
knew
more
you
worried
worked
about
at
my life.
Toyota or wherever you worked at here in Plano, Texas. A hit dog holler. We knew your wife was a little teacher with no degree. You know, it don't
Lord.
take nothing but a certification to do them little classes she teach. You tell me I tried to dox you. I said I would. But if I wanted to do it, I would do it.
Let me see. She don't. I won't even show
But
my
I'm just
wife.
saying, a hit dog a holler, won't it? You still on here chasing money. You say you got so much, but you still on here trying to chase fame, paying people with these right-wing thoughts to basically regurgitate your thoughts. We see it. Yeah, a
So
hit dog a
now my
holler.
wife doesn't have a degree.
A hit dog a holler.
So
You
my
don't need
wife
that for
doesn't
the
have
little
a degree.
ESL classes.
Let me see if I can just do. Let's see. Since we always.
Nah. Just show us where she worked at that school to prove that's the truth. Just show us how you worked at Toyota and IT, not making $250,000 like you're a general manager. That general managers don't even make $250,000. Probably a vice president.
May I ask you, Chris?
Let's see that. Let's see that Frisco address. That Frisco address. Show that.
Chris, can I ask you a question since you in IT?
Sure.
So let me give you my certifications. I'm certified.
I already know you graduated from Cincinnati. I've already said you had a
I don't know
degree,
why
and that's
this dude
good.
keep
Now I'm
over
trying to figure out
talking
why
me,
you
man. Why do
fronting.
you keep over talking?
You got
I'm
a
talking to
degree,
Chris.
and that's cool, but why you fronting?
Chris, I'm talking to Chris. So
We already know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Chris.
Like you said, how you know my car? I never showed it. We already know.
All I want, Chris, this is all I
Because you
want you
play
to do.
childish games. You played childish games, and then you got caught up, and you got exposed. That's why grown people don't do stuff like get on the internet with kids chasing clout.
Chris, I'm gonna ask you a
Things like this
question.
can happen.
You can. If he keep over talking me, I can't talk. So, Chris, I'll ask you a question. You in IT?
Sure.
So I'll tell you what certs I got.
My wife's in IT. You're not making a point, boss. That's not impressive.
I got an AWS solution architect. I'm a CISSP. I'm also certified Scrum Master. So if you want to look it up with the average salary,
You don't even need that. You don't even need certifications. You get with the right company, they'll just take you on. Sometimes they'll take you on with no degrees.
You right, man.
I work with plenty of people every day in positions with no degree. They just work their way into it. Some people got it. Some people get a little extra because they got a degree. Some people get a little less.
To do cybersecurity.
You're not proving the point, man.
You don't need a certification.
Once again, you're just used to talking to Austin in where you can run the conversation and impress them because they're 21 and 22.
You're right.
Can't impress grown men.
Hey,
you're right. You don't need a cert for that.
One thing I do want to ask, a little bit on an OB32 tip, Fearless. Why, at your age, no judgment, are you so infatuated with fighting? Why haven't you got that out your system?
I'm trying to,
childish.
Because here's the thing. I'm from an age and time where there was no internet. I'm from that generation. We didn't have internet. I grew up, we didn't have it. So if somebody talked about you, what we said is, brother, you on the phone. Well, let's just meet outside at the playground.
Too. And you know what happened? Most of them guys locked up, they're dead or in jail. So we grew up and realized that wasn't the way, and we started guiding the youth to the right direction. So you childish.
I don't do keyboard warrior.
So you're childish. That is exactly what you're doing. You just came on here saying, OB, he doxed me, he told all my information. That's a whole move. He ain't a man. I don't respect it. That's what you're doing. Gossiping.
OB, let me ask you this. Since you're such a man and you're a gangster, and you said
I'm not a gangster, sir. I'm not a gangster, sir. I did that in my childhood days. I'm grown now. That's why I'm calling you out for it. I don't respect grown men who act like kids.
When I say let's meet at the star and talk like men, you never met. You never came there.
You childish.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Yeah,
So what it is, Chris, is I come from an age where you just can't talk shit about somebody and let that go. You want to be a man? See, I come from the age where people say, you want to act like a beast when you do beast things. And that's what I do. I don't talk the shit and don't back it up. Hold up. So when somebody says they want to talk the shit, I say, okay, let's talk it. You live in Dallas.
You're not backing it up. They're laughing at you. You're childish.
We can meet somewhere and talk it out like men.
That's what he's saying.
No, but
you're childish.
Fearless, what I'm trying to get at is, at what age do you grow out of that?
I am not as of November 26th.
You're a dad of two.
That's what I'm saying. I don't. That's why I got off the last one. No longer am I trying to go toe to toe. I got too much to lose now. So that was last year. So I'm trying to change up. But just like in the Godfather movie, they keep trying to draw me back in.
You're not Godfather. You're a regular working African American man. You married to a Latino and talk about women who look like you.
Wait, OB.
This is real life.
Wait, hold on, OB. He quoted The Godfather. Am I wrong? Didn't Al Pacino get Rambo'd at the end of 3?
Probably.
Isn't that what happened? He tried to get out the game. He got Rambo'd.
Probably. I don't remember, Chris. It's been a minute.
I've seen them. They're like 3 hours long each. The third one was terrible.
I remember something like that gunned him down at the church for his kid's christening or something like that.
I think he went to the play. He tried to go legit. And I think Al Pacino.
That's what I did. I'm trying to go legit. Y'all keep trying to bring me back. I'm not trying to be in that. I'm trying to be a nice guy.
That's not true. You came on this panel. You argued with Femi. You came on this panel. You tried to argue with me.
Nobody argue with Femi. Femi asked a question.
Argue is an understatement. You were coming looking for fights.
No, I wasn't. She asked. I said, "What is wrong with a woman being a 7?" That's the question I asked, and she got in her tight. I said, "A 7 is above average." If somebody said, "Man, you above average," to me that was a compliment. I didn't think he was dogging her out.
No, but the context is different. Is there anything wrong being a 7? No,
I don't think so.
No, so hold on. Is there anything?
No,
wrong
because what she said is her words were, "What she wants to be a 10."
No, what I'm saying is this, Fearless. Her statement was a guy told a woman, "You are a blah 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 _7. You are a base."
And what did I say? I said, I don't know because I did not know the context. I said, I don't know if the guy asked her, or if the woman asked the man, what am I like from a scale of 1 to 10? And he said you a 7 or an adjustable 7.
You were at the Frisco Mall with your wife, putting the camera on a black woman, basically rating her on the internet like you were a 16-year-old child at 49.
A black woman at the mall. 50. What mall would I be at with my camera?
It don't get no more childish than that.
Sir, I think you got me mistaken.
But I know these women just did decide to run the Zed page and tell us that just because they wanted to lie on some guy they don't know.
Bro, I don't even bring my camera out to the mall. What are you talking about? So that
wow, man.
So that would be a lie. I don't take my camera out. I don't need to do that. The only time I do that is when I travel out of the country, sir. So there you go, listening to women again. Man, y'all the most listening to women dudes I know.
Well, let me speak on that, Fearless. Like I said, I've said on these panels before. Like I said, I was married 13 years. I was the person trying to debate and discuss disagreements through analytic or logic. That shit is dead now. I want to, because that's not emotional intelligence.
So what is emotional intelligence?
Listen, I'm not the SME of that, but I'm just saying. Let's actually, matter of fact, let me do it.
I mean, you're telling me something that you're not, so you got to define it.
What I'm trying to say is, like, my interpretation of it is, and I'm going to Google it in a second, but my interpretation of it is to be able to listen and understand what where someone's coming from.
Well, then Chris, finish this. So when you never listened to us when we came on and said, Chris, you're dating a married woman. Why don't you ask her these questions? So you never listen. So you're telling me to have emotional intelligence, but several men, including OB, including American Live, came on and said, Chris, why are you dating a married woman? Why haven't you asked about this? Why haven't you gotten things straight? Why is it that you keep saying, I want to have a child, I want to be married, but none of your actions did that? So
why are you acting like you're a good guy when you was on the Andrew show just downing and being racist, and then when it didn't work, then you come over here and try to change the platform?
I
don't think he owe you anything, to be real.
I'm gonna answer that after his statement.
Who's Andrew's show?
That's funny.
I don't know what you're saying. On the Andrew show. When was I on the Andrew show?
To answer your question, Fearless, directly, and we'll get back to OBs. Actually, finish OBs, because that was a good question. Because you do flip the script, Fearless. You do be trying to rebrand.
But you didn't answer the question, Chris. You just tried to tell me I don't have emotional intelligence. And then you tried to define what emotional intelligence was, and you said it was about listening to people. And then I stated, well, it seems that you don't have the emotional intelligence because several people tried to tell you what was going to happen with you and the married woman. And you said something like this. As King Arthur tried to pull the hammer out or the stone out of the stone, I'm going to keep trying no matter what somebody says. You said, even if my therapist tells me that what I'm doing is wrong, I'm not going to listen. So to me, you're telling us that you lack emotional intelligence.
Fearless. What I'm trying to say is, and we're starting 2025 off hot. I'm not fucking you. I'm not attracted to dudes. I'm not in a relationship with dudes. I'm using my emotional intelligence with the women I'm dating.
Define emotional intelligence, because you still have not defined it.
Let's Google it real quick.
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna hop up off here. I just hopped up on here because he wanted me to come on here. Like I said, exactly what I did, I'll say it again. When you act childish, you get childish stuff. And as far as respecting people, I respect people, try to help people, stay in good positions, especially if they Black trying to do something with themselves. But when you Black, you 50 and you misleading the youth, I got no
So
sympathy
please
for you.
tell me
So
how I'm
what happened to your
misleading to you.
job? What happened to your wife? I have
Please
no
tell me how
sympathy
I'm
for it.
misleading to you.
I had no sympathy for it. We all know what you did. I'm not
Please
about to
tell
go
me.
back and forth with you, boss.
All right.
Have a good day,
If you're
man.
going to make an accusation, get up to it, brother. That would be
Everyone
it.
see it. The chat will tell you what you do. I don't
The
have to
chat is
see it.
full
You
of
know what
women,
you
man.
do.
I
Why
don't
argue
listen to
with you?
women, man. Women argue. I don't.
That's not good, Fearless.
Your chat is full of women, man. If you look at any man on your chat besides the feminine men, it's going to be an entirely different outcome. But go ahead. What is emotional intelligence?
Let's see. Let me share it one more time then.
The ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions, as well as understand and influence the emotion of others.
I got the capacity to be aware of, control, express one's emotions, and be able to handle interpersonal relationships.
You could not express your emotions, because if you expressed your emotions, you wouldn't have been with a married woman for a year and not tell her how you feel and what's going on. So you did not understand or influence her emotions. So you did not practice emotional intelligence.
Fearless.
How did you manage your own emotions and not be able to tell this woman that you dated what you expected, what you wanted, and what was the outcome of that you did? When we told you to do that, you said you were nervous to do it. You said, I don't want to do it because I was making plans for New Year's. And if I say something, we might not have those New Year plans. So you are saying you did not understand, use, or manage your own emotions.
All right. Let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
What I said on the last live, very transparent, uncomfortably transparent. I don't know if it was like 7 hours long. What I said was we had conversations before when we connected on the app. We had conversations before the first date. We had conversations on the early dates. We started maybe dating in February. I said verbatim, maybe I didn't say it when you were on. The last time, I think I did. The last time we really I had to sit down and said, hey, where are things? How are things going? Are your needs getting met? That was about July. She said verbatim, as I said maybe a couple times on that live, she said, hey, what you're giving me is not what I was necessarily expecting, but it's consistent. It's giving me what I need. Once I get my divorce final, I'm going to approach you. I'm going to, want to take things up a notch, and I want to be in a relationship. And what you're giving is not going to be good enough because I'm going to want to take it up to another level. So after that point, I kind of took that and said, hey, you know what? This is good for now. Let's just keep things rolling. And conversations to that point stopped at that point from like July to December or whatever. And in between, I noticed energy changed. I didn't have those I had those conversations, maybe not as much as I should have, not standing on it as much as I should have. But like I said, I took that as a lesson learned from this. But like I said, like the type of emotional intelligence I'm having with you on these panels and the type of emotional intelligence I have when I'm dating people, Fearless, is night and day. Like I'm not going to have it, as Femi would say, and some of the other women would say on these panels. Prism would say it. Yo, the way you hear me talk on these panels is not the way I'm going to be talking to the men they date. So the type of Chris that you're getting on these panels is not the Chris that women are getting that date me. So I'm sorry.
Can I ask you? Let me ask you a question.
I'm not going to be snuggling in bed with you. I'm not going to be giving you the TLC. Pause.
So let me ask you something. Why is it that the type of fearless that talks on here has to be the type of fearless that would date? Say
that again.
You just said the type of Chris that is on this panel is not the type that a woman would date.
Right.
So what makes you think I would be the? Go ahead.
What I'm saying to say is, Fearless, is I think I take an issue with some of the things that you're spreading about.
What am I spreading?
You're spreading, hey, you talk to women. That's not a bad thing, Fearless.
Say that. Say that again, because you always
or you say, Chris, you listen to women. That's not a good thing. It's a good thing, Fearless.
So when these women basically comforted you and said, Chris, it's okay you're dating a married woman. Chris, it's okay that you wait a year and not try to have sex.
Hold on. Let's roll the tape back, because all the women I probably dated were not saying that. No one really said that. I did my own thing. So like, I don't want you to jump to conclusions and think that when I talked to Maya when I was in Vegas, that was August. She said, you know what? Take off your rose-colored glasses. Da, 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 da. And I forget exactly what she was saying, but she was like, I don't know about this. I think she said verbatim. She's like, I think y'all are wasting each other's time. Da, 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 da. Listen, I was enjoying wasting time. I was having a good time wasting time. But
And see, there goes the difference between you and I. Like I said before, I wear my watch to let you know that my time is valuable. I don't know how a person who is 42 years old, they state that they want to be married, they state that they want to have a family, waste time.
It wasn't, like I said on the last podcast, Fearless, it wasn't wasted time because I grew as a person. What the waste of time, Fearless, is going to be going through that again, or anything that resembles that. And like I said, let's put some respect on this. Married woman is a great woman. She's not in the place to really be dating in a serious way.
Hold up. Now you said you had emotional intelligence. So you should, with emotional intelligence, you should have known that when you first met her. See how you try to dog me out and say I don't have emotional intelligence, but then I show you that you really don't have it, because this is something a person with emotional intelligence could have found out and could have seen very early on, not a year later.
Fearless. The bottom line is this.
So who has emotional intelligence? You?
I think you're using the wrong words. I think you need to really.
I'm using the definition.
No, you're not. What I'm trying to say is, Fearless. The bottom line is this. Everybody's going to go through things. Like I said, I just had that conversation with you about 20 minutes ago. I said, Fearless, why are you at 50, arguing with, preaching, hey, black women finish, wait for black men at the finish line, which is racist as fuck. Why are you on?
Because I can tell you why, Chris.
No.
Chris, here's why I can tell you.
No, I wasn't finished. I was like, why are you 50 and you're so enthralled with arguing with people? Why?
I'm not enthralled with arguing with you.
Yes,
it's just the fact that what you say, what you teach men is very wrong. You teach men, don't worry about it. Don't worry about your time. Don't worry about anything. It's okay to just date and spend your money. That is crazy. You're the one that makes videos and says men shouldn't wait, but none of the men that you have talked to waited. You keep saying Ronan waited, I waited, these people, none of us have waited. We've already had that life, had children, and had that success.
Waiting in what context? What do you mean?
I don't know that's what you said. Waiting to have a child, waiting to do this. You're the only one that's waiting.
I get what you're saying. I say what I'm saying when I say that, Fearless, is I'm saying we should not be preaching to men, oh, you got all the time in the world. I'm telling people in these panels, and since you've done so much homework, you've done so much doxing on me, you need to tell the story completely and say, Chris is also being transparent on these panels, saying, preaching to men, he's 42. Don't wait till you're 42 to start a family. He's 42. So
what you're saying is we should just learn from your mistakes.
What I'm saying is this.
So you don't set the example, or you set the example of what they should not do.
Fearless.
I'm asking a question. So you setting the example of what they should not do.
No, I think I'll say this.
You keep saying you're transparent. You're dating a married woman. You're trying to get married. So you're setting the example of what they should not do.
No, what I said is.
How are you setting the example of what a man should do?
No, what I said is this, Fearless. I said on the last panel, I said, I don't regret dating the married woman. Do I ever do it again? Will I ever date a person going through a divorce again? No. But what I'm saying is, I also said in that live, Fearless, I enjoyed spending time with that person. That was a good person. It helped me grow. So what I'm saying is, you sometimes have to go through experiences, Fearless, that might not end up the outcome that you want, and it might make you a better. If you truly are.
What do you think the outcome was going to be? You said you got to go through the experience. What did you think the outcome would be?
The outcome dating the married woman is, I dated this person who on their profile said, hey, in terms of having a child, I'm not sure. In terms of marriage intentions, I'm dating for marriage. I'm dating for.
But you met her. She was married. You dated her for a year. She was married. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
You keep saying that you are the example. How was you the example? And you even bragged about spending $1,000 to $1,200 a month on this woman, on dating.
No, let's be very clear about this. I said back in my heyday, going through my divorce, I was wilding. Am I telling guys to do that? No, I'm just saying, I don't remember the context. You might do because clearly like you're doing your homework.
You said it. You spend $1,000 a month on dating, and I thought, man, that is the craziest thing in the world.
I'm saying I don't remember the context of what I was saying, but I was saying back in 2021 when I was dating multiple people. Yeah, I was probably in that ballpark, and I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that's what the reality of things were.
So is that the example you would set for guys to do?
What I'm trying is this.
Dude, why you keep saying you trying? I ask you a question and then you go off.
I'm trying to
do you think that's an example men should do? Spend $1,000 to $1,200 a month dating women?
Fearless. Let me finish. Let me answer that question. You don't let me get like 2 words in. What I'm saying is like life is to be lived, Fearless. Am I proud that I was spending $1,000, possibly $1,000, or in the ballpark of $1,000 a month, back in 2021 or whatever the heck? No, but you couldn't tell that Chris anything different. He wanted to do that. That's the way he wanted to show up. He enjoyed the people, the time, and the people he was spending it with. What I'm trying to say is this, and I've been trying to preach to you on this live the whole time, Fearless. When you say I'm gonna vet my daughter and I'm gonna make sure she gets with a certain type of man I want her to get with. No, she's gonna get with the man she wants to get with, Fearless. So she's gonna live a life.
So obviously she would get with the first. See, this is how women go out. They don't have a male representative in their life. They don't have any males that they can look up to, no male role models. So that's why they go astray. Of course, she will probably date anybody that she wants. But usually what will happen is she will look at the golden standard to say, my father took care of this. My father opened doors for me. My father was not physically abusive. He talked emotional to me. That's the type of man I want. Just like the type of woman that I got would be more like my mother, a woman who takes care of the household, who was raised to be a wife, who knew how to also raised to be a mother. That's what the qualities I looked for when I wanted to settle down.
Right. So all I'm trying to say is, Fearless, with all due respect, you don't, and I'm not a parent. You are a parent of 2. I'm not a parent. I'm a parent of 0. Actually, maybe a dog dad of 2, but I'm just saying, I don't have any children, but I can only imagine you can't approximate and predict who your children are going to grow up, whether they're going to be on your program or not. So I wish you the best with that.
Could your dad approximate whether or not you would be successful?
I have to ask him. I'm not my dad, so I can't.
All right, let's just say you said your brother was successful. You have a sister who's successful. Could he approximate that?
The way I would say is to kind of split the difference. I think my dad did everything he could to make sure that he could have his children have more resources and live a life that he didn't have to live, and put them in a position to be successful. There's a lot of people, Fearless, who grow up. I talked about one on this podcast. He was one of my men of honor, or he was one of my groomsmen. Sorry. And his mom ran for a political position in Atlanta. I'm not going to put her whole business out here. He got caught in a 14-count indictment of wire fraud and like internet fraud. So you can't really approximate and predict.
So do you think you had a better chance to be successful or a better chance to be unsuccessful?
He had a better chance to be successful. All his siblings.
And that's all I can do, Chris.
Right.
No. I can't predict nobody's life. All I can do is give them the opportunity,
right,
and show them the right way.
Right. And now we're on the same page here. So all this.
But that's what I said. But the opportunity that I'll give will far outweigh the opportunity of what someone else gives.
How do we know that your daughter won't mature at the pace that you did and not really understand the right things to do until they're 30,
because you're not a father. So I'm going to help you out.
Right.
I'm going to help you out. The role of a father, or the role of a mentor or anyone else, is to say, these are the mistakes that I made. Because I've made these mistakes, I want you to live life, but I want to make sure that none of the mistakes you make cost you a lot. Mm-hmm. And I'll give you an example, because we talked about this before. Mm-hmm. You have to touch the stove. Mm-hmm. That's the dumbest thing in the world. If I have already touched the stove and found out the stove was hot and it's burnt, I could save my daughter the headache, the pain of touching that stove by saying, I've touched that stove. Yeah. It's hot. It's not only hot, it will burn you. It will cause severe burns and it will hurt you. So in order to save you the pain, here's something you can stay away from. As a parent, that's what you're supposed to do. The mistakes that you have made, you're supposed to convey that to your children to say, I've made these mistakes. This is what it cost me. And now you can live through my mistakes. And I've said that to people. For instance, if you read a book from like if a millionaire said, billionaire, whomever, what's his name? Warren Buffett. He says, I lost money. I did this. And it took me 20 years to make my first million.
Mhm.
But in this book, I'm going to show you all the mistakes I've made. So you don't have to make those mistakes. You can make your million much faster because you didn't lose the money making the mistakes. That's what a mentor does. That's what a father does. That's what all of those do.
Right. But all I want to say is, and we talked about in that previous panel about how, I think the crux of it is this, Fearless. Some people, in my opinion, are more wired to be able to to live that way and avoid touching on the stove. Some people need to kind of touch the stove and they learn a little bit from that. Well, all I'm trying to say is this, you got to be there for that person as they hear that advice and maybe not follow that advice. And maybe they, it ends up in possibly it ends up in a mistake. You have to, give grace and understand that like people are going to learn in their way, Fearless. If everybody took that advice, nobody would ever make mistakes because everybody has gone through the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun, right?
Some people don't have that advice to take, or what happens is we live in a world where somebody says, don't do as I do, or what is it? Do as I say, don't do as I do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, nobody does that. So you have to not only be the example, you have to live the example. It's not what you say, because those are just words. You have to be a person of actions.
Yeah. I wish you the best, Fearless. I really do.
What do I need your wishes are the best for? I'm all right. I mean, I'm a $50,000 making apartment living guy. I'm happy.
No, I'm saying with your plans to make sure that your kids never.
So
make
what
mistakes.
You're saying? I shouldn't have any plans?
Huh? I never said that.
All right. So what would be the issue?
What do you mean?
You're saying good with my plans. I've always heard that if you don't plan to fail, you fail. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and they also say everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. They also got that too. So so they got something for everything. But what I'm trying to say is this, Fearless. Hey, hats off to you that you feel like you are gonna be able to steer your kids through all the pitfalls and all the mistakes they could possibly make. That'll cost them.
No. All I am is a safety net, my brother. I hate when you put words in my mouth. I'm a safety net. So of course I want my child, my son, my daughter, whomever to fall. But I'm a safety net to make sure that they don't fail.
Right.
Everyone falls. It's like you fall, you learn. But I don't want their mistakes to be so detrimental that it hurts them later on in life.
Yeah, and I think we said similar things. I said you do the best you can to kind of give that advice, but people are going to kind of make the decisions that they want to make, and if that doesn't turn out for them, you need to be there for them and be there for them to support them when they kind of go through that or whatever. So, like I said, like I don't know what we're really talking about, but. At the end of the day, Fearless. Oh, sorry. Yeah. One thing I wanted to address. You wanted to try to pin me down, pause, and you wanted to say, Chris, you're teaching these men the wrong things. Fearless. The biggest thing that I stand on, Fearless, is anti-misogyny and to be a gentleman, to be chivalrous, to be patient. This time, the married woman tested my patience. I was irritable, to be honest with you. And this is an anomaly. It's probably never going to happen again. But I'm just saying, regardless of where things end up for me, Fearless, I'm always going to preach, be a gentleman. So things might not have gone where I wanted to go with the married woman. I don't really have any regrets. The same thing could be said with some of the women that were dating me in 2021. And this is just a good segue, because I said in the last podcast, I said, man, dating the married woman made me think about, man, I kind of feel sorry for the women dating me in 2021, 2022, with an asterisk on that, because I was taking them on great dates. Let's be very clear about that. I was very transparent, saying, on my profile, hey, I'm not really ready for a long-term relationship. But I think the problem was when they see people who are showing up a certain type of way, they're going to say to hell with those intentions. I want to try to make a boyfriend, husband, out of you, because that's what you really want. That's your end goal anyway. So what I'm trying to say with that is, I'm losing my train of thought, but it's that, like I said, about being sorry about the woman who wanted to date me, is like, they tried to, just like I did with a married woman, I tried to show as much patience as I possibly humanly could with someone who probably, their intentions said, hey, I'm ready for this. The behavior said differently. So that was, I said on the previous podcast, that was a similar struggle with me in 2021. Is like, I just wanted to get out there and date. I tried to, my intention said I'm not really ready for a long-term relationship. People said felt otherwise, probably because of how I was showing up, dating, going on dates a certain type of way. What I'm trying to say is this: I'm going to always fearless preach, be a gentleman. That should never go out of style. I understand a lot of the manosphere, specifically the name of this podcast that we didn't even get into the content yet. They want to preach to them, be guarded, don't trust women. They're out here, they're all out here to get you. They're all here to fuck you over. I'm not.
I've never said that. I mean, I don't know how you keep putting me in there.
I said manosphere. I didn't say you. If as OB would say, I hit dog hollows. But what I'm trying to say is this: I'm trying to preach showing up a certain type of way. If you want that type of woman, you're gonna have to.
What type of woman?
I'm saying the women that the manosphere is claiming they want. They want this low body count. They want this. Forgetting the woman off the Cosby, but they want the Cosby type of wife. You're gonna have to court. Like I said, like I courted a woman. Didn't necessarily go where I wanted to go to, and I had to, like I said, I had to stand on integrity and say, just like the woman from St. Louis that was dating me, and I was laughing about it earlier on the stream, and I said I was similar to the married woman when I was in her shoes, and I said I just wanted to go to the relationship was over, and I wanted to go to a wedding just for the fucking fun. That doesn't make any sense looking back on it, and I was kind of laughing at it. And maybe the married woman 2, 3, 4 years from now will laugh at it and say, man, I thought about going to a New Year's Eve with Chris, knowing that we just confirmed that we're not the right people for each other. It was going to be fun, but in retrospect, it was going to be a fucking waste of time. So what I'm trying to say is this: like, life has to be lived fearless. That's why I don't judge the body count shit. That's why I don't judge people's experiences. I don't judge where they grew up.
I don't judge them, Chris. I don't look. I don't care if whomever on your panel, if Femi, if any of them want to go out and have sex with whomever, I don't care. I said that's not the woman I'm going to marry. Judging you, I don't care. That's on you. That's between you and the dude who's going to date you. I don't care what they do.
Don't block your blessing. That's what I'm gonna say.
I think the God wouldn't send me that type of blessing, sir.
The God, as I said, the Lord works in mysterious ways. So
I don't think he would send me that type of blessing.
Well, let's just say this. Oh, I'm not going to go there. All I'm going to say is this.
But
let's use your boy Ronan as an example.
All right,
he's divorced. What's the chances of him remarrying in the States with a woman under a 66 body count at the age of 56?
But he's old. I don't think he in the States probably not.
Gotcha.
So what's that mean? So that would be like me saying, well, what is the odds of me finding a type of job that pays this much money living in Timbuktu, Alabama?
So what I'm trying to get to is
so why wouldn't you? So that makes no sense. So if I can't find what I'm looking for in Timbuktu, Alabama, why not move to a place where I can find it? So that's what he's doing. He's saying if I can't find what I'm looking for in Houston, Texas, why not go to a place where I can find it?
There's a lot of reasons why. But I want to ask this. Before we go to that question, because I like this. This is getting good. This is getting good. Do you think at some point a man, because you said right now, and I don't want a woman with a body count over 6. At what age do you think that is an appropriate requirement to have? I'm curious. I just want to pick your brain here. I love picking brains.
I mean, I know women that say they got married when they was 20 and they've been married that entire time. Husband died or they got a divorce, so they just have one man.
So you got married to your current wife at what age?
10 years. I was 39.
So at 39, and she was what age?
like 25.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So she wasn't having no body counts like that, brother.
So again,
I thought
25.
first.
No. Let's approximate this, and I'm going to do this as respectfully as I possibly can, because people go to college at what age? 18
Mm-hmm.
and 25, 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Really could be 6, because that person could be turning a new age in that same year. So let's just say 7 to 8 years. You're saying they can't have a body count over 6, over 5, really. So they can't have a body count over 5. So they could
What
not.
are you see? Here's what you're automatically doing. No, what you're saying is somebody went to college instead of, and their goal was to spread their legs.
No. I didn't. This is
Why
not the goal.
would you know? That's not a thing. I know women because I've met women and been with those women. When I was in college, there was virgins. So what do you mean? You can't what body count?
Okay, yeah, you're sorry. You did kind of wake me up a little bit, because I was using I'm just losing my math here. I said 7 to 8 years. What the fuck? How did I get to that? How the fuck did I get to that? 25. Oh, I think I was saying 18. But some people like, no, let me not use judgment. Some people are losing their virginity at 16, 17.
Are you losing it younger than that?
Yeah. So like I'm saying, and you said 5. So we got use virginity as 1. So you're really saying 4 after the virginity. So you're saying, so I'm saying from 17 to 25, you're saying that person can't be over 5.
What person? People or
no.
Person?
I'm speaking to you. There's only one person on this panel. I'm saying
no. You said what person can't be over 5?
The person you want to marry. Because you married
no.
Wow.
I don't know what you keep asking me the same question.
Yeah.
But you got to understand probably the person that I would marry now at this age would have a different standard than the person I would marry younger.
Yeah. I think the way I see it is this, Fearless. It's nothing wrong with the way you stand on that, but I think people will sometimes stand on things that really don't amount to anything. Like if you say,
so tell me what doesn't amount to. Hold up. So I'll tell you what it amounts. No, let me break this down. I'm gonna tell you what it amounts to.
It's almost
it amounts to a woman who had home training, she felt that my formative years did not have to be spent spreading my legs to find out my worth. That I already knew my worth because I was raised to be not only a wife, but a woman. So I didn't have to go out there and find myself and get lost and find myself through the extension of a man. They didn't need that. They already knew who they were. They were confident within themselves. So they knew that they could wait for that special person. So you're telling me somebody like, what is that Olympic person name who's still a virgin at 40? She ran track.
Yeah, I forget her name. I know who you're talking about.
So you're telling me that those people don't happen?
No, I never said they don't. I'm saying they're anomalies. They're outliers.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Lolo Jones. Do you consider yourself an outlier?
Yes.
Then what the fuck? So you're an outlier, and you're looking for an outlier. What's wrong with that?
Whoa.
So why can't if a woman finds you, she finds an outlier?
Yes.
So if I find a woman I want, she's an outlier. I'm looking for outliers. That's what I'm looking for.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is, Fearless, is like when you say, hey, some of these women are looking for guys who make 6 figures, like some of these women are saying that because they, like Angie said on one of these panels before, it costs to raise a family. It costs to have kids and
No, sir. Let me take that. Let me hold you out on that.
You're just standing on.
No, because what you keep saying is a guy has to make 6 figures and know that. It's your expenses, man. I know people that make 6 figures that live paycheck to paycheck.
Right.
I know people that make less than that and enjoy their life because their expenses. This is about your expenses.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, Fearless, I was trying to good for saying that. What I'm trying to say is certain people have certain lifestyles, and to be able to take care of that certain lifestyle, they are looking for a person who makes more than 6 figures or more, or whatever the heck. Some people.
What lifestyle is it? What lifestyle do you need?
I'm not those
because
people.
when I grew up, like there were times that I've seen friends that I know a good friend of mine, Sebastian. He didn't have nothing, and he was happy. When I've gone to Jamaica and other countries, that was my first humbling experience because I've seen people who didn't really have a lot but their happiness was not based on their material things. So what is it that you need to be happy?
Well, fearless, what I'm saying is like that's the way you want to live, but you have to respect that. Like when we look and listen to Auburn preach, and we listen to some of these other like YouTubers who do reactions on women who say, "I'm looking for a guy, and he's got to make $200,000." You never know where they live. They might be living in New York, they might live in California, but they have every right to say, "I want a guy who makes 150 or 200."
Okay,
Or
so Chris,
yep,
I don't know why you take it from this woman's point of view. If that woman has every right to say she wants a man that makes six figures, why doesn't that six-figure man to say every right that he doesn't want a thought?
What I'm trying to say, fearless, is two things. Like I tried to explain before, and you probably interrupted me per usual. Is the fact that they're looking, a lot of these women are looking for that, the man who provides that. It's not just for a flex. It's not for some superficial purpose. That person who has a body count of 5, fearless, is no less valuable than the person who has 6 or 10. But to you, it does, and to me, it
So
sounds
that guy that makes 100,000 is no less valuable than the guy that makes 50, than the guy that makes 20.
They're apples.
See what you do? You always go for the woman's point of view, but when I give you the same scenario for a man, it's different.
What I'm saying is this, because it's a good conversation.
Hold up, you just said it's okay for the woman to say, I want this, this, and this. She can have a standard, but the man can't have a standard.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is it's like we, unfortunately, fearless, are not women, so we don't have to consider some of the things that they need to consider.
We got to consider it more, Chris.
No, let me finish.
You know why? Hold up. You know why we got to consider it more? Because when we marry and get divorced, if we make a lot of money, women usually get the children. They usually get a lot of our resources. We really have to pick different. So our pick and our choice, when they say it that your wife is the greatest business decision you will ever make, it's true. So what do you mean that we don't have to consider? We definitely have to consider.
I think, fearless, hashtag emotional intelligence, you listen just to respond. So I don't think, with all due respect, you have a high level of emotional intelligence.
And you never answer the questions.
Because you overtalk people.
I've asked several questions at the same time in several different ways. And you always say, I understand what you're talking about, and then say something else.
What I say is this, fearless. You are angling and chomping at the bit to hear people have perspectives that speak to both sides. I'm not here to speak to Fox News and CNN. I don't give a fuck. I'm speaking about my perspective. I say this to Chris all the fucking time. My red pillar best friend all the fucking time is like, you say things. I'm not saying things to like slight the men. If I do make a perspective or a comment, fearless, of yo, women, I'm having empathy for what women go through or how they might be choosing for something. I'm not saying, well, all the things that men want are irrelevant. I'm not saying that, but that's the type of person you are. You want to hear that comment and say, I want you to talk about and validate how men's choices are valid too. I'm not saying that.
Can I ask you a question then, Chris? If I look back at every thumbnail, every podcast you've done, have you ever held women accountable?
That's a good question. I have on these shows, but
please tell me one instance of which you held any woman accountable.
First and foremost on the last one, when we talked about the married woman, I said, the married woman I said on this podcast too, I said like the married woman, she's going through a divorce just like I was. And
that's not holding someone accountable, Chris.
No. The difference is, fearless, and this is turning into a shit cast, but I'm trying to say is this. For the last 2 or 3 hours, the problem is, fearless. The answer is not going to be. No, let me finish.
Go ahead.
The answer is not going to be good enough for you until I say exactly.
I don't know. You can say what you want. Say it.
No, I don't. But the thing is this: one of the classic answers that I've always had to push back on that statement of why you don't hold women accountable. Men and women, specifically when we're talking about the Black community, men and women aren't on the same level. The Black men are the ones. Men in this country specifically are lonely and they're in a crisis. The women are not. So I'm not going to be able to keep the same energy for men and women, fearless.
So basically, you do not hold women accountable.
No,
that's what I said.
That's not what I'm saying, fearless. I'm saying, do you have to hold? You play football. Are you holding? And this might be a terrible analogy. I'm hashtag terrible analogy.
I'm holding everybody on the team accountable.
Yeah. But I'm saying the people who are struggling, you have to hold them a little bit more accountable in different ways than the people who are acing and are doing well.
Hold up. Okay, let's just go what you just said. You just said the men are struggling,
right?
Not the women,
right?
So that goes against your point. Wouldn't you be holding the women more accountable and holding the hands of the men?
Well, I think maybe
hold up, Chris. See, you keep saying this. I'm going exactly what you said, and I listen. But see, you keep changing it. You said football. Wouldn't I, the person who is not good, wouldn't I hold them less accountable?
No, you didn't listen. Again, like I said, you're low.
Right. Hold up. Then what did you say?
Intelligence. I said, would you not be having to hold them a little bit more accountable than the person who is doing their assignment, doing their job, making the right play?
That's not what you said, Chris.
That's what I said.
Chris, you said, wouldn't you take it a little less with them?
No.
Chris, come on.
Roll the tape. Like I said, fearless.
I'll roll the tape back. I got it right here on my other one. I'll roll that tape right back.
I'll restate it. Let me go get some water. Let me take a swig of water.
That you did, and not really understand the right things to do.
All right.
I'm ready for this. I said 7 to 8 years. Because when I grew up, I'm not saying things to like slight the men. If I do make
you said roll the tape back
or comment, fearless, of yo, the person you want to hear that comment and say, I want you to talk about. You want to say it? I don't. But the thing is this: one of the classic answers that you do not hold women accountable. No, that's not the people who are struggling. You have to hold them a little bit more accountable in different ways than the people who are acing.
More accountable. That's why I just said.
Everybody on the team accountable. Yeah, but I'm saying the people who are
just
struggling, you have
tape
to
back
hold
to
them a
what
little
I
bit more
made.
accountable in different ways than the people who are.
Go ahead.
I just said, wouldn't you hold the people who are struggling a little bit more accountable than the people who are doing well?
I'm at the. I didn't go back. I went further than that part. So I'm not at that point.
Fearless.
But go ahead. I'll let you correct whatever you need to say.
At what point? Because I said this, and I'm going to say it to you. I changed this about myself when I got divorced. I'm not listening to respond anymore. I was that person to a degree. Because I realized that's not getting me anywhere. At what point, fearless, are you going to grow up and stop being the person who's listening to respond and actually listen to people?
I'll listen to you. That's why I can repeat.
You just rolled the fucking tape back to say.
That's why I can repeat everything you said.
No, you.
I listen to you. If I don't listen, how can I dictate the entire conversation that we had? I listen to you.
Bullshit, man. You just rolled the tape back, fearless, and said exactly what I just said.
So you said we should hold. Let's go with that. I got to the end of it when you repeated it, not when you first initially said it. So I didn't hear that part. That's what I just told you. So you didn't listen.
You're not hearing it, fearless.
So you're saying that the people who are struggling, we have to hold more accountable.
Yes.
Okay, let's go with that. So do you hold, and we go back to the initial question. Do you hold women accountable?
Yes, fearless, but we have to, like I said with the football example, the men are struggling. They need the attention first. We're not going over to the house we're not going to ignore the house that's burning to go over to the house that has a cat in the fucking tree. And I know I'm not saying that's exactly the case here, but I'm just saying the house is burning with black men. We need to go put the fire out. I know you want to go put the fire out on the house that's not fucking burning and waste fucking time.
See, but in your perspective, you're saying that the men are the issue. I don't see it that way.
Exactly, you don't. Of course you don't.
That's right.
Of course you don't. We all see that. Everybody who's going to listen to this.
So do we see what's the issue with men and what's the issue with women? Because as I see it, the men still are the traditional people. We pay for the first dates. Because I asked you this question before. Women want, if a woman made the same exact as you in the same position as you on the first date, or if you were married to her, would she expect you to pay on the first date and take care of the majority of the bills?
I said on that same podcast, fearless, I don't have to show up the way I show up and be chivalrous, 100% chivalrous, 1,000% chivalrous. I choose to because that's who I want to be. On that same podcast, before I broke up with the married woman, I said, yo, I'm not playing around with the married woman. I'm going to continue to show up the way I want to show up. It might not have worked out for the married woman, but I guarantee you this, she'll probably still come back and say, I do appreciate how he showed up and was courting. I do appreciate that. But what I will say is this. I said on that same podcast at Fearless, I don't want a nickel and dime like you. No disrespect, because nickel and dime might work with the women that you're trying to date. No disrespect. All I'm trying to say is I don't want to play around with the women who I want.
I'm gonna have to have you back that up. I want you to back that up, man.
Why are you interrupting me?
No, because you keep making these accusations. Who am I nickel and diming with?
When you're saying I want to go on the first date and you can get a soda, a coffee, or a cookie, that's it.
No, what I say is this. What I say, Chris, is my time is just as valuable as any woman's time that I date. My time is probably more valuable, especially if I make more money. So hourly, my time is more valuable. So when I go out, I'm going out to find out what's your intentions in dating. Are we even compatible? Right. I'm not going to go out and spend $1,000 like you because I don't have to impress the person. I'm not leading with my wallet. I'm not trying to impress them with my money because that's already a given. Just like if you ever listen to Ocho Cinco said, man, I wear earrings in my ear from Claire's. They $2. Right. He said, I don't take a woman out like that. By the time I'm taking them out, they've already looked me up and know my net worth. Why do I have to impress them like that? I'm taking them out to find out who they are and to see if we're compatible. So you taking them out to try to impress them. I would never do that.
Okay, just let me be very clear here. First and foremost, Ocho Cinco is a celebrity. You are not, sir. I am not.
Hold up. When I was the BMOC where I went to school at, I was Kappa Alpha Psi and I was played football, was a D1 starter. What are you saying? I wouldn't have married?
Let's just be clear. On YouTube, you're not a celebrity. And Frisco, Texas,
I'm not trying to be a YouTube celebrity. I don't care about that. I'm not dating these people out here.
All I'm saying is this, Fearless. Let me restate something. I'm not dating the women to impress them. I'm dating them to really focus on bonding. The married woman.
Then why does money be a factor? If you are focusing on bonding, money should not be a factor.
Well, here's the thing. It's like the woman in St. Louis. Our first
Hold up, you don't skip. Don't let's go on this.
Yeah.
If you are dating to get to know them, money is obsolete. So why spend that money? You try to downgrade me and say, oh, you want to go on this date and this date. I'm dating to get to know them. So money is not the factor.
Right.
With you, money is the factor.
No, Fearless. Money is involved because if I'm thinking about, I'm trying to think of an example. Let's just say if The Lion King or Hamilton was coming to Atlanta, if I know that person loves going to see Hamilton, like I took my on again, off again to see Chris Rock when he came in town. I could have gone by my damn self, but I wanted to share that experience with someone who I cared about. And yes,
Chris, on your first date, you don't know somebody to care about them to take them to Lion King. And that's what I'm saying. Why would I take somebody I just met to the Lion King? I don't know them that well.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is this.
You keep saying what you're trying to say, but I hear what you're saying. Right. And I'm saying, why would you spend money on a first date to take a girl to the Lion King and you don't know her? Just because she says she may like it?
No, what I'm trying to say is this. The answer to that question, and I ran out of water, I'm getting cotton mouth, is this. A lot of times when I show up Fearless and I might be doing something that's like wild, impulsive, it's not, I always say on these podcasts, it's not because the woman put a gun to my head and told me to do it. It was me feeling like, yo, tonight's conversation's in town. I want to go. I want to bring her to it too. I want us to both share this experience. So what I'm trying to say is I don't have to do it to the levels that I've done it before, but I do it because I wanted to share that experience
with a stranger.
No.
You don't know. How do you know somebody on the first date that you need to share somebody, but you don't know that person?
Why the fuck is you so worried about what he doing?
Exactly.
What the fuck? It matter to you how much he spent on his date.
These women.
Why you trying to dictate this man's life? Ain't you married?
So you cool with it? So let me ask you a question. Since you give great advice, you fine with him dating a married woman?
He can do what he wants.
So you find that's the example. Hold up. Is that the example that he just said?
He's in that situation. We know about the situation.
So that's the example that he just said.
The lady's going through a divorce, and if he want to date her and she want to date him, guess what? They grown.
No problem if you do that, but don't try to give advice. But don't hold up. But don't try to.
About it, but you
lady, I'm not going to overtalk you if you're going to keep yelling
about this man's life. Like you want to date him.
We can talk, but we can't.
You acting like you want to date this nigga because you sitting up there
Right.
pressed about how much money he's spending, pressed about what he doing. You
Chris, if I
crazy.
talk like this and I yelled over everyone, you would tell me I'm
I
going to
don't
get
care how
kicked
you
off.
talk. That is a manipulation tactic.
See,
I
there
don't
you
give a
go.
fuck how
See,
you
this,
talk.
and
You
now,
still
Chris,
a
you understand what I'm
sleazy
saying when I
nigga. Don't
say there is
nobody
a
like it when you up
disparity
here.
when it
Everybody
comes to
can't
men.
nobody in the chat tolerate you. You ask these stupid ass questions as a 50-year-old man. I ain't even had myself together at 30, 45 years old. But you up here talking all this shit trying to impress
I
people,
didn't have
showing
myself
your house.
together,
But
ma'am.
wait. I'm talking.
No, you
You
screaming. You're not talking. You screaming. You're not
talking about you
talking.
wanting to oppress a woman, but you sitting up here trying to oppress niggas in the chat, showing us your house, telling us about your certificates. Nigga, you fugazi. Asking him, so he shouldn't be trying to impress a woman, but you trying to oppress us in the chat? Nigga, you a 50-year-old fucking clout chaser trying to give somebody advice and you had to go overseas to marry somebody. And you're lying about it? OB just told all your business and you're lying about it?
Fearless.
Chris ain't got an answer to you. He ain't got an answer to you. You ain't nobody to be answering to. Who is you?
Yeah.
Who is you?
And that's what I'm trying.
50-year-old nigga that turn on his camera to show his house but say, I ain't trying to impress nobody.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say, Fearless, is we're different people.
So can I talk now? Or
No, you can't talk, nigga.
I still get yelled
over. You've been
over.
talking enough. You've been manipulating enough.
So that's the thing, Chris. Do you see how you allow a woman to talk to a man, but if I was to talk to her the same way, I would be disrespectful.
Man. You a man? You ain't get yourself together till you was 45, nigga. That's what you just said. You a man?
Right.
You married to a 30-something-year-old. You a man? No, you a little boy. Sit down.
Fearless,
you a little boy.
Fearless, we're both
saying. You a little boy trying to show off up here. You a little boy trying to manipulate somebody and trying to worried about what another nigga doing. You think a man worried about what another nigga doing with his money?
Yeah,
nigga, what is you?
At the crux of it, Fearless, is this.
I told you I don't care what you do with your money. I just told you a fool.
No, that's not true.
I said a fool and his money.
Nigga, you just said
I'm not going to talk over this lady, Chris. Chris, you either got to mute her or we can't talk,
nigga,
man.
No, you need to mute. You sitting up
I'm
here
not
talking all this
disrespecting her
bullshit.
and see how she's disrespecting me.
Mute me.
If
nigga,
I was to talk the same way,
earlier, now I'm back.
there we go.
Ain't muting me.
Man, and you wonder why brothers don't date black women, man. This is the type, this aggressive behavior by black women is what we got to deal with.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that, Fearless.
See how you just did? We're not doing that. But you allow her to call me a nigga. You allowed to call me broke. You allowed her to say all of this, and that's okay. There you go. See, Chris, I'm just showing you your bias and your hypocrisy.
So what? He could be biased. What you gonna do about it?
I'm not gonna do nothing. This ain't my panel. This ain't my show.
But to sit up there and go to another panel and try to impress somebody else with your lame ass self. That's all you want to do.
That's right. I'm lame. And now what?
You is a line.
What did you win?
Sitting up here talking the way you talk, talking about body count, asking another nigga what he doing with his money. You a line, nigga.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. I don't care what he does with his money. A fool and his money will soon be parted.
No. Everybody right about you. You over here because you think you're better than somebody, but you're not better than nobody.
You're not being honest.
Can't nobody tolerate you.
You can't even talk, Chris.
We can't stand you. I know your goddamn wife can't stand you. Where's she at? I thought she was right there.
Let me just say this, Femi. Fearless, we're two different people. We're all three different people on this panel. The way I show up on the dates is because of how I organically want to show up. If that doesn't vibe with how you do things, then that's not how you do things. I'm not telling people, hey, go out there, take people to the same type of dates I go to.
Man, you ain't taking this man's advice. This man just said he didn't get his stuff together till he was 45.
Oh, baby, I didn't say that. No, let me correct you. Let me correct you.
You ain't gotta correct me, nigga. I heard what you said and I heard what OB said.
I'll repeat
you ain't gotta correct me.
I'll repeat it.
So what me, nigga. I don't care about nothing you got to goddamn say. All you talk is manipulations and in circles and move the goalposts. I don't give a fuck about what you say.
All right. So I've said to Chris and for the audience.
Be quiet.
So this is what it is. I had a career in the beginning. I wanted to travel.
We don't give a fuck. We don't care.
You know what, Chris? I'm gonna let you go, man. I'm gonna bid you a good night. I wish you the best, Chris. I can't deal with this type of behavior, man.
We don't.
We can sing together, but we can't talk together with this. I can't deal with that type of energy.
Nigga,
this
get
type
the
of
fuck
woman.
off the panel then.
That's the type of woman. And they wonder why brothers become passport bros.
No, niggas like you a weak ass nigga become a fucking passport bro.
Guys, if this is the representative of the type of woman you have to listen to, if this is the representative of the type of black woman you have to listen to, Start dating a white lady. Start getting your passport.
That's racist.
Look at my man right here. You think I talk to him
Nobody-
like that, or you
God,
think I'm talking to
man,
your bitch ass
nobody.
like that?
If this
I'm
woman
talking to
comes
your
home
bitch ass like
and
that. Do I
talks to
talk
her
to Chris
man like this,
that?
look at the
I'm
peace
talking
that
to
she
your
was
bitch
giving,
ass
man.
like that.
That's racist.
Guys, this is the type you would come
Yeah,
home and this is
the
what you
type
would
of
have to
woman.
hear.
So guess what you got? So you know what type of women them is? Them is the type of woman that get their fucking citizenship and take your money, take your house, take
Yeah,
your kid
that's
away
what she
from you.
did.
That's
She
the
took
type
it
of
all
woman that
from
you
me.
dealing with.
She
That's
took
what you
it
dealing
all.
with. We'll
She
see
took
in
it
a couple
all.
years when you won't hear fucking crying like everybody else.
Fearless.
She took it all.
Fearless.
Yeah.
With all due respect, I want you to grow up in 2025, man.
I want you to grow up, sir. What do you grow up? How did I not grow up? I'm fine, Chris. You're the person that's dating a married woman.
I don't
That's
regret
spending
it.
all that money. You didn't grow up,
I
sir.
know that's not true. That has nothing to do with growing up. Fearless.
So you're saying a grown man makes a decision to date a woman that he's married?
Decision. What the fuck is you worried about it for?
Exactly.
What the fuck is you worried about
Then
it
Chris,
for?
I'm fine with your
You
decision.
fucking ran through.
Chris,
No,
we're
you're
fine with your
not.
decision.
And
Hold
you
up,
have
Chris.
something to say.
We are fine with your
decision. Been ran through by every fucking race of passport bro there is, and you sit up there talking about him.
Now see, Chris. Now see, Chris, how she just disrespected me. Then she disrespected the wife. If I said the same thing, you're gonna say I'm wrong, and you're gonna cut me off. So this is where the hypocrisy comes in, Chris.
Not from me. You had
Hold
to go
up,
across
Chris.
seas to get some motherfucking
We just
respect,
talked about this. Now this you said you hold me accountable, but you don't hold anybody else accountable.
You sure ain't leave with no fucking charm or no fucking charisma or no fucking personality. I know you led with your wallet.
If I said I didn't have no money, you just said I was broke. How did I leave with my wallet if I was broke?
I didn't say you was broke. I never said that. What the fuck are you even talking about?
You just said I didn't have no money.
Because I never said that.
You just said I didn't have no money.
Nigga, no, did I say you was broken? No, I never said you was broke. I never said that. So that's
either I had money or I don't have money. Do I have money or don't have money?
Because I never said that.
Do I have money or am I broke? I don't know.
I don't give a fuck what you got. I know you was a broken man, that you're 50 years old and you're sitting up on a panel trying to dictate another man's life.
Right.
What type of fucking nigga do shit like that?
Right.
A manosphere nigga, and this is what we talking about. This is what you become. A 50-year-old manosphere nigga that's worried about what another nigga is doing with his fucking money.
Exactly. And love life.
This is a 50-year-old manosphere nigga that got a baby.
Right.
This nigga 50 with a fucking baby on a fucking panel trying to tell another nigga what to do with his dick. This is what the manosphere gets you. Another nigga that you gotta show his house on a fucking camera to fucking prove it. You what 50-year-old is doing that? An immature one that need to grow up, one that's never gonna grow up. Nigga, you a lame. Get off the panel.
Nobody.
Chris, I don't even know why you talk to this nigga.
Nobody. I've been saying this the whole time. I was saying it in a very polite way, but I said it. You might not have been listening to nobody. I think you were, because you've been on this the whole damn live stream. I said Fearless, like, why are you 50 years old and you coming on panels trying to start fights with people? Like, why don't you basically grow up? I've been saying this shit.
So Chris, let me address this. This nigga
ain't got no good advice. All he try to do is talk down to people. All he try to do is have a one-up moment on somebody.
Brothers, I see why y'all don't date him, man.
Goddamn table.
I see why.
You have no helpful advice for nobody. You have nothing. You're 50
I understand,
years old talking
Chris.
about body count. Oh, what if she had
Man,
500 bodies?
Chris.
Who the fuck is thinking about somebody with 500 bodies but an immature 50-year-old? What the fuck is you even talking about?
Think you must have a lot of bodies. You must be one of the women that was a 304 and went through a whole phase.
You see how stupid this nigga is? This is this nigga's response. That I must have been a 304 because this nigga is stupid.
Yo,
this nigga's 50 years old, bro. And this is how he's talking. You know what? I know another 50-year-old that talk like that. And guess what? That nigga ain't got it together either. That nigga want him a young girl too, because they can't handle no woman their age. Because
I don't think as a man I need to handle a woman. As a man, I shouldn't have to handle a woman. That's the dumbest thing you can do. I want to come home to peace.
Fucking annoying ass, don't they?
I don't want to handle. Why would I want to handle a woman? Why would I do that?
You're manipulative.
I don't handle women. I want peace.
She gotta handle you, don't she?
No. I give them peace. Why would I do that?
Like, you're not a caring man. You're not a loving man. That girl is handling you. She does not care about you. That girl don't care about you.
She does.
Listen to the type of man you were.
He does.
Wait. What? Why would
So
somebody
can I
care
ask you,
about you?
Chris, if she can talk
Wait
about
a
my
minute.
wife,
Why
I can
would
talk
somebody
about
care
her,
about
right?
you,
I'm just
Fearless?
asking a
What do you
question.
have? What type of
You right,
compassion do you
Chris?
have
Can
for
I call her
somebody
out of her
who care
name?
about you? Answer
You're
the
supposed to be a
question. You
gentleman,
was
Fearless.
asking him
I want you to
questions.
try to do that
So
for the
Answer the
first time in
questions.
your
Why
life.
so
would
you want
somebody
me
care
to be a
about you?
gentleman, but she can be
Nigga, you ain't no fucking
so she
gentleman.
she
I
doesn't
asked
have to
you,
be a lady.
what do you possess for somebody to care about you, to love you?
So she doesn't have to be a lady, but you
Nigga, answer
expect
the
me to be a
question.
gentleman. I'm
Why
not
don't
answering
you
your
answer the
questions, man.
question?
I'm
She's
not
asking a
answering. You
good.
just told me
That
you
was
ain't here for me. So
that
why
was a
would I
good.
answer your
That was
question?
a
Yeah,
great
because you a
question.
bitch. That's why
She
you ain't
just told
answering
me
it.
she don't want to hear from me.
That's
So
because
why
you a bitch. That's why you
so
ain't
why would
answering it. Because
I
you know that
answer
you
any of
don't
her
have nothing for
questions?
nobody to love. You have nothing for nobody to care about. That woman is with you for your fucking money and to get into the USA. That's all it is. You don't have nothing. Nobody in the chat even like you, bruh.
This is a
Nobody
female
in the
chat.
chat
Why would
even
nobody
tolerating you.
this is a Zed chat. Why would this is a feminist channel? No, they're not supposed to
Okay,
like
so
me.
you can't get women to tolerate you and you think your woman
Not these
can?
women. The women on my channel like
You're
me.
dumb. You're
Not
dumb. You just
damn,
proved that
man.
you're dumb. No
You're
woman wants nothing
you're
to do
that
with you.
angry, young lady. You need
You're
to
not
calm down.
sexy. You're not
Your sugar and
charming.
diabetes gonna go
You're
through the
not
roof.
anything.
Your sugars and diabetes gonna go
No,
down.
this is
Your
something that a
hypertension.
50-year, this is something that somebody from the manosphere would say. When I asked him, what does he have to love? He tells me about sugar and diabetes. No,
Because you're
your
going
girl
off,
love
baby.
you.
You're
You
not
you you
asking the
can't even
question.
say
You
that she
yelling.
does love you. Won't you? You said
She
she
does.
was right there.
She loves me for my money.
She right
She
there.
wants me for
Let
my
her tell us
money.
herself.
Okay.
She
So
wants me for my money.
You said she was right there. So let her tell us what she love about you. She
I
right
don't.
there, ain't she?
I'm not putting my wife on here.
Yeah, put her
I'm
on
not
the phone
married.
if you got a wife.
My wife don't even speak English.
Yeah, that's how he got her. My wife don't even speak English. So I can
She don't
say
speak
anything to her
English.
I want. I can be abusive to her. I can do all this shit because she don't speak no English.
She
Man,
don't.
that's the type of bitch you gotta have.
She's uneducated.
That's
What do
why
you
she can
mean?
tolerate you, because she don't know what the fuck you saying.
She doesn't. She's
That's why you had to
uneducated.
go get. I didn't heard a white man. It's one of these white man passport bros say that. He said it. He said, "I prefer one that don't speak no English."
That's right. She don't speak
You know
no
the type
English.
of nigga that is a lame nigga that ain't got no personality. That can't keep nobody around him. So you gotta have a non. You gotta listen to this, man. He gotta have somebody around him that don't fucking understand him for him to be tolerated.
Exactly. She don't know.
They got to
A
be
lick of
tolerated.
English. That means she don't talk to none
And
of
the
y'all.
bitch can't tolerate you when she know what you talking about.
She don't even tolerate me. She as soon as she get her citizenship, she out of here.
Well,
What you talking about?
Here's the thing, Femi. I think he's trolling. I think his wife speaks English, but here's the thing, Fearless. Like, no
No,
disrespect.
she don't speak English.
Do this
She don't
nigga
speak
really got
English.
a wife? Because it sounds like he into niggas to me. The way he
And
pressed
she,
about your relationship.
I've heard her speak English on your.
No, she don't speak no English, and she uneducated. I mean, OB says she was a teacher, and she got a degree, but she don't speak English, and she's uneducated.
That's what he said. She teaches Spanish.
Femi, his wife does speak English. She's trolling. Fearless.
So he a 50-year-old troll? That's what you said, Chris?
Yes.
So he's a 50 and he trolling?
Yes.
But he trying to teach somebody something? Get this nigga off the panel. You can't learn nothing from this nigga.
Yeah,
50-year-old troll, huh?
So Chris, it's okay that she can talk to me this way, and that's respectful. But you expect a man to be respectful.
He control how I talk. This how I talk.
He's from
Atlanta,
I'm asking, Chris.
That's what a gentleman does.
No, so a gentleman takes it. Is that what you're saying?
Yo, we both from Atlanta. We this is how we talking to act. Yeah, if you can't handle it, get the hell
no,
off the
I
panel.
can't handle that. I can't handle you. I can't. That's not the type of woman. Why would I want that type of woman to? I want a feminine type woman.
Motherfucking woman. Nigga,
I want a feminine type woman. I don't need a woman. I want a woman to be my peace. Why would I want a woman to yell at me? Yell like that?
Peace. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're not peace to anybody because that's not how any woman would address a man. But that's how no woman would address a man.
You're not obviously I already made a video about this.
Fearless.
If a woman is talking to you like this, she don't see you as no man. Do I talk to Chris like this? No. Do I talk to DKT like this? No, I don't talk to none of them niggas like this. I'm talking to you.
When you say the word nigga, that lets me know your education level and your street hood.
Atlanta. You don't know nothing about me.
I don't. I wouldn't talk to a girl. I would not talk to a woman that would call people niggas.
Your wife at? I asked her. I want to know what is it.
Where's your man at? Where's your man at? Put him on.
Here, say hi.
Put him on. Hey, how you doing, brother?
Okay, so now that he said hi, where's your wife?
I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him.
Say what's up again.
Grow up, man.
Okay, so where's your wife?
She don't
So
speak
I wanna know,
English.
I wanna
She
know
wouldn't know what I
why
say.
she loves you so much.
She
Why
doesn't
don't you
love
just
me.
tell
She's only here for the green card. Why do you keep saying
He's
that?
just trolling. Like Fearless, like I said, grow
No.
up, man.
He knows that's the truth. He knows
No, it's
that woman
not.
is only here for the green card.
You only
And
here
I
for the
think a
green
lot
card.
of them know that. I think that's why Austin never really settled down with nobody, because I think deep down inside, he knows the women that will go for them, or just like the rest of these passport bros. When you see them in the videos, these women are whores. They're fighting with these women, or they get these women over here, and these women. Oh, so because now the passport bros thing is, don't bring the women to America.
I
They're gonna
know.
get
I should have listened to
Americanized.
him.
You have
You
to
right
keep
now.
them.
That's right,
You have to
Finn.
keep
You
them
right.
over here.
Shouldn't have brought that woman to America. Listen to y'all black women shoot. That she gonna change on me and then leave me and take all I got.
Yeah, she gonna do that anyway, bruh.
No,
Y'all don't need us. They don't need us to tell them. The white women taught them that game.
man, that's crazy. Why didn't I meet you beforehand? You could have told me how to
Nigga, shut
avert
the
this
fuck up. Why you
situation.
trying to tell Chris what to do?
Nobody telling Chris what to
Yes,
do.
you
What I tell
did.
Chris
Yes,
is,
you
did.
Chris,
Yes,
Oh,
you
man, I
see,
did.
can't
now
even
you're a
talk.
liar.
I
So you're
can't
a
even
liar.
talk,
You're a
Chris.
manipulator. You want to
Chris, what
manipulate
you
other
do is
people.
you get on this channel and you cry about all these things with your girl. You want to get married. You want to do this.
Yep.
And all I say to you, Chris, is if your goal and objective is to be married and have a child within the next few years, then your dating preference needs to change. That's all I've ever said to you,
as
sir.
Bro, how you know who else he dating? Maybe he don't tell all his business on the internet. Maybe he got him 2-3 chicks that you don't fucking know
He
about.
just
This is
said
the
he
internet,
does.
nigga.
Chris just said he does, that he's open
But the
and
thing
he's
is,
not dating anyone.
but
Right,
the
he
thing
ain't got
is,
to tell you on this internet everything. He can tell you what you want to hear. Just like you was telling people what they wanted to hear, and Obi blasting your fucking ass.
no,
I live in a small apartment. I don't know what the problem wrong with that.
No, I tell all my business. I'm not like Fearless. My butthole doesn't get tight on these panels. But what I'm trying to say is Fearless.
My butthole gets tight. I keep saying my butthole gets tight, brother. I don't know
but what I'm saying is this, Fearless. I'm going after my goals. It's not going to happen on your timing. I don't give a fuck.
I don't care. Look, my thing is, I don't care if you get married.
Saying you don't care,
Just
but you
stop
keep answering
complaining.
11 questions.
Just stop complaining, my
I'm
friend.
not complaining.
You are complaining.
To his channel.
You complain and keep saying you.
To his channel.
Man.
You know that, right? I understand
Brother,
you're 50, but you're
I don't
on
understand
photo.
you guys.
You ain't got to
I want to
click
hear
in
this,
and tune
Fearless.
in.
I want to hear this, Fearless. What did I complain about?
That you over 42, you haven't found a woman to get married to. You want to be married and have a child, but you're not finding the right woman. You wanted to date at your age, but at 42 or 43, it's not going to be the type of woman that's going to want to bear children. You wish that you have to date younger. You wish you could find a woman out there that you could meet and get married with. That's what you always complain about.
And what's your problem with that?
Let me respond to that. Fearless, that's not complaining. That's called explaining. That's living life. I'm on here just being transparent. That's not me saying, and yes, I could easily find, like I said in the last podcast, I have an ex that's 40 that wants to have a kid. I could easily find women my age or older or around my age that want to have kids. But the thing is, Fearless, I'm not just targeting women for wombs. I'm trying to target.
Why would you? Then, if you're not targeting them for wombs, why do you keep saying you would like to have a child of your own?
No, Fearless. You were
Chris. That's why you can't talk to him, because he like to twist words like that.
Yeah.
We know somebody else is like that.
Listening to comprehend. Like I said, Fearless all last year.
He know what you talking about. He just like to try to get you in a situation.
Right. He's looking for gotcha. He's on here for gotcha moments. That's what he's
trying to do. But I hope he's smart enough to know what the fuck you're talking about. He's acting like he's dumb. Oh, why would you say this and why would you say that?
Right.
Because somebody.
Chris, let me ask you then. What do you want? Do you want your own kid? Do you want your own kid, Chris?
Fearless, like I said on the last.
I'm asking you. Would you want your own kid?
Why are you so worried about his future?
Right. Why are you so worried about me? I don't even mention you.
About you, Fearless.
Then why you keep saying my name? I keep trying to ignore you. Every time I try to ignore you, you keep bringing me up.
Fearless, this has been terrible content.
Am I on a panel? If you want to ignore me, you can drop.
No, American Live. I'm actually creating some AI information on why I'm doing this. That's why I'm on my phone, and that's why I was dropping in the beginning. So I'm actually working while I'm doing this. So this is just like
he's not working. This
entertainment.
nigga's a fucking clout chaser. You see how he always got to try to impress somebody. Oh, I'm working, guys.
It's not my content. This is your content.
Yeah, fugazi.
But what I'm saying is, Fearless,
this is a bomb.
You have to come to people's panels in good faith.
Hold up. I've been respectful with you, brother. I have not argued with you.
This nigga is
I have not called you. It wasn't until this girl came on. She's come to your panel.
No, honestly, Fearless, we had I don't know. I was talking to Femi the first time Femi dropped, and I was about to get into content. You came on and just turned into an argument session the whole fucking time.
And he said it. He said
I argue with her.
That's what he said.
All I ever said to her was, "What's wrong with a woman who is a 7?"
No. I said with me. I said Femi had dropped and you joined, and it was me and you. You and I have argued for the last 2 hours. I don't understand the fucking point.
Because this is what we argued about. You said you have standards. I'm fine with your standards. You get upset at somebody else's standard.
Oh, I get it. You joined on the panel because I said something like, I don't care if the woman's got a body count higher or more experience than I do.
That's correct. So I said I have standards. Just like when you said it's okay for a woman to want a man who makes 6 figures. And I said, if it's okay for a woman to have that standard, why is it not all right for a man to have a certain standard with him?
I've said.
Then I also said, are you exceptional? I don't know if I used that word. It was a different word. The outlier. You said, yes, you're an outlier. And then I questioned and said, well, if you're an outlier, why finding a woman that is an outlier? Why is that wrong? Because that woman who finds you, she'll find an outlier. Why wouldn't you want to find a woman who's an outlier?
No. Let's be clear about this. You and your wife might be outliers. All I'm saying is this body count thing that you're standing on is fucking ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous to you if I feel that that's my standard?
It's ridiculous to him. Why do you need to understand why it's ridiculous to him?
Right.
Because because the thing is, he's saying it's ridiculous to me.
I said, why do you need to understand that?
The same way he needs to understand why it's ridiculous for me, because he stated it's ridiculous.
I said, why do you need to understand that from him? If that's his thought, what the fuck you need to understand it for? Just
understand what? I need to understand why he said it's ridiculous.
Nigga, now you talking stupid.
Fearless.
I just asked you a question. Why
you reversed what he said.
Worried about body count? Why are you worried about it? You fucking married.
I'm not worried about his body count. I don't care what I told him. I don't care what time. He has his own standard.
The whole 2 hours.
He has his own standard. So what
I'm gathering data for my
I don't care. I do not care what his standard is. What I do is I tell other guys. So that you want to ask? I'll answer the question. What I do is tell other guys, yes, that matters. Why? Because a woman with a higher body count is going to bring more emotional baggage. And you don't want a woman with. You just asked me. See, hold up. You just asked me a question. 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 So when I hold up. I can't talk, Chris. You asked me a question. I try to answer the question. You over talk me.
I don't need no more to answer. You answered
okay,
it. You're 50 fucking years old with a high body count, and look how you act.
What I'm trying to say is this: you have that standard, but I think it's problematic to try to influence other men to degrade women in that way and say that they are less valuable if they go over Fearless's threshold for women's sexual experience. You can have that standard. I think it's fucking ridiculous, but I'm saying you can
see. He said, hold up, Finney. See, he said my standard was ridiculous. Then you said, why did I say it? And I kept saying it wasn't me that said it. It was Chris that said it was ridiculous. Now you didn't say anything to Chris when he just said my standard. Why is Chris worried about my standard, Finney? See, you don't have the same visceral for Chris. Why is he worried about my standard?
I said he's not worried about him. He's not worried.
I'm saying
you're very much concerned about Chris, what he does with his money. What he does with his time. You are very much concerned about that, sir.
Right.
Please don't act like you're not.
Right. He is.
You're very much concerned.
All I said is
American Live, you are so correct, sir. I'm trying to be different in 2025, brother.
The topic of the show is the manosphere leaving Nick Mobley. And you're sitting up there talking about Chris when Chris is obviously talking to somebody.
I gotta go because my wife in Spanish said I gotta leave.
We don't give a fuck why you gotta go back.
Yeah. Fearless, I want you to grow up, man. And I'm gonna say it's the Fearless again. It's like there's nothing wrong.
That nigga ran.
Yeah, he did.
His wife ain't say nothing. That shit was quiet as hell. Ain't no wife, ain't no baby. But my wife said I gotta go.
I mean, he's got a wife, and it's like I said, there's nothing wrong with him.
That lady don't fucking like him.
Well, all I'm saying is, I guess
who can like him? Seriously, I'm a woman. You're a man. You don't seem like that would be a homeboy, somebody to hang around, and that would not be nobody I would introduce to anybody I know.
Yeah.
So you think the woman actually care about him? Come on now.
I will say this. I've said it on certain I'm not, like I said, I don't speak on wives, but there are a lot of situations where men and women have to kind of overcompensate for the issues that their spouse might have that they don't want to acknowledge. Fearless has a listening comprehension problem. He listens to respond at the age of 52.
Right. That's why he gotta get a woman that don't speak no English.
She speaks English. She speaks English. I heard her on the podcast, but the bottom line is, like I said, like Fearless is coming over here to antagonize. He's coming over here. That's him.
So if a man is like that, that's his nature, right? So in real life, do you think that he would antagonize his wife? Because it seems like this is sport for him. I've seen him on plenty of panels, right? This is sport for him to get up on panels and antagonize people. Well, so if he acts like this on panels, right? Because that's what y'all tell me. If I act like this on a panel, I act like this in real life. So he has to act like this in real life, right? Why would his woman? How could a woman love somebody like that? Somebody that's life is about antagonizing people.
Well, here's the thing. I would bet money I don't think he acts like that in real life. But a lot of these people who come on YouTube, they're putting on a front. They are they're speaking this manosphere stuff because it helps. It's helpful in the algorithm because shaming Black women is good for the algorithm.
Yeah, because they need Black women to get up in the algorithm. They don't have any talent for themselves. So to get thus again, they need Black women.
Right. So what you heard, a lot of the stuff he was saying were this like typical talking points, stuff I was going to kind of get into content, but like typical talking points. Well, this is why we don't want to deal with Black women. This is why we got to go overseas. Oh, and why do Black women, he led with why do Black women wait for Black men at the finish line? And I said, don't stop saying that shit. That's racist.
What is he talking about? He's stupid. Why do Black women, what is he talking about? Oh, he wants Black women to plot on a Black men that are playing sports in high school. That's what he wants. But if they did that, then they would be gold diggers, right? That's what they would be. They would be gold diggers. But since white women do it, because they're taught, I made a whole video about this, how they are taught to plot on Black men for the money. I did a whole video about it, right? Because it was a sister that did a video on it, on how these specific women come to the school because they are raised to like be around these athletes. This is stuff that white people plot, and his stupid ass don't know that, right? But I don't know, that shit is all over. And like I said, I did a video on it. I actually did 2 videos on it. But none of that fucking matters, right? People are gonna love who they're gonna love. There's no fucking manosphere, fucking what do you call that? Mathematical algorithm that's gonna help anybody. What he's saying, I don't believe that man's happy. I don't believe that man's woman like him. I don't believe that man has no friends in life. I don't believe if he has coworkers, they can even fucking stand him. That's why they go overseas, because nobody over here can stand them.
Right.
Nobody over here can stand them, so they have to go. I don't care if she speaks English. She's not American. She's not going to fully be able to comprehend everything like how we're talking. We know what's going on. Just like if we went over there, we wouldn't understand the context of everything. But I'm pretty sure that woman, he's not an enjoyable person to be around. He doesn't have a good vibe. Chris, you have a good vibe. And you said earlier that you're not a prize. I think that you are a prize. You're charismatic. You're caring. I know that you like adventurous things. I'm talking about from the dates that you've told me, well, discussed that you've been on. I don't have no problem with the amount of money you spending on dates. You're going to enjoy the date as well. Like he's acting like you're not there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell him. Like I said that verbatim. I said, I'm taking these women on dates, aka the Chris Rock date, or the woman in St. Louis. I took her to a 3-course meal for the first date. I'm not doing that ever again. But I'm saying I had never been to one of those, and I said I want to experience this with someone else.
Exactly. I would want to go to on a 3-course meal with somebody else. That's not something that I would want to do by myself. So, especially if I've never done it before. So he's acting like you're not enjoying these dates as well. Exactly. I don't get that. I don't understand why he's so pressed about your life or your dating or what you're doing. I actually think that's really, 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 really weird. To me, it's borderline sassy for him to be so pressed about it. He's trying to tell you, oh, if somebody want to tell you, oh, don't be dating a married girl because this could happen, all they got to do is tell you once. You're a grown ass fucking man. You can make your own decisions. It's like he wants you to make the decision he wants you to make. But that nigga didn't slept with over 100 girls or whatever the fuck he was saying. Why would anybody listen to a nigga like that ain't even got no discipline? How many STDs he done had, but you trying to give advice? Come on now.
Like I said, I love me some me, fearless. I don't envy you in any kind of way. I don't want to live your life. I don't want to make your decisions. I'm living my life. You just get to see it and you get to kind of live vicariously through me. Enjoy that.
He is enjoying it. That's why he's so interested. He's trying to control it for whatever reason, which is weird.
He can't get in my head. He tried that last time. But I date, like I said, I wouldn't stay on this panel and say, hey guys, don't date another person who's going through a divorce. If that's what you want to do that. Do it in a way where you're kind of maybe having some conversations, understanding where you stand. But things can happen when you're dating someone where it's kind of unclear about where things stand. And certain people who might be a little bit more experienced can navigate that. Some people, it might take them a little bit longer than that. And it's like, I think the problem is that I think people like Fearless, they look at the married woman situation and say, oh my God, the sky is falling. He dated somebody for a year and it didn't work out. It's like, okay, like that's going to be a footnote in the law in my life. Like, and like I said, it was not all for nothing. Like it was like, I grew from it. I learned from it. I'm changing from it. And like I said, like, I'm going to still show up that same type of way. I'm not going to do like Fearless is doing and try to approximate. Well, you got to like try to be conservative because you don't want to be taken advantage of. Someone doesn't deserve to go. I think that's before you joined on. Just before you joined on, he was like, no one deserves to go on a great date. You just met that's just a stranger. It's like, it's all up to you. And I'm not telling people, hey, take people on great dates as soon as you meet them. Do what you feel like.
Yeah, he said because you took her to the Lion King and he said that you ain't even know her. What that got to do with it?
In his definition, he thinks I don't know her, but we've been talking. And if I feel like the vibes are right, if I feel like, yo, this is a cool person, I enjoy being around this person, why not? It's my money, it's my time, it's my experience, it's my life.
Right.
But
that would sound crazy if I had a conversation with you and told you what to do and what not to do with your money when you taking somebody out. You would think I was crazy if I came and tried to dictate your life like that.
Like, yo, Prism, I can't take you out on this date. I don't know you. I don't know you enough. You're not worthy of going on this type of date yet. What?
And if you wanted to take somebody, like, I don't know, to the observatory or like what's in Houston, the NASA, if you want to take somebody, oh yeah, you're in Atlanta though. Yeah. I can't think of, but if you were in Houston and you wanted to take somebody to the NASA for the first date, these dudes would have like a real huge problem with that. They would just have a problem with it. You could take somebody wherever you want to go. How you know? I'm not trying to see this girl's level of adventure to see if she can keep up with me, to see if she's like a science geek like me, to see if she's going to be interested in something like this. If I'm what he has no idea what reason you're taking these girls where you want to take them. Plus, he not in Atlanta, so he don't know how Atlanta people get down. Atlanta people want to spend money. That's why I like Atlanta, because Atlanta people want to spend money when they want to have a good time. I done spent a lot of money in Atlanta, not having a good time. So he don't know the culture of Atlanta. He don't know none of that. When you go out in Atlanta, you're going to spend money. It ain't no cheap dates in Atlanta. You're going to spend money in Atlanta. That's just the way it is. You want to spend money in Houston. You're going to spend money in Miami. There's just certain parts of the country you're going to spend money on. And if you enjoy going to a place and you want to go somewhere with somebody, I completely understand that. I completely do. You know, every day ain't got to be a coffee date or I don't know where people go out on dates. You know, my first date was at like a county fair or something, and I got on a whole bunch of rides. But you can take a person wherever you want to take a person. Don't let these niggas on here that ain't happy, that's 50 years old, still acting like they 16. Not none of these manosphere dudes try to dictate anything you do. Because all these niggas is haters. They're all haters. I'm not going to hate. If you know your situation and you know she's going through a divorce, obviously you know the girl better than any of us. Who is we to tell you anything?
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with that 100%. It's like, I think that some of these guys, they live vicariously through me and they're trying to say, Chris, you need to harden up and you need to be colder. You need to stop being so giving or whatever, the generous or whatever the heck. And it's like, I'm not doing it to lead with my wallet. I'm doing it because like impulsively, I want that experience too. And I would love to share this experience.
And I'm telling you not to do this. Where's they at? Like, where's they at in a relationship? These people that's telling you to be a little bit more callous. Where they at?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like that. I think I said on the last live is like, people like Fearless, his relationship is only on display for so much. Mine was completely on display, and I don't regret it. I like being transparent. I don't get real tight and like you said, you see Fearless on these panels, you start asking him questions. He's like, "Why do I gotta ask that? Why do I gotta answer this?" I'm like, that tells me right there, like you're getting a little uncomfortable. I'm not uncomfortable. It's like I said, I don't have any regrets. Like Fearless knows in his heart of hearts, he would like he would like the men on his channel. He would like the men in his family to show up and date women like the way I date them. Maybe not as impulsively as I date them, but the way I'm courting them. I don't think that Fearless is putting enough respect on the fact that I am showing up in a way, and I'm doing it the right way. He might not agree with all the ways, but he only wants to scrutinize the ways that, hey, you're going a little too OD on this. But he does, and he wants to try to like belittle it. He doesn't really want to, like, he needs to give me my flowers and say,
I know, that's why I belittled him when he was up here. He didn't get that. He wanted to go, "Oh, you're not nobody's piece." Bitch, I'm belittling you because I don't know what these niggas think, that I'm gonna come up here and talk nice to them when they trying to, go in on somebody, that I fuck with. So that's why I belittled him. And he got butthurt about it. "Oh, she could talk to me like that. That's all he was trying to do to you the whole time. And I noticed that. Him being 50 years old, I would expect a more grandfatherly, like, somebody talking like, "Hey, I understand that you feel this way about her and that it is, but I'm just telling you to be careful." But no, he keeps trying to be condescending to you like you're not a grown man. That's the part that got me like, Chris is a grown man. Why are you trying to talk to him like this? And you just told us you ain't had to get yourself together until you was 45, but you trying to talk to him. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It's like I said, I think people get a little like they get a little carried away, and I embrace it. I'm like, listen, I'll answer whatever, but it's just like I understand and I peep it that he is, like I said, like you said, he is going about it in a very condescending way, in a very not snooty, but he's going in a very condescending way and a very judgmental way, and it's like, listen, I get it. And I'm not hiding from things. So like I said, I'll answer. I'm not ashamed of anything I did. Like I make the decisions to the best of my abilities. Sometimes you get them right, sometimes you get them wrong, whatever. But I'm showing up as the right person. That's the problem that I think he's not really seeing, is some people who are showing up as the right people. They don't always get it perfectly right. It's a process. And I don't think he understands it's a process. Trying to get to your goals. But like I said, no, I don't want to live Fearless's life. I don't envy it. I don't want to be around men like him. I don't want them in my circle. They're not. I'm kind of like, after listening to today, I'm like, man, do I need to even let him on this panel? Because he just fucking wrecked this live. Like, I listened to my live.
He said he wanted to dictate it. That's what he said. So that's another reason why I can tell nobody likes him, because if he's like this on a panel, the only way he would be like this, not be like this in real life, is if he's really a bitch and he only gets his balls from being on the internet. But I don't think so. I think that he acts like this in real life. So think about what else he tries to dictate around him. That's not a fun nor respectful person to be around. He didn't want to stick to the topic or none of that. Right. I'm not going to tell you not to let him up no more, but I'm going to tell you he doesn't add any value to this, him trying to be condescending towards you the whole time.
He's kind of like, I think in recent lives he hasn't been like this, but he sometimes people put me in a position to have to make a business decision. Like the old BA used to make me feel this. He used to put up content like this. It was hit or miss. Like sometimes he would come over here and wreck the fucking live. I think lately he doesn't. But Fearless, like, it was fucking terrible. He made it into a shit cast, and I'm like, dude, I don't know. It's just, I gotta really think about it. I gotta pray on it. I gotta think about it. But like, for a 50-year-old man, I know we might not have the same political affiliations. It has nothing. I don't think it has anything to do about it. But it's just like, there's something off about him. I just don't know what it is.
He's stowed off.
Hold on. You're right, nobody, a little bit, but you're right. I'm not saying it was all him, but I'm just saying, I'm saying like you're right. I have to take ownership of that too. And like I said, that's why I said like I have to think about it from a business decision.
Hey, I know that's Rucker, and I'm not no ratchet fucking woman. I know that's what y'all think about y'all mamas and y'all sisters and stuff like that. But I'm not hood. I ain't never been in the hood. I ain't never lived in the hood. Don't live in the hood now. Y'all niggas is the one ratchet because that's all y'all think about. That's all y'all think about is ratchet and 304s. That's all the fuck y'all think about. And then that's all y'all content is about. And then that's all. Y'all don't even get those type of women. Y'all don't have Rucker. We know what type of woman that you have. We've all seen her.
The thing, nobody is the one thing I don't do is I don't really dismiss people from the panel. I don't really do that. I really it's kind of like against my, whatever the heck. I don't really my principles or whatever.
Yeah, don't try to tell him how to run his panel. You run your own panel.
Yeah, letting him on the panel again. I gotta really make a pray on that. I gotta make a business decision about that because like he just came up and he was just fucking obnoxious. And I was saying that with OB. I was saying it at different spots. I was like, bro, you're 50. You're 50. Why are you getting off on being so obnoxious at 50? I went through a divorce at what age? 39. And I said, to hell with. I'm gonna do whatever I can to try to make sure that I can be more emotionally intelligent and work on my emotional intelligence. And it seems like he is not working on some of the things he needs to work on. And like I said, you're right. I'm not saying that I don't own any blame for not moderating the panel. I just, like I said, I don't believe kicking people off because then people, can kind of like turn them into a martyr. Oh my God, you kicked him off. You didn't let him finish. I let him finish everything he fucking wanted to do. Well, I let him get on the panel again. There used to be days where I didn't even let him on the panel because I didn't want to hear anything he had to say. And most of the time he's okay on the panel, but I'm like, I got to think about it tonight. Like this was bullshit. I'll say this, the same thing I used to say to BA, like, Fearless, you're better than this. Like you came up here and you made some bullshit content, made some bullshit conversations just for the sake of trying to be a contrarian.
This is going to say a screaming woman is rare in my life. A woman rare in your life. We know that you don't have no woman in your life. That other woman left you. So a woman is rare in your life. But if we're on a panel, I don't know why y'all think that y'all going to stop me from screaming on a panel. I'm going to do it. If y'all niggas don't deserve respect, I'm going to not respect you. I don't understand where the misconception is. If you're not being respectful, Chris and I used to do the same thing to Zed. When they used to come up here and try to get on Zed click me right in and I get on them niggas. I'm not here to be nice to you niggas. Nice for what to you niggas? For what? I don't have no reason to be none of you niggas' peace when all y'all do is talk about black women all day. Fuck y'all. I'm going to be your headache every time I see y'all. Not Chris, though, because I fuck with Chris, and Chris is a gentleman. I don't talk to Chris like this. And it's weird that y'all can't see the difference between y'all think that black women are like this. No, we're just like that towards niggas like you. We don't treat men like Chris like that. We don't treat men like Chris like that. So if you're getting that reaction out of a woman, and we've been telling y'all this for years, and y'all have not seemed to learn, nigga, it's you. Just like that white man in the Philippines couldn't get a woman over in America, it was him. Because this girl still left him. It was him. That's the part that y'all not getting. Nigga, it's you. And they said that man was abusive and that she said that he was talking bad to her parents. Y'all niggas be here acting like y'all angels and y'all not. The reaction that you get, because energy, you get the energy that you give out. You get the energy that you give out. So if a woman is acting like that towards you, nigga, it's you. And there's not nothing you're going to be able to do about it because y'all are well past the age. To me, I don't think that men, or people just change after a certain age. Y'all are going to be like this for the rest of y'all lives. I'm sorry. So you're never going to attract a peaceful woman, whether she's black, white, or whatever Rutgers girlfriend was. You're never going to attract that because you are who you are. But Chris, I got to go again. I did cook. I shouldn't have got back up here, but I didn't like the way he was talking to you. So I had to I said, wait a minute. I told him, I said, wait a minute, let me get back on his panel. I just did not like the way he was talking to you.
I get it. Appreciate it as always. Sorry for bringing it back, you having to join back. But like I said, I'm not feeling any type of way about Fearless. I think it's shit content. But I just, like I said, I believe in transparency, and if I'm not going to duck questions, I'm not gonna, even though his questions I think were kind of bullshit, and he's kind of like the David Cooley, the no fugazi dude. He's coming on here with an agenda to try to like pin you down, and this is, you're doing it wrong, and this is what you need to be doing it, and this is how it should be done, and if you don't do it, then the women are playing you, and it's like, it's bullshit. Fearless, grow up.
Fearless is if he's really married to a foreign woman, he's going to get played. It's only a matter of time. And we'll all be here to watch.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll be here to watch like we're watching these dudes crash out on TikTok. We'll be here to watch. Because I mean, only an unhappy person tries to go around and make other people unhappy.
Yeah.
That's only unhappy people. So if he was happily married, he would be giving you happily married advice. But he's not.
Exactly.
Because the answer that I gave him when he said what's wrong with a 7, I said there ain't nothing wrong with a 7, 4, 5, 6 if you like that person. Then the nigga tried to jump on a panel and say that I said something else. He wanted to fight.
Right.
He wanted to fight, and he's confused why I had no respect for him. Because you wanted to fight at 50 fucking years old and you got a baby. This nigga, so you're telling me he's 50, he's married, and he got a baby, and all this nigga want to do is fight? Then when he gonna ask you, well, would you want your daughter dating somebody like you? And you say, yeah, oh, well, do you want her to be dating a married man? So somebody like him versus his life is two different things. That's when I had to come up here, because he was trying to move the goalpost. He was trying to twist it into something that it wasn't. He's trying to twist it. Do he want his son to be like him?
I was trying to say that.
Get their life together till 45? Is that what he wants?
I was trying to say that. He thinks very highly of himself, but I know good and well he doesn't want his children to have some of the traits he used to have, might still have, but I'm just saying, like, that's his household. I don't envy his household. I don't want anything like his life. I love my life. I love me some me. I don't want it to be anything like him.
Right.
I think he is toxic.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like what Femi was saying, he tries to move the goalpost, he tries to gaslight. Maya was right about him. Fearless, he says, I wasn't hiding the son. I had him on my travel channel, but you never showed him on your main.
Wait a minute. He hit his son like Drake?
He was kind of hiding the son. It's kind of a sore subject. He's gonna get kind of his feelings. He's gonna probably try to join again. I'm not letting him up.
He's gonna get in his feelings about his son. Who his son with? So he got 2 different baby mamas? That's what you're saying?
I mean, I don't know his situation, but
no. We need to know his situation, since he's trying to tell you how to live your motherfucking life. So he got 2 baby mamas, but he's talking about you. You ain't got no baby mamas, but he got 2. But he's trying to tell you what to do. I found that money funny.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna have to catch him next time on the panel. Next time I see him, I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna question him about that Sonny yacht.
I mean, like I said, I have to make a business decision to see if I even want him on the panels anymore. Like,
okay.
It's like the old BA where I had to say, like, if I want him on the panels, he's got to be heavily moderated. So it's like I have to think about it, but like, I'm tired of some of these people, these YouTubers. They're just trained smoke show. They just trained for smoke show content, and I'm like, this was not supposed to be a fucking smoke show. He came here. I just came off
the purge last week, so I'm a little bit purgy. I wish Aunt had that purge like once a month.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit purgy, but that's a lot of what we used to. But I was just talking to you until he came on. It wasn't no smoke, But once he came on, he tried to get the smoke out of me. So that's what he wanted. He didn't want to have a conversation to understand. I think he was probably upset with what I said about the manosphere, and he didn't say anything about the manosphere. He just wanted to talk about you. The subject was the manosphere. It wasn't Chris.
Right.
So I don't know. Yeah, he did, because he tried to turn everything to you, and I'm like, we were talking about the manosphere. Has the manosphere left these men lonely? I'm sorry to say the manosphere has a lot of men lonely, a lot of men on YouTube in the comments crying. That's what the manosphere has done. If y'all continue to listen to the manosphere, you're going to be 50 years old like this man. Now, will you be fortunate enough to have the money to go overseas and buy you a wife for a couple of years before she leaves you? I don't know. If you're not able to do that, you're going to be really, really, really lonely. He's lonely. That's why he's up here with Chris talking back, because he's lonely. Even though he has a wife and a kid, he's still lonely. Don't listen to this manosphere stuff. It's getting played out. The red pill's being played out. Everybody's crashing out. Like you said, MTR, Angry Man, they had to fade away from this. And I think if you are still on this manosphere red pill stuff, you're not keeping up with the times. These young boys on TikTok, they not. If y'all listen to these young boys on TikTok, they are so disappointed with the older generation on how they talk about black women. Those younger boys on TikTok don't talk about black women like that. They do not talk about them like that. So, matter of fact, this dude just did a video on how black women changed the Sims, and it was just like an utterly amazing video that I didn't even know black women were so involved with the Sims. They said black women changed the Sims, and this guy probably was like 20 years old giving black women their praise. So these younger men are not like them. They're not hating women. They're not doing none of that. So they gotta get over this. This manosphere red pill stuff is dead. But I gotta go lay down. So I'll keep listening. I might be in the chat, but I'll talk to you later. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thanks for joining again.
All right.
Good night. What's going on, OB?
Nothing. I didn't think your content was bad, man. I think he's a good person to have if y'all just want to argue every day on opposing sides.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm serious. I just, like I say, I just don't be having the patience for it, man. I just feel like that's how stuff get messy. Kind of like I was trying to explain to him. He talking about fighting this and that. Bro, I dodge trouble. Like, if I see shit, I go the other way. I hang out in uppity neighborhoods because I'm trying to dodge shit. You know what I'm saying? But I think just from a content perspective, I mean, he's the opposite of what you're going against. So it's a good balance. What's the old boy name? Light skinned guy. I like him when he comes on here. Yeah, hey, he always give a good opposing view.
Yeah. It's just that, like, I think that there's a difference. I think one thing that Ant said on the last panel is, like, he said, I'm coming up here. I'm not trying to argue your perspective. I'm just trying to give you my experience. And Fearless is never doing that. He's just coming here to fucking argue every fucking time. And it's like, I can go with that. I can go toe to toe. I don't believe in, knocking people off the panel. I'm not taking bounties and shit like that. I'm just like, dude, the content, like, can we stay on topic? But the bigger than that, Fearless, we've addressed all the shit you wanted to talk about. I had an exhaustive coming of age kind of last podcast, and I said, yo, I've dated her. I don't have any regrets. I'm gonna be making some changes. And he wants to drill. He wants to like roll the tape back and try to drill on these changes. Like, I didn't just fucking talk about it for like 5 hours the last time. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't regret the decisions I've made. Like, I can't go back and say, oh, you know what? 2 years ago, you should regret what you were doing 2 years ago. No, like, I laugh about it today. Like, I laughed about it earlier. I was like, the fact that I wanted to go on this wedding with this woman after I knew the relationship was over, that's just the type of headspace I was in. Same thing with a married woman. She wanted to, like, go have a romantic New Year's Eve, even though we established we were not our people. She's probably gonna laugh about that shit, years down the line. But Felix is just too old to be acting the way he acts. You would think he's 20 years old. You would think he's Austin Hallman. You would think he's Ant's age.
Yeah, but that's the PPV. That's they get down, man. That's how all of them rock. So.
And like I said, I've changed. Like, I was a person, the marriage, going through the divorce changed me. Going through these relationships that I've dated, these women have changed me. And I've said on some of these podcasts, sometimes these people, it could be it could be your own family. I'm not, I have it in my own family. They want you to be with a certain type of woman. Oh, this woman's not good enough for you. I actually want to talk about this shit. I want to kind of like pivot it to the Travis Hunter and just pick your brain about this. If Travis Hunter was dating a young Paula Patton, I don't think they say shit. If he was dating Taylor Swift, I don't think they say shit. A young Taylor Swift, I don't think they say shit. I think it's that his fiance looks like she's too approachable, or she looks like she doesn't have anything going on, or she's too social, she's too, I don't know, something to that effect. Like, she doesn't, she doesn't look like what people think as a wife. I had stronger takes on this or whatever, but
okay. But no, I get what you're saying. I agree.
But I don't know. I'm trying to think of other.
But I think her actions show differently. That's my thing. Like, I think people just realized the way they kind of portrayed it was this was some college girl. I don't think even a lot of people knew she was older than him. I thought at least my opinion, I always thought the girl was about the same age as him. This is some girl he met in college, basically, like his first year in college or something like that. And they just been kind of rocking out ever since. And she basically already came from an okay middle class family. Uh, and basically was going to finish college and all that anyways. But now it's under the impression, like, I don't even know if this girl goes to school. But I thought they were going to school together, and she had a plan to get whatever she was going to graduate in, and all that good stuff. And then now it's just like shit. She's older than him. I don't even know if she's going to school, and basically she's just been using his cash to supply her lifestyle, which that's cool too if that's what you want to pick. But from my standpoint, I don't feel like, for me, I don't think she's the right one just for the simple fact that she seems a little ungrateful. Like, if you don't come from that type of household where, you have those opportunities and now you get them and then you're complaining about the hand that feeds you. If he's at an autograph thing and that's how he's able to help you buy these Teslas and help you live in this house and put you in the limelight where you can do things like get on the internet and make money from it, then I just kind of feel like you got to let it be. Like, let that man work.
Okay, yeah, I get that. I get that. I just think that I was talking to my on and off connection. She was like, she thinks that this is a shot at Travis Hunter. This is a kind of way to kind of like put him down or whatever. And I don't know where I stand on that, but it's like, I understand that these guys are trying to like give good advice or whatever, or at least or so they think they are. But it's like that man still has to go out and catch footballs and play in bowl games and play on maybe eventually, next year play on the highest level. And it's like, dude, let him live. Like, leave him alone or whatever the heck. And it's like, I'm trying to think of other takes of it, but it's just like these dudes offer some solutions. Like, there was a time, why weren't they concerned when they were just girlfriend and boyfriend? Why weren't they?
Because no one wants to see it. We kind of talked about this before. It's happened so much in the past. We all know that whole thing. Black guy gets the money, talks to the girl who normally wouldn't approach him, and then he gets done in from it or whatever, or we know she wouldn't talk to him if it wasn't for the money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that simple. But at the same point in time, hey, if I got money and women like money, then why can't I get what I chose? Like, that's what I worked for. I mean, that's probably from his perspective. That's how he's looking at it. That's why I played football. That's why I worked out, because I wanted different from the life I grew up in. Now I have this opportunity to do me while you worried about what she do. You ain't sleeping with her. I'm paying the bills. That's kind of how I look at how he's looking at it, which I can respect that perspective too. So I don't think either one is wrong. I think you're right, and I think the people who just saying, bruh, you need to drop her, I think they right too. Because kind of like I said, man, how we going to build up ourselves if we always get a little something and then we going to mess with these people who wouldn't mess with us? As I said in your last podcast, how many players of other races are just pulling up black women and making them millionaires? Like, I feel like throughout all Hollywood, Robert De Niro and stuff like that, those stories are so rare, like you can damn near count them on your finger because you rarely see them. But it's the exact opposite when it comes to us. And then everybody says all we have is sports and entertainment. But then when you really look at it, is that really bad? All Indians have is medicine. You know what I mean? And IT. So if all we have is Hollywood and sports, then that's our two things.
Good point. I like that take.
So why we mess our money up when we get it?
Messing up? What do you mean?
That if that's our meal ticket, if that's what we're good at, then why don't we capitalize off of it? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. If sports is our calling and that's just kind of the cards we were dealt, then why do we mess it up instead of building from it?
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. Do you have any topics? I'm trying to look through my banners to see if there's anything else. I got content to show. I think my energy might be tapped. I don't know if I want to go through videos. I'm trying to think of what came up recently. What do you think about why don't we beat it like a dead horse, but the FS1 stuff?
What FS1 stuff? Oh, just that?
Yeah.
It's not shocking to me. I feel like we don't support each other in corporate America, but I mean, I feel like there's reasons for it. I feel like American Talk kind of like talks about that a lot. Kind of like when he says, you know, hey, it's our first time off the plantation, cut us some slack type deal. I kind of feel like that's true for us. Like we haven't, shoot, I could damn near say I'm going through that at work now. We haven't really learned to defend ourselves and look out for one another. But I mean, we ain't been in corporate America that long. So how can we kind of expect it to happen? Like it takes time. So I think one day we'll get there, but unfortunately we're just not there yet. And what I mean by that is they basically said the girl, from what I heard, I haven't read any news articles on it or anything. This is just he say, she say, but I see from social media. But it sounds like the black girl kind of went to Joy and said, you know, that they're basically harassing me or whatever the situation may be, just something inappropriate at work. And I'm coming to you because I feel like you're in a position of power and can help me out. And she basically shot her down like it isn't my problem. Is that correct or not correct?
My bad. I was on mute. I was multitasking.
No, you're good.
What was the not correct or not correct? Say that again.
Is that so? Like, did the black lady go to Joy looking at her maybe like a minority or just a woman in general who just happens to be a minority? So she probably figured it was someone she could trust and looking for help. Like, hey, you got a little bit of power and these guys are harassing me and trying to use their power and basically do what they say do or I lose my job. Can you help me? And Joy just basically pushed her off like that's your own personal problem.
Yeah.
Is that kind of?
That's what I mean. That's what people are saying was the case. Is like allegedly Joy Taylor kind of upheld that toxic workplace standard and said, "Hey, let's not mess things up because this is just the way it is." And she was playing into it too, allegedly.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. I think I've witnessed that myself in corporate America, so I'm not shocked by that. Remember, I was asking you that time when you had your coworker on here, and I was asking y'all, have y'all experienced that? But y'all both said y'all really don't kind of work with that many people anyway. It's kind of a small group. But yeah, I just think that's something that, you know, will improve with time.
Yeah, like I said, like earlier, I was sad to like see how that unfolded. It's sad. Like I actually liked, like I said earlier, I liked Joy Taylor as a talent. I like Skip too. But you just lose some respect for people when they go through stuff like this. Like,
times are changing. That's what I think. That's kind of, as I was saying, I think this whole manosphere, I think this stuff's always been around. Just back in the day, we just called them outlier or we just labeled it, that's the crazy uncle. I feel like we've always had that uncle who'd be like, fuck black women. Everyone's had, or if it wasn't the uncle, it was at least a friend's uncle who, when he's talking with all the young fellas or whatever, say crazy stuff like that. Mess with them loud ass black women if you want to. You know, and everybody just said, boy, uncle, whatever, crazy or whatever, and never paid any mind to it. And I just think now all those people have a place to gang up at. And unfortunately, that place is YouTube. Kind of like Femi said, I don't really see it on other platforms as much. But then DKT was saying, well, it has grown when you look at Kevin Samuels, but YouTube has grown. A lot of people don't even have cable now and they just watch YouTube. So I just feel like that place, it just spirals in YouTube. I don't see it in other places though. Other places of social media, I don't think it's big at all. Just YouTube.
Yeah, it's
I asked the young kids at work, like who work underneath me, you know, and they passport, bro. No, I never heard of that. You know, Dominican or cheap women in Colombia. I never heard of this stuff. So I was educating them on it. Like, yeah, people go there to rent cheap, and then, you know, mainly they go there because they can get these cheap women that they can't get in the States or whatever. And they were all, I never heard of that. And I'm talking about people under 25, you know, around 21 to 25 in that age range, girls and boys. And they were all saying, I ain't never heard of it.
Yeah. Listen, I'm tickled when I find people who have never heard about the Manosphere, never heard about Passport Bros. I love that for them. I hate that it's a thing, but like as Zed has been showing on this channel, it's like they're crashing out. I think I sent Zed like a video, maybe like a month or so ago, where like I think Colombia they're trying to make some changes to I guess what you want to call it, try to deter passport bros from coming to Colombia. And let me see if I can try to find it and see if I can.
Have you noticed though that all travel content is down? Like Check and Effect used to be able to get like 1 million views every other video, and I don't even look at his stuff anymore. But like the last time I looked at it, I kind of quit messing with him when he started claiming to be a passport bro and trying to get on the passport bro show. But they barely could hit like 100,000 views now. Even Ace Live, if you go look at it, probably his last 10 videos, none of them's probably hit 200,000 views. If so, it's probably one. And he's been going to like great places. So I think things are just dying. The world's changing. Things are more expensive, starting to catch up with people. And I feel like so many people have traveled everywhere. No one really cares to share their content. Like Japan, seen it before. China, seen it before. Because everyone started putting traveling first. Like it became better to travel somewhere than it was to go buy a new Lexus or whatever when you hit those 20s and get that first good, thing of income coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Ozzy, that reality show for the passport bros, it was never real, is what I heard. It was just kind of a running joke someone had created, and guys didn't kind of catch on to it until the very end.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a change. I think the world's just changing, brother.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, I was talking about it earlier. It's just like when you look at the passport bros, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like I love the post that like Zed has been posting. I think she posted like 1 or 2 of them today, saying like these guys. Here's Richard saying,
Okay, nice.
content creators get. Yeah, so speaking of like what you were saying is like the viewership is down for the travel stuff.
Mm-hmm. And these are like the biggest ones I've seen. Like Coco Girl, she was one of those people who could get 1,000 or 1 million views too. Like every other 15 videos, at least one of them was gonna hit 1 million. If it didn't hit 1 million, at least like 750,000. She had to pack it up and go back home. And then she did that for like 2 months, and now she's back on the road trying it again, going to like poor African countries, which she always did. The pretty white girl in these poor African countries that people are always intrigued. Like, what is this girl doing? She's sleeping with these guys, and next thing you know, you're hooked. But she's struggling to get views too.
Yeah. Okay.
Ace Live always had the most views though, and he, like I said, he barely hits 100,000, and he's been going to some extraordinary places and can't do it. He traveled all over Europe, and like none of his European videos even hit 100,000, not even one of them.
Yeah, to be honest, to answer the original question, like, no, I don't really watch the travel stuff. Like ever since like that last live that we did that I did on Passport Bros, I haven't been checking for that space. I just check for like Manosphere stuff, current event stuff. Like I'm completely oblivious to like what's going on in the travel space.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's part of it because you expand in your mind. When you say Manosphere, I think of Renaissance man, just a different way to say it. But then when I think of them, I just think of the extreme, like the red pill, or I don't know the colors of the pill, but I just think it's to the extreme. But nevertheless, everyone just wants to be a Renaissance man. But then we got this certain group of men who just feel like, if I lift weights and I put on a good T-shirt, then the world should just come to me. And unfortunately, that's just not reality.
Yeah. And I was going to show some of that stuff tonight. Maybe I'll have to make like a part 2, but like part of it also is, as you said, the world is changing. Some of these men have kind of like archaic beliefs. Like you said, like if they have a certain setup, they expect a certain outcome. Also another troubling little trend is like a lot of these guys, like they base their reality off of social media to a significant or primary degree. I just look at it as an entertainment, but a lot of people are looking at it for real life. And then places like YouTube, which really should be a place for entertainment and comedy and
Learning.
Yeah, and learning. But like
Mm-hmm.
One thing I wanted to say like on this live was like, and if we talk about Manosphere, I think only Black people might be the only people that are actually making videos with in the title saying calling out their women. I don't see videos with white men saying this is why white women are down bad. Black men are doing that shit. Not saying all Black men, but I'm saying I think we might want to get off again. Next was like talking about it. We talked about it, and she was saying we might be the only race that are willing to sell each other out.
American Talk, join us, man. I'm sure we won't be here just for forever, but just join the panel or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I see DKT said divestors crash out too. Why don't you guys celebrate when they fail? Or only for me, it's just like you said. From what you said, Chris, I think we're just the worst of it. And then my thing is, men are the leaders of the household.
Right.
So like, why if I'm the man of the household, meaning, you know, I take the wins when the wins come. Of course, you know, some goes to my wife or half goes to my wife. But overall, like, I'm gonna be looked at. You know, if my house ain't going right, you know, God bless my father-in-law. He's no longer here with us, but I know he would look at me first, like, hey, what the hell's going on? Now it's just to the point where, you know, it's just my mother-in-law. So she's gonna, what's going on over there? Why y'all ain't got it right? So for me, looking at women, whether they're divested or, as y'all say, crashing out, is just not really my thing. I feel like if we're going to be these manly men who work out and lift weights and getting our education, and we're talking about leading, then why would I be looking for a woman to blame? So my mind just doesn't go there. My mind is always just accountable for myself. I don't know if that makes sense for you, Chris. And then on the other end, kind of like what you were touching on, we're the ones more so in last place. I don't think all of it has to do with just the black women just being so much better. I do feel like some of it is just set up like that just because the way the world is, you know, like when you look at jail and numbers like that. But regardless of whatever the reason is, we're the last in education. Black women aren't doing as bad as us in education. We go to jail at the highest rates.
Right.
It could be true for black women. I haven't looked at it just in general, but for the most part, just from the eye test, I don't think it's true because most of them are who are raising our kids. So all of them can't be in jail because they're raising the kids. So, I mean, that's why I don't tee off on that.
Yeah,
like, I got to worry about myself.
Yeah, and I think it's like people like Fearless. They want to focus on, as they say, like I think I was thinking about it earlier this week. It's like they want to major in the minor. They want to focus on, you know what? Let's focus on the segment of black women who are, you know, making bad decisions, who are choosing bad, who are abusing systems, who are welfare queens. And it's like, yo, that's a dwindling population. You know, there's a plenty of meat on the bone if we want to just talk about modern men and how they're really. I also want to say this: if the manosphere was really about what they claim to be about, they would be 100% all in favor of raising the bar raisers, women raising the bar. They wouldn't be saying, you know what, their standards are too high. No, because that standard is going to be just right for the right guy. You're just not that guy. But I think it's a war about men trying to lower the standards. That's what they're trying. That's what Manosphere is really trying to do. They're trying to just kind of like virtue signal, and they're trying to like kind of like shame these women to have lower standards. I think we've kind of, you know, talk about that.
No, that's exactly what it is. That's nail on the head at the end of the day. Yeah, it's a little bit tougher, but once again, you can't say a man and I'm tough and I lift 300 pounds, but then when things get financially more tough, say, man, I'm just giving up, man. It just feels hopeless out here.
Yeah.
I'm going out the country, man, because it's just too tough around here. That just, it doesn't add up.
It's the same stuff. Because Fearless kind of talks 100 miles a minute sometimes. He's doing the same stuff that the Manosphere is trying to do. Hey, when we think about single family homes, let's blame it on the woman. So he's like, why aren't you holding women accountable? If we held women accountable to the same amount that we hold men accountable, we're not really going to be making a lot of progress. Like,
but is that a man thing to do, Chris?
To do what?
Just going around looking to blame a woman. Like, to me, that's just not a man thing to do. Kind of like I seen in the chat, someone said, you know, why even argue with a woman? And I'm not trying to belittle with a woman. I'm not saying we can't have a conversation, but I just wasn't raised like that. Like, if I feel like she just that much out of pocket, then I'm just like, I'll let you have it. Maybe tomorrow you'll be willing to listen to me and hear me out. Or maybe you'll never hear me out. Maybe you'll just have to bump your head. But it's just not the right thing. It's not respectful. You know what I mean? Like, I see men get their ass knocked out for that from people who had nothing to do with the situation just because no one wants to see a man arguing or disrespecting a woman. Does that make any sense? Or
no, I get it. Like I said, that's the type of time I'm on right now. It's like I'm not like Fearless where I'm like I I used to be that guy in college, just staying in the barbershop for hours on end, just arguing MJ versus LeBron and blah blah blah, all those other sports shit. I'm not doing that now. I'm not doing that now. Like, just same thing with, like, just, talking with, men and women. It's like, yo, it's, what is the point of, like, I know Fearless gets off on just like arguing with men all for hours on end. It's like, dude, can we get to a point where we're actually having some we're having some positive conversation, not necessarily positive, but like something that's headed somewhere. Like, we're too old to be, yo, I'm going to try to, pin you into submission to think the way I think. It's like, no, like, Fearless, I'm not going to think the way you think. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that shit.
But see, I think he just give a different point of view. That's the only part. I don't really feel like he was being argumentative. I feel like he was giving a different point of view. I just came in with the smoke because he was saying that, no man should ever try to mess with another man's money and this type of stuff. And I just gave him my point of view.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't respect grown men who are taking advantage of young kids. Like, I've been in that situation before. You don't know better. You're trying to find the ways of the world. And now these older guys who you may look up to, or maybe don't even look up to, you just think, hey, they've seen a little bit more than me. Maybe I can learn something from, and they're literally guiding you in the wrong direction, knowing where that route could end. I just don't respect it. So, like, the last thing I want to do is mess up someone's livelihood. But if you don't care about the youth that looks like you, then what makes you think I'm going to care about you? And that's the point that I was trying to make him understand. Like, if he didn't come with the whole kind of like the millionaire, like, I wish you were a millionaire, man, and you could speak it. And, if you work, kudos and shoot, hey, let's meet up and grab some of these young men and maybe you can inspire them to do so. Maybe a little bit too late for me, but, never too late for this younger generation that comes up. But it's like, I think you cool just because you're a black man who you work out and you go to school. That's why I say, man, I know you went to Cincinnati University. Like, I think that's good. I think the car plant you worked at in my city is good. Like, I think that job is good. I don't know why these guys feel like men only respect you if you're rich. Like, does that make any sense?
I get it.
Like, you don't have to be rich for me to respect you, man. Like, just surviving and being a black man is tough and trying to do the right thing. Like, I respect it. If you got your own little thing and you like the Latin women, I'm not even mad at that either. My problem comes in when you start disrespecting them and just, as you said, like you told them, bro, that's just racist. Don't say that.
Right. It is. It's like there's different factors too. Like, we've talked about how the median income between white men and black men is completely different. So it's like they try to say, well, when a white woman's with a black man, it's because she's not really worried about the resources. And that was the thing that, like, Femi, she had a video about it on her channel. That's one of the reasons why I was really excited about her joining, because I'm like, I wanted to kind of like talk about that to an extent. And then this Asian guy in her video that she was, from social media that she posted, was saying, no, but I think, it's because white women, don't care about your resources, but black women, they are focused on your resources. And I'm like, to just paint all black women with that, it's racist. And I think too, maybe there's a reason why there's something, significant about our communities. One, because of like the lower incomes that make things a little bit more, I don't know, like dire or critical or something like that. So it's like when you have, okay, we got Richard on the panel. Let me add him. But
nice.
Like I said, I want us to put some of those things to bed in 2024. This women are waiting for you at the finish line. No, the women that you're dating possibly do, and not all women. They're not. They're not. Mm-hmm. I got married at 24 years, basically 25 years of age. My wife did not. My ex-wife did not. So this is coming, this kind of bullshit that Fearless is pushing. It's coming from a man who didn't get married to, like, no disrespect. He didn't he waited a long time. He waited a while to get married. Mm-hmm. And it's discouraging men from one, marrying black women, because it's sowing dissension. It's putting it's making men not trust women, and it's like,
but it's just lies. Like I told him, you said the black woman trying to meet you, and I'm gonna let American talk go. I just want to make this quick statement. Black women trying to meet you at the finish line. But you just said the other day your wife is like 32, 33, and you just said you just hit 50. So then your wife met you at the finish line too.
Right. I love when you said that. I love when you said that.
Like that is the math ain't math then. It just is not math then. But yeah. What's up, American Talk?
Finish line, sminish line.
Well,
how are my? Well, let me explain.
I just want to say one thing to DKT. Yes, you're right. The whatever podcast, they do humiliate women mostly who are white on their podcast, but they're not putting in their thumbnail. You know, show me, post a video if I'm wrong. They're not putting in their thumbnails. White women are problematic. White women are this. White women are that. They're not doing that. But black women, you can Google. I mean, you can YouTube and search that stuff. They are putting that routinely, and we gotta stop. We gotta stop allowing that to happen. And then I think the other thing is too, our community is more accepting of that crap than them. The whatever podcast, yeah, that's a great example. I agree with you on that. But I think we're taking to another level with that. That's just my opinion. But go ahead, Richard. Sorry.
Well, how are my levels?
It's good. It's great.
Okay. Chris, how you hitting them?
What do you mean?
Pool.
Like I said earlier on the podcast, my new team won a league championship. I played like shit though. I ended up winning. I had to like hit a miraculous shot, win or go home shot.
Like a Beta Reyes shot, huh? Like an Efren Reyes shot. Huh?
I had to go cross table, full table for the win, or for the loss, and I made it. But I did not play. I played I beat this woman like, I don't know if it was like 3-2, and I won the first game. I smoked her. Then I think I was not really playing well after that first game, and I just happened to I'll say it like this, just to give a better picture. If any of y'all might not be familiar with it, but it's like I was down in this last game. You to win a game in pool, you have to hit 7 balls off the table plus the 8, so basically 8. She got like 5 balls off the table, maybe like a good. I think she got like 5 balls off the table before I could get any of them off. I was able to win the game because I was playing kind of like a dirt bag. I was playing defensive. I had to steal that game.
With us, Kobe. I got questions for you too, but go ahead, Chris.
I'm done. But I just stole a game. I stole a match. I wasn't supposed to win.
Do you record anything, Chris?
No, I didn't.
I know you got money. Get a little camera, man. Get like a little fake GoPro. Put it up somewhere, and let us see you work. We need a sports show between me, you, and OB. OB, how you hitting them?
Pretty good. I kept score like you said the other day.
Thank you. That's the only way you're going to be better. I used to do a lot of broadcasting, and I know neither one of y'all are subs, so it is what it is. But I used to go back and listen to myself, and I had a lot of broadcasters who would use my studio to broadcast through LA Talk Live and America Talk Live. That's what all that's about. That's my legacy work. I'm retired now. I ain't got to do nothing because I ain't got nothing to do. But Chris, you should set up a camera so we can see this kind of stuff. OB, that you're carrying a card is like when I started watching myself broadcasting and going back and listening to the shit I said, pardon my language. It helped me improve my score. So I'm so happy to hear that you are starting to carry your scorecard. Don't be scared. If you go over bogey, if you triple bogey, everybody does it.
Right. No, appreciate it. Good feedback.
Living in Los Angeles, over by one of the big studios in my time there was a golf course called Rancho. I think it was either Nicholas or Jack Nicholson or one of the greatest golfers of all time, shot 6 over on a par 3. And they put a plaque on that par 3. It was an easy par. So when I used to see Tiger miss shots, it kept me motivated because it made me realize there's no mastering golf. Right? It's just part of the process. So I just wanted to get that off.
10-4.
All right, bet.
Hey, Chris, really quick.
Post your card, in fact.
Sure.
Okay. Hey, Chris, DKT, he's talking about some of these websites. Can you show us a little bit, maybe on the screen? Can you show a little bit of what he's saying when, because I really don't see them criticizing either. I just kind of want to compare and contrast and see if I see any difference. That was it.
The Whatever podcast?
Yeah, like I've never seen any of that stuff.
Yeah, let's check them out.
Or he said MGT Towel, or I don't know what it's supposed to.
I'm not 100%.
So in that pause right there, if I can jump in, I didn't really come to talk about sports. I did want to know what y'all thought about the Guardian cap in NFL, but we'll move on. I watched clips of that show. That's an American thing. This criticism of relationships between men and women, not just us. It ain't just FADOS. That's my new name, FADOS, Foundational African Descendants of Slavery. Hashtag that. But it's not just us. America has an issue. America has an issue with hatred. If I were to put it in a nutshell, America is so divided right now. And I'm gonna tell you, the news hit different over here. It really does. America is so divided right now. So now men and women don't even get along. Now, I give Femi a lot of props. She's a very, very smart woman, experienced, very worldly. Her message would be better delivered without the profanity, but props to Femi, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And let me say this one last part, and I'll put it in park for a moment. I've watched a lot of Thai people, women and men, off my patio one night. A couple was walking and the girl was screaming at the guy. Love is love, man. That happens. And y'all said something very important earlier, and that is that, and OB, man, your wisdom is beyond your age. You don't argue with no woman.
Right.
And Fearless was doing a little bit of that. He was feeding the flames of her anger as she started to go off, and I saw it start to happen. And Femi kept saying, "You're manipulating." Well, he was. And he was doing it very smartly, and it created for riveting content for your show today, Chris.
Okay, I'm going to say this for the first. I'm going to say this for the first time. The content that Fearless put out, I really felt like taking a bong from a shotgun, a bong rip from a shotgun. It was. Well,
yeah. Come over here. When you come over here, I'm going to take you to a weed spot. We'll get a bong rip.
No, I don't think you heard what I said.
I know you're making a reference to Full Metal Jacket. I know.
I haven't seen that movie. I need to see it. I've heard.
All right, never
mind. I know it's a war movie, but
wrong reference.
But yeah, it's just listen. Like I don't know if it's I'm hungry, but it's like that interaction with Felix just like tapped my energy. Like it's probably because I'm hungry and it's a little late. But no, I don't think it was great content. Like I think that it's stale. I think like. Listen, like I said,
it's getting stale, Chris. You're right.
I tried to like tell people, I'm like, dude, it's not that we have to agree. I'm not asking for an echo chamber, but like, let's stop with the political representative crap. Like, can you please be honest, and transparent, and stop trying to make everything a political play against men and women. It's like, why the fuck do you care whether I hold women more accountable than men? Why the fuck do you care? It's listen, Fearless, and I'm sure maybe he's probably listening because he's got his AI bots, screening or whatever. I would love to be able to hold women accountable. In my opinion, I'm just being honest. I just don't think there's enough meat on the bone. It's not the priority right now. I'm not holding men accountable in some type of masochistic way where I want to just shit on black men and put them down. That's not what I'm doing it. I want them to be better. I don't think people can see that. I think they just look at it and they say, well, you're just putting them down for the sake of putting them down. I'm like, no, I'm trying to lift them up. I'm like, listen, try to court women, be respectful to women. That's not putting men down.
I have a question for you and OB about accountability.
Go for it.
I'll preface the question with a statement, and that is be accountable to yourself and for yourself, and mind your business. And that to me equates to, as long as you're accountable for yourself, most people are going to do that. If that's a common thought process, most people will behave properly. I think that's what I'm trying to say. But I got a question for you guys, especially OB, because he married. And I was married and Chris was married. But to what extent do you hold your wife or a woman accountable? Is that all right? So, and OB, you hinted at this earlier in some of your comments. To what extent? First of all, we should mind our business and hold ourselves accountable. That's my point. But to what extent do you hold a woman accountable if you're a man? I'm curious.
Mine's got to be something like the lights getting shut off, the car got repoed that we had, and you didn't tell me, something like that.
That's accountability right there, right?
Yeah.
But
and that's just because it's like, well, you know, kind of like I said, once again, I mean, I don't want to be homeless or I don't want to be without. But not only that, if we go without, the first person they're going to look at is me. So if you did it and hid something from me, then yeah, like I can't have this too many times because people are going to be looking at me crazy.
So to what extent do we as men, or to what extent should we as men hold women accountable? And I would venture to say, my brother, that would never happen to you, to the extent that she didn't pay the bills, didn't tell you. She didn't pay the car note, got repoed, she didn't tell you. To what extent are women accountable for those types, that aspect of life? I never held a woman accountable for anything financial, ever. Don't even got to do your part. So I'm curious to know how y'all might respond. Go ahead.
I have. I know in my marriage, like there were some financial decisions, mistakes made. I held her accountable. I tell people like, I might not say on this podcast. I'm like you'll understand if I'm holding you accountable. I'm gonna be on your ass. I'm gonna be up your ass. If I until it's corrected. So it's like I was holding her accountable on some of these financial things. But
how about you, Obi?
What, when it comes to finances?
Well, accountability in general, but finances in particular. Would you let your kingdom fall?
Example. Well, give me an example. Accountability on like what? What do you think would happen in a marriage or just dating relationship where accountability would be needed?
Well, let's simplify it to the question of finance. Let's start with that. Would you hold?
I don't even touch mine. My wife does all that. Like
that's what's up.
It just goes to the bank. She pays all the bills and all that good stuff.
That's what my father used to do.
Yeah.
I tried to do that. It didn't work for my. I'm glad. I'm jealous. OB, I tried to do that. It just.
That's what I used to do.
It did not work. That did not.
That's a lovely part about marriage. I remember when my wife, my ex-wife, bought me a beautiful watch out of the clear blue. I'm like, bet. This is how marriage works. You buy each other gifts, and I used to always buy her gifts, and I bought her a beautiful watch. I mean, that just is a self-repeating pattern. But my point, I guess, the question or the answer I was looking for, not that I didn't get it, but the answer I was looking for is that as a man, this concept of holding women accountable for what? For your life? Are you holding her accountable for your financial success? For your retirement? I don't hold anybody accountable for that other than myself, which brings me back full circle to what I said earlier, is that self-accountability is what was the norm of the day when I was growing up. Nobody really had to hold the neighbor accountable. And I grew up in Philly. We got row houses, so we next door to each other, the whole block. And then across the street, there was a thing called self-accountability. And I guess what I'm trying to express is that there's a lot of finger pointing going on.
Right.
I think it's part of the passport bro movement. I'd like to comment on that. But, I think it's a part of this whole manosphere movement, actually.
You see, what you're saying is how I was always raised. So that's kind of why I was just, no one wanted to hear that. They be like, I don't want to hear that shit. What do you mean?
Yeah, trying to hear that. Because we black, right? We fados, whatever. We had enough to deal with, just being our complexion. And we didn't have time to worry about somebody else being accountable. It was expected. It was part of the norm. Account for yourself. And I think that's what's missing in America. I'm glad to be out of that piece because it's going to get funky come January 2020. But there's no self-accountability, it seems. Not amongst this panel now with the three gentlemen who are here. I got to say to Femi, though, honey, you can't really be calling people's wives names and calling dudes names and the N-word constantly. You on a global social media network, and that your knowledge and wisdom and experience are valuable, but self-accountability, you're trying to hold nobody else accountable other than me.
Mm-hmm. You know you're gonna get us cussed out, right?
You said what? What do you say, OB?
I ain't repeating it.
Hey, OB, I'm worried because when I saw her pop, I've been watching for hours, and when I saw her pop, I'm like, first thing out my mouth was, uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciated her having my back. I mean, I felt like I was holding my own with him, but it was annoying. It was a shit cast, but
it wasn't, Chris. Don't own that. And listen, this is the world and life of podcasters. Shit gets out there. You get control of it as to whether you want to put it on replay, but it wasn't. Let it go, man.
To answer your question, it's not going to be. I'm not going to withhold the live. It's going to get posted. I don't know if I'm going to re-listen. I usually listen to the podcast on replays end to end and then end to end and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm going to do it.
Well, you should, Chris. It'll help you hone your craft.
Yeah, I do think you should start editing, Chris. Like Zed was doing it for a little bit and just making like snippets of good clips.
Yeah.
And putting that in your videos. And you don't even need to leave the lives up. Or you can leave the lives up, but that way someone doesn't have to watch a whole 4 hours or 5 hours to, you know what I mean? When we have them good moments.
OB, here's the problem. And you make a good point. I'd like to speak to this as a veteran YouTuber. The problem is Chris ain't got no time for all that. Chris got a life, a young man.
I got a little bit. I got it. Well, to that point,
and editing is a pain in the ass. It really is. It's not like you and Chris. You're monetizable, but the profanity and the N-word will definitely work against you in that regard. Not that you need the money, nor does Zed. But for those videos to stay up, some editing is going to be required. But OB, the problem with this YouTube hustle, and I'm not saying that Chris is on this hustle. I know he's not. Neither is Zed, and there are other people who are not. Fearless doesn't make any money off Ronin Travels. He has a channel. It ain't about the money. It's just it's a public square where you can talk your ish. But I would say to Chris, as I agree with you, bro. Leave it up. Let it go raw. Let YouTube do what YouTube do, and just leave it out there. Watch Pierce Morgan and the stuff that goes down over there. Look at Don Lemon right now. He out the box. He done jumped off the porch talking smack about MAGA and all those conversations. In the YouTube sphere, bro, this was a riveting show. Leave it up and don't worry about it. But go back and watch it. Put it in the background. Wash some dishes. Cook some food. Listen with a friend. But this is good content. This is what made YouTube. This is what made World Star. People arguing and cussing and fussing. This is why you're even out here. Now, this is a sidebar to the conversation about accountability. All right. So, if I know it's late there, so I won't tie you guys up long. I wish I had gotten on earlier.
No, we're fine. We good. Unless Chris, I'm on my off days and it's about to snow here. So I'm stuck in the house. I can't go golf. It's been below freezing, and I think the snow hits sometime today.
OB, you probably don't know on this panel, on this channel, I've been cussed out by Femi.
She done got me before too.
I've been shown the door by Femi. I want to smoke with Femi. I will have smoke with her if she would just stop yelling. But she makes a lot of good points, man. But there's a lot of stuff going on in the States with y'all when it's gotten to the point There are several different factors that indicate the fall of an empire. I've been watching a lot of video about this, and that's a celebration and worship of celebrities. Well, you know, on January 20th, you're going to get your first, you know, or second time around, a worse celebrity than, anyway, all that aside, I don't want to get off track. But there's something going on when men and women are arguing to this degree. I see it all the time. You know, this passport movement stuff, this manosphere movement stuff, it's always been negative. I wanted to say this earlier. I got this from a friend of mine. I never forgot it. If God made anything better than a woman, he kept it to himself. Now, as a man, I appreciated that when I first heard it. And I've lived by that for the rest of my life. If you're a man. Now, there's a lot of other stuff going on over there. It is what it is. But for me, there's several things I learned through my life of dating and marriage and stuff. And I think certainly you, OB, have mastered the appreciation for that. And that is, you don't argue. When I was married, if my wife and I argued, by the time we went to bed, I was telling her jokes. We laughed ourselves to sleep. Because I got jokes.
Nice.
I got jokes. But there's something going on over there. I can only prescribe leaving and then maybe going back if that's what it is. I know, OB, you chomping at the bits, get out of there. There's like 90 golf courses right near me. I know you would love it over here. Chris, you would love it. I said to Chris before, and I have an apology for you too, Chris. You need to travel, man. Get out of the States for a week or two. Go somewhere. And nobody who was heavy in the chat tonight said he moved, because I thought it was OB, not OB, but DA the BA, as nobody. He said, no, I'm not BA, I'm nobody. I said, that's exactly why I moved overseas, to be an absolute nobody, to walk around where nobody knows my name, nobody knows my past, and just be myself. And I've got a good past. I've got nothing to hide. But Chris, I think you need to travel, bro. And I think that will help reformat your hard drive, if you feel what I'm saying. It'll reformat your hard drive to the extent like you'll realize none of that petty stuff that comes out over the YouTube channels even matters. Once you move abroad or travel somewhere and get out of your bubble. I used to live in Atlanta, Chris. I mentioned this before. I know what it's like. I'm from Philly. I've spent 25 years in Los Angeles, some of the hottest cities on the continent. Hey, bro, get that passport locked down. Get your ass on a plane by yourself. Be fearless. Pardon the language. Pardon the reference. Be fearless. Somewhere. Just go somewhere. I've been telling all my friends that. I was the same type of person. I didn't love America because I'm black, but my parents are Jim Crow South folk. I didn't love America, but I kept believing the dream. It's going to happen. I'm going to get me a house. I'm going to get me a couple of cars. I'm going to get married and have the kids. And you can do that. Go ahead. But Chris, at your age right now, I think the best therapy for you is get off the continent and go somewhere. Short term, don't go for sex. I know you're not going to do that anyway. It'll change your entire mindset and even make you better when you get back to Atlanta. You'll be able to, you'll be like Jameis Winston.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning
and
that
then I wanted to ask y'all both DKT's
game
question.
slows down for you once you step off the continent. You get back in the game. It's like you on IR. Get back in the game, not a game that's slowed down. You like Seattle's quarterback. Like, you like Aaron Rodgers when you drop back, climb the pocket, scramble a little bit because your legs ain't the same, but you know how to get away from the giant lineman. It resets your clock. Now, I did want to ask y'all, and I said I was going to put it in the park a long time ago. My bad. My cigarette ain't done burning yet.
You good? Hey, Richard. Quick question. Don't lose your thought. I want to answer this since DKT took time to write it, and I truly am a little curious because I don't know that much about it. I don't look it up. I don't research it. But has the feminist movement been positive or negative? What's y'all thoughts on that?
Absolutely positive on my part. Yeah.
Can you give an example? Because like I said, when you say feminist, I don't even really know what that means. I mean, I got general ideas, but like I say, I don't research it to say, hey, this is something changed.
Easy example. I was alive in the 70s when Gloria Steinem, I believe, is like the mother of feminism, when women were burning their bras. I like it.
I don't know a lot about it, but I have heard of her.
Yeah. All right. So feminism, I think, in a nutshell, and this is real quick, made women humans to men. Because prior to feminism, men looked at women as chattel, property. So I think feminism was a net win for men to step outside of their ignorant caveman box and realize that women are human too. I ain't talking about the emotions and the psychology and all that stuff. I'm talking about like, wow, treat me like an equal. And I would think that Black men would really relate to that, because Black people got the right to vote before women did. If I'm not, well, that's not true. Thereabouts. But women struggled like every other marginal group, facing and fighting the white power structure. It's not like white men treated their women any better. Just as much domestic violence, just as much fratricide and patricide. All that stuff happened before. But feminism empowered women as human beings, equal human beings. And that's what a woman is to me. That's how I've always treated women. That's why I wanted love. Love don't owe me nothing. Women don't owe me nothing. Women have treated me extremely well. I'm talking about sisters, Black women, Fadal sisters, who cooked for me, massaged my back when I was tired, I remember the first time I ever had my feet rubbed. That was by a sister. Cracked my toes and all, back in my 20s. I'm like, I didn't even know I needed that. Feminism freed women to be equal participants in human evolution. Let's keep it real. I haven't seen the movie, but I know you've seen Hidden Figures. And
I've seen it, but I don't even remember that much about it.
That's fine.
Is that Black space?
It's a great
Black women who were part of the space mission that launched. Okay.
I've seen it.
You can't beat women down and expect to come up.
Right.
Even pimps know that. You know, I mean, it's really pretty fundamental and simple. This is why I harp on the idea that America is like really in the twist right now. So much stuff is so confusing, so much stuff to consume. So no, feminism is a win for women across the board of all races. We need that. Thailand has a female prime minister. Thailand, a third world nation. Man, please. It's not. The developing country and way less backwards in its progress than America is going right now. Like Thailand is passing you on I-95 going north, going up, or I don't know what road y'all know, 40, 20, whatever. And not just Thailand, other countries. Y'all were not you gentlemen, were hung up on the notion that, oh, she's a woman. She can't be president. Same thing happened with Hillary. I voted for Hillary. America needs a woman in charge, in my belief. Y'all need to dial it back a little bit and let the ladies, run the play a little bit. Maybe America will stop spending trillions of dollars on military. Maybe you won't have a president coming up in office talking about taking over Finland and changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. You think Mexico gonna allow that? Anyway, so no, feminism benefit America in as much as civil rights benefited America.
Yeah, I need you to go to Chaotic Truth Show and listen to it sometimes and jump on the panel and educate.
Right.
That was a gem you just dropped there. I don't know if Chris noticed it, but you just educated me on something, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that was great.
Chris, what do you think?
I think it was positive. I think I'm looking at like his second statement, and I think like part of the power with the toxic masculinity is like it's not just an emotional feeling or perspectives. Like they have patriarchy behind that. They have, and that's a very powerful thing. It's a kind of like almost like a worldwide standard. So you know, I want to do some research on like the toxic femininity, but like it's definitely not as impactful. It doesn't have the effect that toxic masculinity does. Like toxic masculinity is.
Can I speak to that, Chris?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
There is more to being a man than being masculine.
Right.
Fearless made a comment earlier, hours ago on the show about I don't listen to women.
Right.
That kind of made me make the comment about, but anyway, so look, let me get to my point. I don't want to go too off track. There's more to being a man than masculine. Masculine is natural for a man. It used to be. I don't know about now. The idea that Fearless would say, I don't listen to women, made me want to call in because I'm like, wow, you probably spent I hope average man spent the first 6 years of his life with a woman because daddy out working, right?
Facts.
You learned the best place to curl up after a hard fight or a hard day at work is at home with your woman in bed where you can be vulnerable and let her know I'm not made of concrete. Something happened to me. I didn't like it. I got some feelings about it and curled up under that woman. I don't know a better place. I just don't. And I'm not even doing that over here. Don't get me wrong. It's like I'm talking about this kind of stuff saying, hey, I'm over here curling up with Thai women. I don't. Not laying down with a stranger anymore. Not at my age. I can't fight like that no more. But when he said that, I'm like, oh, I should call in. I'm like, bro, you spent the first 6, 7, maybe 10 years, 12 years of your life before your daddy had a chance to show you how to throw a football or take you to a sports game. I'm not sure. It might be 6 years for some guys, and I don't know, maybe never for others. So many fatherless homes, not just amongst Black people, but white kids grow up in fatherless homes. We tend to just kind of like put all this onus on ourselves about how tough life is. It's just really freaking life. That's one thing I learned about being out here. It's like, oh, snap. It's the same thing out here. The girls yell at their men. You very seldom see men yelling at women. But unless it's a foreigner, people out here don't even yell at each other like that. Unless they're drunk or it's late night. Yelling in Thailand is disrespectful. Raising your voice. They have a culture. That's what I love about being here. It's like I'm back in the 70s. I'm like 14, 15, growing up with my family, and we live on a block. It was a village raising the children. Far removed from that. There's going to come a time of reckoning in that country. And I see it coming very quietly and non-violently. And that is that people are starting to come to their senses about what's wrong and how do we fix it. And there's more conversation being had about that, even in the social media space. Kevin Samuels is gone. God rest his soul. I don't think anybody will take his place. I didn't like Kevin. I used to comment on his hairline and how sus he seemed. But I regret that, OB. God rest that poor man's soul. Because if I go out, it definitely ain't going to be, I pray that it will never be as ignominiously as he went out.
Who are you talking about?
KS, Kevin Samuels.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. He screwed things up for a lot of brothers in particular. That, you know, now he's facing the Lord and hope he got Jesus as his lawyer to try to explain all the terrible things he said to those women who were desperately seeking guidance and advice. If you're the light, and when someone walks up on you looking for the light and you throw the fire on him and burn him to death, well, he's got his own demons to deal with in his afterlife, I'm sure. But this channel can become this vehicle for, you know, dudding some of that stuff. And look, shout to Fearless, man. Fearless is a cool dude. I get it. BMOC, big man on campus. Yeah. You know, that's a brain fuck, pardon my language. If you think you BMOC, he has a house. Who don't? Except the homeless don't have a roof over their head. He got the money. Who don't? Somebody call it money. But he means well. I think he's a disciplined, smart, articulate individual. But I think his field of experience, despite his age, isn't as broad as OB's, let's say. When I hear OB speak, even when I don't come up here, I'm like, dude, this is the brother from another planet. Coming to bring us a message. Because he's wise beyond his years. But to expect someone like Fearless to be wise beyond his years, and Femi called him out hard, like, dude, you got a baby at 50? When that kid is 20, you'll be 70. You can't take him out in the backyard and do nothing with him. Other than ask him to roll you back in the house. That's the
Hey, Chris, Talk been joshing, ain't he? These last couple of weeks, he been joshing on everybody, and I love it.
Who? Richard?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
That's
it.
why I'm over here.
Oh, hey, actually, matter of fact, I want to.
You got jokes, OB. I got jokes.
I want to swing into like a different topic, just real quick.
Go ahead.
I know we talked about this on the last live about pulling hair and stuff like that. I think it's not that I don't like to. It's that, you know, certain women might have hangups. Like they might have weave. It might not be safe to assume. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just not going to be making some assumptions. But it's not that I don't like it. Like I'll definitely do it. But it's just like, you know what? It might not be safe to assume that it's okay. Sometimes women have these like complicated, like, you know, tie-ins and all weave and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, you know what, I'm not messing that up. But hold up,
I don't know about pulling hair, man.
That
was cool. That was cool back in the day.
I need Maya here for this one, man.
That was cool back in the day, Chris. But that's like, yeah, I wouldn't do that no more.
No,
hair time.
DKT, you should have got on the panel earlier, man. You got plenty of good conversational topics that you keep posting in his comment section. Because I did see Al Pacino, and to me, it looked crazy to see his ass with that 2-year-old, man.
That's nasty work, bro. That's nasty.
I had a hot take.
But it was crazy.
I think men at the age of 50 having children should be arrested. I mean, maybe there needs to be like
that's a bit extreme now, Christopher.
There needs to be an age that we need to just like stop it. It needs to stop happening.
Not true. Not true. Because if that's the case, Chris, then if you look back on the days of early America and the movement of farmers and agriculturalists, they had kids old so that those kids could be used as farm hands. So let's keep it real. No, I don't. I put that on. If you're over a certain age, don't drive a car no more. But if you can still make a baby, you just got to accept the fact that, okay, I'm gonna be dead before this child. At his age, Al Pacino, he'll be dead before that child is 5, probably, or 10, and may he live a long 100-year-old Jimmy Carter prosperous life. But the fact of the matter is, that's unfair to the child.
Right.
You might as well have a child spend 5 years with the child and then bounce out the crib. If you're having kids at 85, because you're gone still, it's the same impact, I would think, on the child. I am not a fatherless child. If there's anybody in the panel who would like to comment on that, I'd invite you to. But at 85, having a baby, shoot, you might as well have been a passport bro. I got jokes, OB. I got jokes. I'm working on material here.
I'm telling you, I'm seriously, look it up, add it. It's called Chaotic Truth. It's a guy, like you say, he call it shock jocking or whatever. He comes on there with his Republican stance, but through that, he kind of try to say things that black people need to fix. And he keeps like 300 people at all times like in there. And he'll let anyone come up on the panel and just debate or whatnot about whatever they want to talk about. I think you would like it. And you got time for it. Huh?
I ain't got no but time, homie.
You'll like it. It's called CHAOTIC. You'll like it. Chaotic Truth.
I'm already there. If I'm not already a sub of that channel, because that sounds familiar, I'm not.
Okay.
So I'm Chaotic Truth Live.
Yeah, and you like them politics, and that's mostly what he does. So you'll like it. And I think people enjoy hearing you on there because you're gonna bring a different perspective that a lot of us younger guys just. We can't say it like you say it. Your wordplay is a lot better than us.
I need to just get my lazy ass off the couch and, I got a channel too. I need to just start streaming my own stuff. But yeah, I would hope you would come up and Chris would come up so that we could have these conversations and that Fendi would come up. Again, I love Fendi, man. I really do. That girl is brilliant. But just the profanity, alone. I remember I called her sister soldier on this channel.
What she do? Cut you out?
No, that was a compliment, intended compliment. She went, get him off the panel. Her get him off the panel should be as famous as you're fired. Hey, but all that aside, man, I wish this channel well, and and you brothers well, and I know it's all well intended. And Chris, I don't think the idea of, we've talked about this before, the idea of censoring anybody and kicking them off a panel is of any value because YouTube is all based on the drama. It really is. Social media is all about the drama. It could be positive drama, it could be negative drama, it could be what Martin Luther King used to call good trouble. And you're from Atlanta. These are the conversations that need to be had. And if we got to yell it out in the beginning, guess what? It mellow out in the end, don't it?
It might. It might. And like I said,
I definitely think drama sells on here.
I mean,
it does, but it could be good drama. It could be good drama, like Good Trouble, like the freedom fighters. Good Trouble. Get locked
kind of
up.
like Kevin Samuels. Didn't they say he didn't start out like that? He just realized that it doesn't sell until he says it like that. And then the one guy who lost one of his eyes, who am I talking about, Chris? I know you keep up with that type of stuff.
White.
Yeah. He the same way. He said when he didn't sell it as drama, it didn't sell. So I agree with you on that 100%.
Kevin used to talk to black men on that channel, Kevin Simon channel, used to talk to black men about grooming. and attire, clothing, colognes. That's why it faded over into his reinvention as, the anti-Black woman advocate, it seems. I mean, to tell somebody you're average at best, when Philly, that'll get you punched in your face, even from a woman. So that was really, really negative. And that's when I started bagging on him in the comments. He never responded. It's all good. That was years ago, several years ago. But that energy is dying out, as someone mentioned earlier. Charleston White used to talk about killing white people. Nah. He went to jail for being a participant in the death of a white man in a robbery. I think it was a robbery. It wasn't like an anti-white crime. It wasn't like a race crime. He went to jail, spent some time in jail. And when he first came on the scene, as wise and smart and as hardworking for youth as I learned him to be, this is years ago, he went from, kill white people, kill their kids. He was on Vlad. I'm sure Vlad had to take that down. Took down all of Charleston's channels. He had all the channels. He had all the social media. They destroyed all of those channels. Then he started going on other people's channels. I don't even think Charleston White can still get a channel of his own. He might have one or two, but YouTube, Twitter, all the social media banned him for saying that about white folks. Say it from his mouth. Man, F white people, kill their kids, blah, de, blah. Now it's a whole different thing. He wants to kill all the rappers. He wants to kill all the gangsters. Charleston White is like, cruising for a bruising, as we used to say. But hey, I wanted to ask you guys, I posted this in the comments. I know this conversation is all over the place, and I'm happy to talk to you. And thanks for allowing me up. Did y'all see the fight between Star Bull and BMT? Black Man?
I did not. What up, Gen Z? I did not. What happened?
Y'all didn't hear about that?
No.
Chris.
I guess that I've been outside of the since I retired. I said I was no longer be making PP Bro content. I really haven't been checking. Last video I made of PP Bro content, it was about Star Bull, and we I got railed on for it. So I'm like, I stopped checking for that stuff.
So Star Bull was in a bar. BMT, who is living in South America, has come to Thailand.
Is DMT the dude got slammed?
No, that's Richie Mack.
Richie Mack.
So this is a totally different fight. I'm shocked Zed ain't shared this.
Wait,
hold on. Go ahead and show us this, Chris.
Yeah,
I didn't see this.
This is the actual street fight.
You want the tea?
Yeah, I want
to see it.
Yeah, do they have a video?
No, not of the fight itself. No one pulled out phones.
But
both BMT from the Passport Bros movement, the Passport Bros app, and Star Bull, who has a new channel because he got banned for saying what he was saying. YouTube ain't playing these days. Well, they met up in a bar in one of the Soys, and BMT responding emotionally to something that Star Bull had said to him as a keyboard warrior. BMT saw Star Bull, they exchanged glances, and before you know it, BMT walked up on him. That's Aaron from Passport Bros app. Said, "Who you mean mugging?" Star Bull, being a retired veteran, knows how to use them elbows. But BMT, Gen Z talking about Star Bull whoop BMT, elbowed and punched BMT in the mouth. BMT got on the air a couple of days later, a day or so later, with a fat lip. But James, who I'm sure you're familiar with, he's always on these channels and panels. And even Starbull said that BMT rustled him to the ground because he had a height weight advantage, but he didn't punch him. So yeah, that's the latest scuttle reporting to you live from beautiful Pattaya, Thailand.
Wow. So it's just going down over there, huh? Richie Mack popped it off. Ever since that, everyone want a little action.
Bringing madness here. And I'll tell you something, man. You'd rather be in Fulton County Jail than to be in a jail in Thailand.
Wow.
God dog it.
Yeah. They didn't get locked up, and Thai cops are not heavy-handed. They're not going to shoot you. They're not going to beat you with batons. They're going to grip you up a little bit and then put the handcuffs on in front of you, not behind you. Unless you're really...
Zed didn't know about this because, BMT love calling her his girlfriend. So she sure would have had
panel.
Huh?
Zed be up on his panel or in the comments at least.
Oh, so she does know?
Well, she was the last a couple of times ago I saw.
Yeah, I'm just shocked. She didn't give us a community post on that.
And so BMT, you said something earlier that I commented on earlier in my days here on this panel, and that is that I don't really see a lot of brothers going through stuff out here like that. I see more white folk, Europeans, Brits. I witnessed a real ignorant situation with a couple of drunk Americans, whites, in a 7-Eleven because they didn't realize that 7-Eleven doesn't take credit cards or debit cards out here. You got to pay by cash. All the 7-Elevens operate that way. They didn't know. I get it. I wanted to step in. I'm like, they probably beat me up. Let me leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
So I just walked away. But I just seen some ignorant stuff just like a couple of days ago with the ugly Americans coming over here, acting out that aggression that they wish they could have before they left the States. And these are probably like tourists. They probably are not expats. They're not living here. And I'm like, yeah, I'll probably wait a couple of days and see how they got their heads kicked off down on one of them dirty soys acting out that way. Because Thai people don't play that. You don't come out here with the bullshit. It's like if you ain't from LA and you go to a Crip hood or Blood hood or Latino hood, you finna find out. FAFO. So yeah, that's the latest scuttle. But I don't see that much with brothers. The Richie Mack thing with Tom Young, and then the latest being like within the past week, Starbull and BMT. Aaron, I'm so disappointed in him that you would come this far across the globe and ask somebody, particularly another black man from America, why you mean mugging me? It didn't go down well, but no one got hurt or sent to the hospital. So there's a little tight for you. Yeah.
They're lucky they didn't get locked up.
Right.
Because they're not heavy-handed like that out here. They're not.
Ooh.
Yeah. If you ain't like laying on the ground needing an ambulance,
mm-hmm.
they just gonna let y'all work it out.
God dog it.
Yeah, you need to come over here. It's a wonderful place. And it's not just Thailand, but I'm going to tell you, of all places that I can imagine and of all travel channels that I watch, this is kind of like, where it's at. I watch Austin all the time. I watch Kid Greatness,
mm-hmm.
Rich. I watch all them cats. But, in my case, OB, God parted the seas as if I was Moses, and I stuck the landing. And this has been the best decision I've ever made, to leave the States and come abroad and, just reset my clock. I don't know what the future holds. And
when are you going to try to visit like Philippines? Because isn't the flights pretty cheap? Maybe $70, $100. You could go visit them, or Bali or something like that.
Yeah. I'm not a passport bro.
Mm-hmm.
The Philippines infrastructure is weaker than Thailand's in terms of internet and, my creature comforts.
Okay.
I could not care less about the Philippines.
Okay.
Right. I could not care less about Bali right now. And I know that might sound very narrow-minded.
No, it doesn't.
I appreciate you saying that. I didn't come on vacation. I came on staycation.
Okay.
I know they'll be there. I probably wouldn't ever visit the Philippines because I've watched other streamers in the Philippines and realized that's not why I left America.
What do you think about Sunshine Shoulders over there? I used to watch him a little bit when he did his, and then he quit his lives, and then he started it back, but I never went back to him after he shut it down.
I think he's kind of sad.
Okay.
I'm real happy. In case you don't know this, no bad news. I got some gossip. I got jokes. Yeah. I don't have any bad times to tell you about, and I think the Sunshine Shoulders is kind of sad. I think Chocolate Man is sad.
Why you say it's sad?
Oh, y'all must like hearing me talk. You want some more Thailand scuttle?
I will say this before you get into it. I did email Maya. I did not get curved. Y'all were right. I gotta get credit where credit is due. Let's leave it at that.
Okay, nice.
The balls.
I hope y'all going out, man, and catching a 7-Up or something one day, or a beer, whatever your drink choice is.
We've been playing Cupid with them for too long. Let's let it go.
Yeah, the ball's in her court, but maybe
just let it go, homie. They're not meant for each other.
Man, I totally forgot about that when I seen her today. I would have poked fun. I forgot. I totally forgot, Chris.
You saw Maya today?
Yeah.
How'd you look?
No, she was on the she was in the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the streets.
So she heard our comments, huh?
No, I don't know if she did. Like,
okay.
I kind of made a subliminal message earlier in the chat saying like, hey, Richard and Obi, what we were talking about. I did email somebody, and y'all were right, but I'm gonna just tell y'all explicitly. Okay. No, we talked. We went. I'm just waiting on her to. It's the ball's in her court.
Okay, nice. I like to hear it, man.
Chris, I said earlier I owed you an apology, and it just reoccurred to me. The apology is when I got on the panel and I was joking with BA. I'm like, it's over for you, Chris.
No, I liked it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I was like,
it was just bringing some entertainment to the channel. I thought.
I just repurposed.
I got jokes.
I started the show kind of talking about it. I was like, I understood where you were coming from. I was just like,
yeah, I was just joking, man. It's never over, of course.
No, it's all good. You don't need to apologize.
And DKT, the jails. You're going to be eating rice and water if you get locked up over here. Number one. Number two, I'm learning Thai phonetically. Listening to Thais and people who speak Thai around me. Thai is a multi-level language. So if you live in the country, that inflection on the language is as different as if I was to go down to Memphis and be trying to, translate. I have a friend from Memphis. When he talks to me, he talks fast and he mumbles. So Thai language is kind of the same way, except the mumbling maybe. It's vernacular and dialect. So I'm learning phonetically. Like I learned how to say Good New Year over the New Year. Sawadi Pimai. I practice it and still it got stuck in my mouth when I was trying to say it on New Year's to Thai people. But they appreciate you trying. And I retired here. Last question he asked. I retired here. I'm never coming home. My ashes, God willing, will be spread in the Andaman Sea, a half a block from where I live.
Okay.
That's my life right now.
Nice.
Yeah. Couldn't be any happier. So, yeah. So he also Gen Z also mentioned that there's no video on YouTube, but there's no video of the fight, but there are witnesses, eyewitnesses, and participants. BMT did a video, he did a live on it, and then Starbowl.
What did he say? Did he at least admit it? Like, man, I should have kept them words to myself.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, he was like, yeah, you got beat up. And then other people, James. I don't know if y'all know James.
I remember him, the boxer, right?
Is he the one that hung out with Austin Hallman? The older
Austin
guy?
Hallman, not the boxer. That's Yoga or Nakmeezy.
Okay,
sure,
I thought Yoga name was James.
No, James is the cat that was hanging with Austin. James is in Thailand. Yeah.
Okay.
He's in Thailand. Yeah. And he was
so he's left Africa. I thought he was still in Africa.
He may go back, but he's not there now.
Okay.
I wanted to do my own stream about this, but I wanted to explain this. And if I have a moment, I'd like to explain what the Passport Bro movement is kind of founded on, what it's based off. If you look at most of these groups, with the exception of a Richie Mack, people like that, the whole concept of going abroad to pay a woman to lay down with you, I'm convinced that it's military born. I mentioned this on one of your previous panels, Chris, because that's what I meet out here. White and black, virtually. French, I know I got a couple of French associates, a couple of Australian associates, one of whom has, in fact, been in the Australian military, he claims. Can't believe what you hear. But I'm convinced that this movement is really kind of like a spinoff. The idea that a man would travel and be comfortable with buying or pay for play, period, is bizarre to me, because I was not in the military, but I can only imagine if I was 18, 19 in the military, I get some R&R, I go to an island or a foreign coastal country, I see women that I don't normally have access to, and I can pay for it, I probably would have done it too. But I'm convinced part of the poison of the Passport Bro movement was created by the military in the same vein that you have MK Ultra. You know, everybody knows that was a real thing. They were programming soldiers to do stuff, to be able to become killing machines. Period. Killing machines. Now go back home to your wife and kids. I believe the same thing happened in a period of time, particularly starting in the 70s, not so much in the World War II, because I'm sure them fellas went over there and probably paid for it too, but particularly in Vietnam. If you go watch Full Metal Jacket, Me Love You Long Time. I mean,
yeah, I got to go watch it too. I heard of it, but I don't remember it.
It's a great movie. It's great effing movie. Great movie. But the term Me Love You Long Time, Luke Skywalker of Two Live Crew and the crew made a song based off them lyrics from that movie. Oh, me so horny. Me love you long time. Right? That started in the 70s with the Vietnam War and the fact that they sent a lot of Vietnam War soldiers, rotated them out of combat and sent them to Pattaya, Phuket, and sent them to Thailand. Because Thailand is a neutral country. They've never warred with any other country. They warred amongst themselves, but they only warred amongst themselves. They never joined any wars. There's a story about how they avoided joining the Vietnam War, but they would allow soldiers from the Vietnam War to rotate out, have a wild weekend or a couple of weeks drinking and effing to get all that off their chest to send them right back into the meat grinder. I didn't even realize until recently they were still doing it from the Afghanistan war. Because where do you send soldiers who are like enraged with violence to a place where they can kind of tone that down, get your head right, and now come back. You went and had sex, you got drunk as hell, you passed out, nobody can touch you because you're an American soldier. All right, now come back to war, come back to the meat grinder. I didn't even realize they did that from Afghanistan. I meet nothing but veterans over here. So to me, the Passport Bro movement is this legion of veteran men who didn't get a chance to go to college and sow their wild oats, didn't get a chance to run the streets, get a job, get a car, get a crib, and now you can run through girls. They didn't have that opportunity. They went directly from high school into the military. And so paying for it for them ain't no thing. Going overseas and finding a woman who is not of your race and mixing your genes to them is no thing. There's a girl called Afro Share. She's a black Thai YouTuber. She's hooked up with a brother from America. I forget his name. Her mother is the result of a Vietnam veteran or warrior coming to Thailand, making a baby, and she looks black. Beautiful young lady. Rico Outdoors, I think, is her boyfriend. They both do YouTube. This story is age old, but the fact that it's percolated back up into the social media consciousness to the extent that there is a movement about it, that people like Skylar DeRuin is in South America talking about paying for women all the time, the only sex he gets. This is bizarre for black men. When black men went to World War II, the white European women who they liberated in France and in England, they thought we had tails like monkeys. Right? These are facts. These are historical facts. This is nothing that's not available online. You can get this stuff. So, but for some reason, in the second wave of American wars, these American soldiers, not the women soldiers, but the men soldiers, that is paid to see a woman as an object and just pay for it. It has permeated so deeply into the consciousness of men that's why strip clubs are popular. I lived in Atlanta for a year and a half, Chris. I did not once step my foot into Magic City.
Why not?
Not once.
Why not?
I guess you're asking that question because you're getting tired.
No, I'm curious. I mean, I'm curious. Like I've been
Magic City.
Yes, I did
a strip club.
I did my bachelor party there. I've been there other times too. Went there my 40th birthday party. I wanted the wings and I wanted the table dance.
I can answer with a joke.
Yep.
There's not a woman I ever met in my life that I couldn't get to do that for me in my crib.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good answer. I like that. I like that. I really could have used that in Vegas, honestly.
I could get the strip down and, I could have my pie and eat it too.
Damn it.
That's why I didn't go to strip clubs.
Okay, great. I love that answer.
OB, what you think?
I hear you. I visit them though. In my younger days, I would go to them.
You had to clear your throat, I see.
Yeah, in my younger days, I visit them. But I mean, today, wouldn't care to go.
Why not? I know you're married, but I'm saying, I mean, married couples like playing around strip clubs too. I know it's real. Yeah. But strip clubs?
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't appease me anymore.
Bro, it is the absolute objectification of a woman. Like, if I can pay to watch you undress, I don't get that. I've had girlfriends. I've been married. OB, you married. Chris, you've been married. You've seen women walk around naked. You know what they got. Why would I go and pay to see that? Okay, so no answer to that question. So that's the problem. And this passport bro movement,
I wanted to add on a little bit of pushback.
Was
Sorry.
born out of the Vietnam War, where not World War II, not even the Korean War, where men were sent overseas to a foreign country that wasn't involved in the war to go and spend money, your money that you earned fighting in a war. Here's a little time off. Here's a little R&R. You're not married. You don't got a girlfriend there. There was no internet. You couldn't create hookups. And they just came to a place like this, and it became part of the culture. And again, I've said this before, and I want to make this clear, and I'll park it. Asians don't look at sex like y'all do. It ain't nothing but a thing.
I know Sunshine Shoulders. Don't he got like 4 kids over there, you said?
I hope he doesn't.
Yeah, I think he said he's got like 4 kids. Just in his little short 4 or 5 year stint, he went over there.
I didn't know that. I don't watch him that much.
Like 4 kids, 3 different women.
Wow.
He was like, yeah, I regret it. He was like, but I couldn't help myself. I mean, the access was just so easy.
I thought he got married over there.
He did, but that was after having 3 other kids.
Damn.
Yeah. But he talked about it.
I don't mean to be crude or disrespectful, but the access to what? Like a woman?
Yeah, he said he was messing around so much. He said he was starting not to even like it.
Damn.
No diddy.
Wow. But I'll say this: there's a little bit of pushback, Richard. Listen, you might have had it like that, so you didn't go to Magic City. But like the one draw for Magic City is like these aren't regular women. These women are, some of them like really look nice. That's the thing.
Can I put a little?
Maybe you had it like that.
No, that's the way it was. I'm not that smart. It's just that simple. Is one of my favorite sayings. I'm not that smart. It's just that simple. Different time, mind you, Chris. But I would advise you, and anybody in the audience who's still here, hookers and strippers don't like men. They don't like you. Something went wrong in their life. Might have been in childhood. Something went wrong in love. Might have been a broken heart. But strippers, and I'll challenge anybody on this worldwide, strippers and hookers don't like men in general. And if you aren't like some super smooth, now I know it's late, I would implore Maya to speak to that. Female bartenders don't like you.
Damn.
I'll say you, not meaning you, Chris, but strippers and hookers don't like men.
Wow.
Now, I don't know. Am I wrong?
It's got me.
OB?
It's got me interested to interview them now.
I think there's some truth to that.
All right. So Chris said the right thing, I think, is go interview them. Go talk to them.
I tried to tell BA I'd love to do a Chapiadora panel, just to understand what the foreign pros or let's just call
don't like you.
Yeah.
I've watched various white and black YouTubers. Thai women don't like you.
That's probably why when they had their little video and Floyd and them was down there, why the girls was liking Floyd so much, because they knew he didn't like them like that, if that makes any sense.
Not sure.
Y'all don't remember that? Like when they had the video and showed them and recorded them over at the house or whatever, and the girl was trying to kiss Floyd all in his mouth?
I wouldn't do
Rello, she was just messing with for the money. Floyd, I mean, yeah, it's still the money, but she liked Floyd.
I don't know about that, OB. I really believe what I just said. I've been to strip clubs.
No, I'm agreeing with you, but that's what I'm saying. I think she sensed that Floyd was just a genuinely nice guy. You kind of get what I'm saying? The innocence. That's what was attracting her to him, his innocence.
I posted this in the comments hours ago. A fool and his money should never travel. Period. You do not want to travel being thirsty and hungry for sex, being lovelorn or love lost. Brothers, I cannot tell you some of the other channels and all the horror stories from the white guys out here. I mean, if you really want to talk about horror stories and some of them are passport Joes, some of them are retired military, many of them are. I see old white guys who look like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons or Sheriff Wiggum from The Simpsons with these young Thai women. And you'll hear their stories later, eventually, about how that woman ripped them off, never loved them. There is a popular trending viral video of a pretty average white guy who probably retired from a good corporate job, whose Filipino wife left him once she got to America after 2 years when she got that's one of the highest videos out here right now. You guys haven't seen that? Oh, wow. So, and I said to somebody in the chat earlier, we don't have no advantage overseas, bro. Not us. Unless it's money. Now, a white guy, when I see a white guy over here, I know his advantage is money. And I'm not broke. I'm okay. But I ain't finna pay for a stranger to come and lay in my bed and I doze off. I'm not doing that. That's out. And I've hung up my gloves. But the horror stories, OB, of the white guys, particularly in Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, South America. These women know what these dudes are coming for. And so if you coming abroad, to anybody who's in the audience who's coming abroad, and you one of us, FADOS, foundational African descendants of slavery, you a target, you a mark. Same would be true if you came from, Philadelphia to LA. I mean, I was there 25 years. Let me tell you, you a mark out there. You a mark. These women already know what this movement is about. They already know what men are moving around for. They already got a game plan in place. They already got like social media where they share pictures of the same guy that they're all playing.
That's wild.
Stay home. Celebrate. Love is where you find it, in the words of the Whispers.
But see, Richard, I seen Philippine downtown. That downtown looked pretty good, man, as far as infrastructure go.
Yeah, downtown. It's like
downtown, like the little
Philly
mall and all that type of stuff that they got going, a little shopping center. It looked pretty good. Have you looked at any of the videos yet? Rich, you got your mic muted?
I don't know if he's still on.
Nah, he might have lost connection or something of that nature.
Is Thailand. Real talk. Downtown.
You just came back. We lost you for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that if you go to downtown Philadelphia, it looks good, but go a couple of blocks in either direction, you're in a war zone.
10-4. Okay.
Same thing with downtown Atlanta. Real talk.
Right.
Same thing with downtown New York. Go to Manhattan and go 2 blocks in either direction. That's and Thailand's, and I said this when I lost y'all. Thailand's infrastructure is 2 times better than the Philippines. And I've recently learned that the Philippines is not cheaper. It's probably on par price-wise. You might be able to get a spot for a little cheaper out there, but it's not going to be the same quality. Bro, can't hear it. They're building outside my building. If I look out over my patio, there's like 3 different skyscraper cranes building new skyscrapers. Apartment.
I believe you though, because there's a lot of young black girls moving there that you can watch on YouTube.
Are you up on that, OB? Have you seen that?
Yeah, it's a nice little movement of young black girls moving over there by themselves.
Passport sister movement.
Yep.
Pretty women.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Now I wonder what their dating situation is. Are they just waiting to meet another American over there, or are they giving these Thai guys a shot? Or are they just over there lonely and saying, I'll just be lonely for a year or 2 to get to enjoy some of this living?
Here's a fact about women that I learned back in my disco days. Women will come out to dance. We come out to get a phone number.
Okay.
All right. So now, women who travel don't travel for dating, in my belief. They travel for the experience. Men who travel, travel for another reason, without being too vulgar on this channel. The passport movement is about moving around, and it seems to me, in my interpretation, moving around, meeting different women, having different sexual experiences. I have a married friend, a woman who I've just learned recently how much women love to travel more than men do. Like, she got a passport and has been off the continent, right? Locally, but not that far. Her husband, like, I don't need no passport. I ain't going nowhere. These black folks, this us. So when the women come over here, they're not coming looking for love. They're coming for exploration, experience. I promise you, Zed has probably never traveled looking for love. Women just don't travel for that same reason. So how they're dating, I just saw another young lady named Jew, Jew.
Yeah, I just watched hers. It's pretty good.
Right, and she went out on a date.
Where was she from? Right. Colombia, I think and spoke Spanish fluently. It's pretty good.
I think she black, OB, but speaks Spanish fluently because she traveled to a
lot. That's what she said. She said she's from Virginia. I seen that.
Yeah, that's right. She is. Hey, man, she can come over here to Thailand, OB, and I'll howl. She's way too young. She's way too young for me. I'm joking. But women don't travel. I mean, Yvette Antoinette is another black woman who moved to Thailand. She's coming back now. She lives in Bangkok. Women don't move like that.
I've seen her too.
Okay, we have that evil twin. We have an evil twin that makes us travel for that reason, without being vulgar. Think of your evil twin. The other head, in other words. Women don't move like that. They're way more sophisticated, way more evolved. And their purpose for travel has nothing to do with dating. If they meet somebody, I'm gonna tell you what, like
see, I agree, don't lose your thought. But my thought is just, you move over there, you got this high rise that you could never afford back home because it costs way too much. So now you got this sexy high rise being over there a year, and all these things you ain't used to having that now you can afford. Maybe you was going out to eat once every 2 weeks. Now you're able to go out to eat 3 times every 2 weeks. I think that'd be a little difficult, man, for a long time if you're in your 20s.
So
you're gonna want to share that with someone. It ain't even just about dating. I think you're just gonna want to share that with someone. Now, if you had another female you could go hang out with, then I think you could make it. But I even asked myself, how many of these sisters are able to interact with other women who they can actually have real conversations with. I'm sure they can meet Thai women to go hang out, and maybe that fits the bill too. But it seemed like you would just want someone who kind of understand a little bit more where you coming from to, share that experience with. But I could be wrong.
So I got a quick answer for you. I'm never quick, so I got a long answer for you. Let me keep it real. Hey man, white boys.
Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, that's what I say. You notice I said Americans. I didn't say black men. I didn't say
White
only
boys.
people with Thai black. I said Americans.
Not even white Americans. White boys.
You just
Big,
saying like
tall,
what? Like the Russians? I know the Russians
big,
are over
tall,
there.
muscular Russians. Big,
Gotcha.
tall, muscular Brits. Soccer player type looking dudes. Tall, muscular, got dough. Can take them wherever they want. And if sisters are coming to Thailand, any sisters in the chat, any sisters in the audience, don't come here looking for Thai men because they're not messing with you. They like Thai women just like anybody else does. More, in fact. Just like black men like black women more than anybody else, in fact, but it just looks different on the internet. But dude, there's some really well-off, young, tall, good-looking, muscular white dudes over here. So if a sister want to swirl, what better place? What better place?
Okay.
I got a homegirl out of Philly. I got a sister out of Philly who can't wait to come over here in 2026. And I'm a brother. I can't wait to see her. It never happens. It is what it is. But if she came and I was gone, guess what? It ain't the timing that's going to crack on her. You know what's really bizarre, OB? I'm seeing black ladies of the night from Africa on Beach Road, which is typically all Thai women.
I've heard of that though. I heard that one Austin had just that's he say she said. I don't know, but the one who was real pretty had the good hair, looked like she was Thai and black. I heard that she was a walker. Like he didn't know that, but yeah, that's what I heard.
But there are actually dark-skinned, beautiful African women. We got somebody joined us. Beautiful African women. Beautiful African women on Beach Road. That blew my mind recently.
And are they working women or are they just there?
Duh.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I heard.
The fresh food, they down there like, getting it in. They on the blade.
Yeah.
So it's not just one-dimensional even anymore. And of course, Russian women, they mostly serve in bars. Russians have their own clubs. If I could go to, if they would let me in with my black ass, I could go to a Russian club, meet a nice Russian girl and take her home and short timer. But
I hear they okay to blacks though there. I don't know if it's like that everywhere going to their country, but I hear when they're there and they meet black people, they genuinely like us.
No, it's not true.
Not true?
No,
okay.
Not here. Yeah, they're very arrogant and very standoffish and very to themselves and very rude and disrespectful. I hold the door open for them at my condo as I'm walking out. Oh, you walking out? They won't even say thank you. But it's all good. I don't care.
Okay.
Let's welcome the other guest. I apologize. I know there's questions for me. I'll come back to that.
What up?
Hey, what's going on, man?
I think women do travel for love and sex. If you ask me, because I'll tell you what happened when I was this was like early 2024. I'm on Bumble, and I'm in Quito. I was in Quito, Ecuador, and like hella. I actually met a girl from my hometown. She was like 30 minutes south from my hometown, but she was in Ecuador and she was doing her she was like a teacher or something. And I was like, "Are you looking for something serious? Like, we on a date?" She's like, "No." She's like, and next week I'm gonna be in Brazil for a couple of days. So I'm like, all right, cool. But that let me know like she's just screwing out here. I was like, oh, she's just doing her thing. Like there's hella times I've been in the DR and I'll be walking down the like the Malecon or whatever the hell. I'll see a bunch of European, like there's like flocks of white people. They come in like tourist groups, and then like later on that night there'll be like a white girl and she's like sitting one-on-one with the Dominican guy. So I definitely think women are doing the same thing for sure.
Okay. Hey, American Talk, will you answer this question at the bottom? Florida trucker said today, Junior.
Oh.
What's RBG stand for? I know what he's talking about, but I don't know what that abbreviation is.
Red. Oh shit. RBG.
Okay, I'm deeply disappointed to hear that from you, OP. Red, green, blue.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
What the hell?
Okay.
Red, green, blue, and the
Red,
way
green,
that
black. Maybe.
But RGB is red, green, blue. That's a technical term in computer technology, and I am a computer tech. So when you say RGB to me, I hear red, green, blue.
No, he's saying red, black, green. So he's
Yeah.
saying one. I knew what he was getting at, but I didn't know what the abbreviation
All right, well, so red, black, green, if that's what he's asking. I'm black and I'm from the 70s, and I used to wear that patch on my denim jacket as a little boy reading the Black Panther newspaper. Everybody keeps asking me that, like, why are you in Asia? Like, black people can't move around. But I'm gonna come back to the brother who joined us. Ant, is your name?
Yeah.
And I know you've been up here before. Great to have you. I know it's late there. I'm glad that you guys are still willing to engage. I think, Ant, what you mentioned was more like a hookup culture, because you're talking about Bumble. Like if you're meeting people on social media apps and like, hey, I'm in town, you in town, let's link up. That's the hookup culture. But the sisters, at least from my perspective, that I'm like subscribed to and seeing videos from, they're not coming looking for love anymore. I mean, love is in need of love today. You know, I love that song by Stevie Wonder. And sisters are empowering themselves, speaking back to feminism, empowering themselves to travel and realizing that they don't have to base their life or be with a man in the same way that men have realized, I don't got to base my life on being married. You know, back when I was coming up, and probably in y'all OB and Chris's age group, there was a time if you wasn't married by a certain age, you was looking kind of shady. Sup? You 40-something years old, you ain't never been married and got no kids.
We need
That's
to bring that.
stuff.
We need to bring that back.
Yeah. So I think what you're referring to, with all due respect, Ant, is a hookup culture. But the women who are willing to take an 8,000-mile, 24-hour trip from America to Thailand, they not coming here because they heard the Thailand men put it down like that. I could see them going to Colombia or South America or Jamaica, you know, get your groove back type of situations. But the sisters that I'm seeing, and I'm, you know, very focused on the Thai space to see how that gets translated into our community. They're not out here looking for love. I mean, Jew was going on a date, got stood up. OB probably saw that. Then went out on another date. But, you know, if sisters are fed up with black men, they can fly overseas and they're going to meet men. Right. They're going to be Thai men who might crack on them. They just can't take them home. You better not bring no black woman home to a Thai house. They mama ain't going to tolerate that. And that's just racism. That's just raw racism. It is what it is. The rest is what you make it. But sisters that I see aren't track. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, they fucking somebody, and they don't care. They don't care about if that rumor about Asian dudes having little dicks. They don't care about that. they will go to Thailand. They will go to these countries. Hell, sisters would even. I know sisters who would get with an Asian man, and they don't care about all that stigma. they want a little Jaden Smith and that Jackie Chan movie, baby. They want their baby doing the flying karate kick and all that shit.
So if I could speak to that with what little bit I know about Thai culture and Thai men, because I don't even know any Thai men at all, other than in passing. Thai men don't even like dark-skinned Thai women. There was a bleaching culture. There's a skin bleaching culture out here. If you come over here, even light skin, that's darker than what they prefer. So, number one. Number two, love is where you find it, size and otherwise. I don't know about what you were saying about Asian men and size and all that stuff. They're just not into it, right? At least here in Thailand. I've never once heard of an incident in the short time that I've been here, and then I may learn later, of a Thai man even dating a Korean woman or a Chinese woman. They're very homogenous. They're very into racial purity. You know, I don't want to use those words because I know how inflammatory they can be online, but you know, Asian people are really into racial purity. You feel me? So it's different.
They are, but what they'll do is, this is what, see, if you go on YouTube, right, and you'll see like actually there's a lot of sisters who will go to like Japan, especially Japan, you know, other Asian countries as well. But what they'll find out is this: they don't have problem getting no dick. They don't have problem because what happens is these Asian dudes are actually hella curious. Like they're just as curious about black men as they are about black women. But the Asian men, they'll for sure hook up with a black woman, but then they'll dog her out super hard. They'll find out, you know, basically that they're not accepted. But here's my point. My point is, people don't travel that far and not get no play. Like that's part of the story. That's part of the trip. They're like, they'll be just as, women will be just as picky on their trip. But they're like, if it happens, it happens. But really, they're saying, all right, let just one dude play his car right. I'm about to smash him. That's really how it goes. They're not just screwing everybody, but they will screw. That's part of the trip.
And have you? Are you speaking from other than the Bumble experience overseas, long way from home? Is this something? Is this anecdotal evidence that you're speaking to? Have you talked to sisters who said, yeah, when I went to wherever, I got my groove on? I'm curious. I don't know.
They don't. You're not gonna just walk up. You're not gonna have a good friend who's a sister, and then she just tells you like, I've been going to Jamaica like 2-3 years in a row. I've been there like 5 times, and I got this guy, you know, like, he's got some bread. He's not, you know, he works at the resort or something. They're not going to tell you that, you know, like it's kind of it's a secret amongst women. Like they don't tell you because they don't want you feeling no type of way when they want to go out with their friends or whatever. But they do it, like, you know. It's just like a joke that they laugh about. It's like, hey, you know, they'll have inside jokes. They'll just start cracking up out of nowhere. You'll be like, what the hell? And you know, they're laughing about that time they went to Jamaica and, you know, that dude with the long dress put that long dick. So that's what they're.
But, you know, Thailand, in this case, and again, this is a different culture than Jamaica. I've never been, but, you know, I've got a lot of close Jamaican experiences. Let's put it like that. In Philly. Strong community there. Dated a Jamaican sister, straight from the motherland of Jamaica. But my point in saying that earlier about women don't travel for that reason, and I could very well be, that could be their secret, and that's fine with me. I'll keep your secret. Your secret's safe with me, sisters. But I don't think women are motivated that way when it comes to travel. I think they are more open-minded about new experiences and new places. And if they can get their groove on, okay, wow, look at that, man, I had this wonderful experience. but in Southeast Asia as a whole, even I've been to Japan, and again, sex is looked at very differently in Asian culture. It's not as, oh my God, prohibited. It's a different kind of vibe when it comes to just human interaction and sexual relations. But I still don't believe as sisters. And someone can convince me if they have a cogent argument. I don't believe that Black women nowadays, at least, not the sisters that I'm seeing on YouTube, and that could be all front. I don't know what they do in their bedroom. Don't care. Don't want to know. But I don't believe they traveling the way that men travel. I don't believe they traveling. Oh, let me go find some a guy to pay to lay with me. Now, if they hooking up in different countries, in Jamaica, whatever, there's videos about white women going to Africa and paying. I think that's a minority, where now we have a passport bro movement of brothers who are cool. Skylar DeRowan bragging about how many women he bags, knowing that he's telling you how much he negotiated it. Some of these crash out videos, the brothers fighting with pros about how much they want to charge. You don't really see that with the women that are on YouTube talking about going to dinner and maybe getting a date or going home by themselves. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, well, that's it. Well, that's it. I'll give you this. I'll give you that. All right. I'll say this. It's definitely part of the story. It could definitely happen. They're just not going to talk about it for the same reasons why they don't. Women don't act as naughty, at home, because they got the reputation to hold, to hang in there. So it's like, you don't really, it's just not something women would talk about. And let me say this, to the people in the comment calling me a zest monster.
Man, ignore that.
I'm gonna say this. I'm not offended. My point is, I'm not offended. You're not gonna scare me away.
Good.
Calling me
Good. Yes. Good.
Good. It's 2 a.m. here. I'm in Bogota, Colombia. You're not gonna offend me when you have to wake up early in the morning. No offense to nobody. I'm just saying.
Punch that.
But no, seriously though. In all seriousness,
you American.
It's definitely. I just say don't. I just say don't make it seem like they're like angels, and they're just traveling for some holy experience. Like, there's a reason why the top destinations be like Europe and then like Jamaica. It's like they're hella open to it. They just as when I go to travel, like I'll be hella open to it. I'm not necessarily looking for it, but I'm open as hell. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. That's what I think.
So I had a question for the panel, and particularly I'm pointedly for you, my friend Ant. I don't think women are as horny as men.
It depends on the woman.
Who's laughing? Is that you, OB? You laughing at me, man?
That was me.
That was Ant. It depends on the it depends on the woman, and that's what I was trying to tell you.
Horny, you have your occasional nympho.
No,
women get horny, but they're not going to pay for it. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, well, I'll agree with you on that. Like they don't have to pay. They won't pay for it because they don't have to. They can. It's easily readily available.
Why don't they have to, Chris? Why don't women have to pay for it? Men do.
Well, I'll say this. I'll take a little bit of pushback. I was talking to my 50-year-old friend, the Guardian. She was like, at her age, she's like, over 50. She was like, oh, I had to say this. She was like, great.
She was like, the win.
Huh? Say that again.
She'll spin for the win. Is that what you're telling me?
Basically, she was like, good dick is expensive. You got to keep the guy interested. You got to like.
Wait, Chris.
Yeah. Pause.
What did she say?
She said good dick is expensive. Pause. Because she said at her age, she has to kind of like almost kind of do what we have to do in a sense where we have to kind of like entertain. We have to kind of like keep someone interested. We have to kind of keep someone in our orbit, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, wow. And she was telling me about how I want to bring her on this panel one day. And she was kind of talking about how men at her age, they have health. She was like, men at her age she's from Philly too. She's really entertaining. And she was like, men at her age, it's very rare to find them that don't have some type of medical situation going on or something going on.
Yeah.
That's the issue. That's one of the main issues. It's like to find one that's got things still going on in a strong way, it's not easy to find, and they got probably options maybe too. So it's like you have to draw them in, blah blah blah. So I was shocked to hear
crazy.
that.
Yeah. Send her my YouTube channel and at my age, she's still a young girl to me.
Yeah, so like we were at the bar, and she was like this one guy who was like in his, I think he was like 68, 60, 65, 68, and he was like, ain't nothing working, but he was trying to holler at her. I was like, he admitted that. He's like, nothing's working. I was like, wow, this is crazy. But,
hey, getting old is a blessing and sometimes a burden to some. Not for me, but to some, getting old is a burden. I want to go back to what I said to Ant. I just don't think that women are as horny as men, that they would spend all the money it takes, go through all the arduous process of a passport, going through customs, crossing borders, especially not to spend no money on none. Now, she in America, I get it, you know. And I'm older than her, and at 50, she would have a difficult time with me. But over here is different, and in other places it's different, and she probably could find love outside the borders, the way that Andrea and Andreas does. Love outside of borders, the way that Passport Bros do. There's somebody for everybody, man. The thing that I've learned about being over here and the limited travel that I've had is that when you open yourself up to other places, it opens your life in such a broader scope, so that maybe the person you thought you wanted to marry or be with or date might be someone of a different complexion, might be someone of a different nationality or culture. It happens in California all the time. One of the interesting things about LA, it is a truly cosmopolitan city. And so you'll see mixed couples more readily there, like in New York, not so much in Philly, didn't see it as much in Atlanta. Don't know how Atlanta is now. It's been a lot of decades, but overseas, you'll see that. I had a friend from the 80s who I grew up with on my block, a beautiful young sister, went to Temple University, got a foreign exchange student pass, went to Italy. All the Italian guys was on her. She probably, you know, had some of the best loving she ever had, perhaps in her life. You know, America's so racist that we're so fixated, particularly us, Fados, fixated on self and kind and dating outside our race and who's selling out and who's not, who's black enough, who's not, blah, de, blah. Whereas once you get off the, get out the States, you see that love is just this universal thing, and people can fall in love no matter what they look like. Fat, short, tall, ugly, whatever. There's somebody for everybody. People was fearless, and I think nobody was talking snot about Femi. Femi got a husband. I've seen Femi on her show when her husband is going to work. She didn't pack his meal and everything. She's as humble and submissive to her husband as any woman I've ever seen in my life. For the most part. I mean, in modern society, a loving wife to her man.
Right.
But when she comes on,
real quick, to FLA trucker, I'm actually an immigrant. I immigrated to Ecuador. I turned in all my paperwork.
Nice.
So if you want to see more about that, Ecuador Uncharted is the YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, and Patreon. Go ahead and subscribe. Sorry, go ahead.
And I don't got you being no trick, bro. From your avatar, you don't look like you need to trick.
I know. I just like to talk my shit because you never met somebody 30 years old and he an immigrant by himself. You ain't never met, and I'm just popping my shit.
That part.
And talk that put shit, it in the comments. I'll subscribe.
Shout out to Austin.
All right.
He can be goofy. He is awkward. but he 25 and been to more than 25 countries. Look, if I could get, if I could be the Farrakhan of travel and encourage my brothers and sisters to leave the scene of the crime, aka the plantation, aka America, go abroad, it'll change your mind. You'll become a pan-nationalist. You leave racism. Nobody said earlier in the chat, hey, I'm nobody. I'm like, you sound like BA. He's like, no, I'm actually nobody. And I'm like, you know, that's why I moved abroad, to be an absolute nobody. Tired of being black. Tired of being, you know, suspect. Tired of being oppressed. Let me go somewhere where nobody speaks the language. Even if they're talking about me and laughing at me, it don't even affect me. I can come back to my home and chill and pay cheap rent and cheap utilities and buy inexpensive food. When I say cheap, I don't mean cheap. It's a nice place. But the ability for us to get away from the scene of the crime of our oppression, my brother, I really respect that. Now, will I give up my citizenship? I don't even know how. Let's start with that. And secondly, I probably won't, because Thailand is different. I don't want to come to South America. It seems too dangerous for me at my age. But I think if we can turn this narrative and conversation around about these young men and women now who are deciding, like, let me get the hell out the States, go abroad and see if it could be better. If it could just be better. Because we've had it so hard. And my life wasn't hard. Don't get me wrong. I was successful in America. I didn't come over here because I wasn't, but I promise you in my retirement, if I was still living there, I'd be living in a car on the street, because that's how America treats their elderly. They don't do that out here. When you go down to those soys in Thailand and spend that money with that girl, a portion of that is going back to her family who lives on a farm, who has an ox plowing the field. So I get it. But in the end, if we could get more of us to travel, go back home, go back to your nice apartment in Atlanta or your nice home in Houston, but just get off the continent for a minute. It'll rearrange, it'll reformat your hard drive. And I know you feel me on this end, right?
I'm not trying to go back to the States, and it's not because
me neither, bro. Me neither.
Yeah, I just never really fit in how I fit in over here.
Missed me. We ain't never coming back, right?
Yeah.
And if we can get more of us to think that way, to think outside of the states, think outside the continent. You can go back if you want, if that's where you make your money. I'm not saying come to Thailand. Don't get me wrong. Come to Thailand by all means. I would love to see you guys. We'll go hang out. I don't hang out with Richie. I don't hang out with Chocolate Man. I don't hang out at Soys. You know, I don't want no woman that I can pay $600 a month to, like Richie does, to come and clean and cook and give me love. I'm cool. But I'm old, so I'm beyond those years. I get why young men might want to do that, but I'm gonna reiterate this to the point of being redundant. These sisters who are moving to Thailand, at least, they're not moving like that. They'll be having the time of their lives by themselves. They're not fixated on relationships and love and sex. Gotta be with somebody. You're living in an era of stoicism where people are going to be more focused inwardly on selves. That era is coming. If you got a mate like OB, they're working on that together. If you're single like me and Chris, I am working on that internally. How not to need nobody. And more importantly, in my life at this age, how not to need nothing. How can I not need anything? Like, I moved here, everything's furnished. I bought a little couple pictures and some rugs, and then I stopped. I'm like, bro, stop doing that. That's an American mentality. Stop collecting shit. Stop needing anything. Like OB, I'd be like, I should get that. I'm like, Man, you don't really need nothing no more. What do you need that for?
Minimalism.
That's a tough phase for people to start to accept as life goes on and as you mature. But I'm seeing, here's a whole other element of young women that I'm seeing, other than the ones coming to Thailand. I'm seeing all these Black women living in their cars. It's the whole new trend in America right now.
Wow. Yeah, I heard of that.
Van life.
It is. I got a neighbor that does that.
There's a dude out of Atlanta, a Scar in the Woods, who built a cabin in the woods in the inner city of Atlanta. Homelessness. When I see them sisters, guess what I do? Hey, save your money, get a passport, and get a $300 a month apartment in Thailand. Spend $500, get a house that you can rent. You'll never be a citizen here. I wasn't a citizen of America the way I was treated. Neither were my parents. And let's not talk about their parents. They were slaves. So that's the other side of what I'm seeing of young Black people, and particularly Black women, living in their cars in America. And then this whole other element of young Black women moving abroad. I prefer the latter. For
yeah,
Black
Chris,
men,
on next episode, Chris, you got to give us a little bit of that, little footage on that.
What do you mean?
Check some of them videos out, man. All these sisters moving abroad.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up.
Yeah.
I could.
Hey,
you want me to
I
answer
appreciate
that
you
right
letting
now?
us on.
Oh, I want Ant and I want all three of y'all to answer this question. Like I said, I know Obi, you travel a lot too.
No, I don't fit in because I just don't fit in. It has nothing to do with my skin color.
I move like that too, homie. I move like that too. Yeah. I was tired of being Black. And that may sound strange to some people. I just got tired of being Black.
No, I mean, I'm saying like, if I was white, I still wouldn't fit in. If I was dark skinned, I still wouldn't fit in. It's just me. Like me as a person, like as a personality, as a soul kind of thing. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think it has anything to do with my skin, is what I'm trying to say.
Me too, bro. I say Black, but I'm just tired of being a color, is what I should have said.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm tired of being a color. And I'm not a color here. I'm just a person. You know. But what was your question, Chris? Sorry.
It's the one on the screen. It's like, do you feel like you're treated, I guess, overseas because of your skin color?
I think color matters. I think if anything, the only thing, the color goes away and maybe you become American, and Americans just replaced for you got more money, you got more opportunities. So still the color exists. It's just is overlooked a little bit more because you got money.
I would push back on that a little bit, OB, because at least here in where I live, people are humble and nobody flosses. I was saying this to my homegirl out of LA. Nobody flosses over here. I probably in a year and a half I've been here, I probably have seen a couple of Teslas, old Mercedes. This is not a poor country. Don't get me wrong. There are Thai people making a lot of loot, and then there's the king, of course.
There's a lot of billionaires there from research that I looked at,
and there are a lot of expats who have come from corporate America from all over the world. But one of my French buddies is a former banker in France, international banking, right? There's not a lot of poverty here, but there's a lot of humility, and people don't need stuff to prove who they are. They don't need to show you like big gold chains and stuff. Although the gold over here is beautiful and pure, you don't see them like dripped with gold, like wealthy Black people and wealthy Black rappers, at least in America. That you don't even want to bring that here, and no one is going to steal it. You don't want to take it to South America, they will, but it's a different world outside of the States in terms of how life and the value of life, the preciousness of life is perceived.
Well, I even got that just from Europe. In Europe, you can
Yeah.
catch the train everywhere. So really, what do you need a Mercedes for or whatnot? People will have a car, but when they have a car, it's just because for things like on the weekends, maybe they want to drive to the countryside or go visit a family member that, just want to get some fresh air, don't want to be on the train. They're on it all week for work or whatnot. And Japan's the same way. The train system's so good, you don't really need a car there. Just once again, maybe just a car for emergencies, somebody gets sick or something like that, you want to get it, or just a road trip somewhere. But other than that, you don't really need a car because trains run every 2-3 minutes to the same location. So you just don't need it. So like when I come back to the States, I start looking at it differently when it comes to cars and those type of things. So I agree with that. But it's just because we have so much in America. We have more than we need and a lot more options than we need. You don't have the superstores in a lot of those other countries. There's no Walmart with 80 different options. There's only literally the basic ingredients. You're going to make spaghetti, well, you're going to get the basic ingredients. We got some ground beef, we got some tomatoes in here and some pasta. There's no 30 different choices of pasta and 15 different choices of beef and, so on and so on and so on. 8 different cans of tomato sauce you can get. So I agree with that. It definitely changes your mind. Like every day I go to work, I have a retirement mind frame. I kind of live like a minimalist based upon, live in a good neighborhood, kind of like I was telling you, golf community and that type of stuff. But I'm really living kind of minimal compared to what my wife's salary is and what my salary is. I'm living in an apartment. Both of us have college education, good paying jobs. We're considered lower upper class if you look at it based upon, our income on Google and you just see how much do you need to be considered, upper class. I'm lower upper class, but I'm still living in an apartment. I just don't need it. I used to have 2 luxury cars. Now we just have 1 luxury car, but we don't have 2 cars because my wife works online and she orders everything. She doesn't want to go to the grocery store. So all groceries are delivered, clothes are delivered to the house. So, only time she kind of wants to get out, she'll be like, well, I've been sitting in the house. I'm going to the golf course or something with you just to let the sun hit my face for a little bit. So, yeah, I definitely think traveling changes your mind, makes you a lot more appreciative of what you got.
I'll tell you one thing, OB. I know we're going to close this out, but I'll share this with y'all. I listened for a long time, so if I talk for a long time, please forgive me. The toughest thing that I faced, OB, when I moved here was the stuff that I had to get rid of and how much of it I just gave to the Goodwill.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Meaning that I started to realize that all that stuff that I had collected as a consumer, an American consumer, became weight to me when I decided to move.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm a wanderer, and I've lived in several different cities around the country, and I've always had to get rid of stuff. And that has always been the toughest part of my journey, is to accept the fact that, wow, you just got to let it go.
Mm-hmm.
So you're on the right path. I think I'll meet you on a golf course here in future days.
So I let mine go literally because I think about retirement. A lot of people, like I say, just don't save that. And I know I don't want to live here within the States just because the money goes a lot further. I can do a lot more outside of the States. I look at aunts and uncles who are retired and they don't do anything. The highlight of the week is going to the grocery store, maybe getting your favorite bottle of liquor and sitting in the house. And by now, they're kind of all tired of the grandkids too. Grandkids are 15, 16, 17, 18. 14. So they're even kind of a little bit over that at this point. So the highlight of the week is going to the grocery store. Like I want a little bit more than that. And then nowadays in America, people switch jobs so much. The days of working the same job for 20 years is over. So it's kind of like, why would I want to go buy a house now when every 5, 6, 7, 8 years, it seems like you're on a new job. So that's kind of pointless. And you never know where that job's going to be located. And I don't want to be one of those people. I see them every day at work, driving an hour and a half just to get to work. You know what I mean? Because they're no longer working where they purchased that house at. I don't want to be in the car for an hour and 10 minutes every day there, one way and one way back. That's almost 3 hours that you're not getting with your family just because you purchased the home. So it's little things like that. I'd rather put my money in the stock market. And it's a little bit better return than what you get on the average house anyways, which is 3%, which is what you should get.
I got a question for you, OB. Once you get your freedom papers, where would you go? You and the wifey.
So we just talked about Asia a lot, and then she likes Italy because Italy's pretty cheap too. So we said maybe switch, living Europe one half of the year and then live in Asia one half of the year because Asia get that bad weather, and she's like it gets really hot there. So winter in Europe, and then summer come to Asia.
It's cool as a fan here right now, though, OB. I got to tell you, this is my second winter season, and the weather is just absolutely spectacular.
Okay.
I don't mean
so
to brag.
I watch a lot of the retired people. I watch a lot of people. I probably subscribe to 7-8 channels where people they just Airbnb it. That's all they do. Stay at an Airbnb for 2-3 months. Go to the next place 2-3 months. In Asia, Europe is so cheap like that. Amsterdam, you can stay in the best city in Amsterdam and get the apartment high rise downtown, maybe $2,000. And I mean, versus trying to get a high rise in Texas, that would probably cost you like $4,000. That same one that cost you $2,000.
I hear they got good weed in Amsterdam.
I'm sure they do. They're on every corner, and it just gets cheaper. Places like Czech Republic.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, are you in South America for good?
Yeah, like I'm only gonna come back if it's like Christmas or something for a few days.
All right.
Have a good night.
All right, Ed. Holla, brother.
Have a good night. Peace out.
All right. Yeah, so I don't think skiing you can't, that's one thing you can't get away from, but I definitely do think traveling opens your mind and seeing things a little bit different. And I agree with you, Richard. Some people it might be a genuine fondness where they don't look at it like that. I know when I went to Japan, they lived us there. You couldn't get them to quit bowing, just because they're so happy to see us because we're different. But the fact that you notice I'm different lets me know you're aware of color. So that's why I say skiing, you can't get away from it. To a standpoint.
Well, no more than a white person, an Asian person, an African person. That's the exterior, and that's the whole don't judge a book by its color thing. And travel, I'm sure you've experienced, as you just mentioned about Japan. They don't look at you as a book just by your cover. If you come correct, if you are civilized and mature and articulate, goes a long way. Beats out skin tone at any time, if you ask me.
Okay, I agree with that. I rock with that. Hey, Chris, as usual, man. Thanks for letting us on the panel, American Talk. I enjoyed listening to you. You were dropping all type of gems on us, brother.
Thank you, Zed. Hey, when you going back out, OB?
What do you mean?
Golf. The course. Come on, man. This is golf language.
Well, it's snowing here. It's about to snow here tomorrow or something like that. So, yeah, once that clears up. But I am going back to California next month sometime. So that's when I'll be traveling with my clubs again.
What part?
Joshua. And then it's, I forgot. I have to ask my wife what the other little place is. Palm Springs. So Joshua, Palm Springs area.
Pretty hot in Palm Springs. Be careful.
Yeah, that's why we going next month before it get too hot, before it heat up like that.
How many sleeves you on now?
I don't even run through them. I might lose 3 balls, something like that per round. That's what made me say I'll listen to you and start keeping my score.
I know you got to go, but why? How you losing balls, man? Look, if you hit one off the course, you got to go find it. That's how I used to play.
Yeah, unless it goes in that water.
Oh, is it? Yeah. If you get wet, that's another story.
Yeah. Okay. But 3 balls ain't bad. That's not too bad.
That's real good, bro. That's real good. Yeah. Hey, Chris, thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. I get lonely over here sometimes. It's good to talk to y'all.
Likewise. Yeah. Hey, check out that Chaotic Truth. He goes on like every morning. I'm telling you, you'll like it.
I got his channel up right now. I'm gonna go over there and check out some of the stuff, and I'm a sub. Thank you for that, Rick. I'll tell him you sent me.
Okay. Holla, Chris.
All right. Have a good night.
All right.
Later, Chris.